Chapter 373. Who would have thought that the old man would suddenly attack? This was no different from a sneak attack. However, the old man had a sense of propriety. He didn't attack too quickly, just enough to give Ling Xiao enough time to react. 2 balls of green flames rose from his palms. The flames morphed into 2 green wolves that lunged at Ling Xiao, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Ling Xiao didn't have time to think. He sent out a series of firmament palms, the blue flames enveloping his hands as he slapped them at the wolves. Ling Xiao had originally thought that the wolves would definitely dissipate the moment they met the blue flames, but this time it was completely out of his expectations. The 2 green wolves were weakened by the slap, but they didn't immediately dissipate. The green fire was still burning with a sizzling sound. The old man smiled slightly and made a few pulling motions with his old hands. The remaining green flames actually avoided the blue flames and continued to burn towards Ling Xiao's face. "Fuck, are you trying to ruin my face?" Ling Xiao was greatly alarmed. A powerful aura burst forth from his body as the blue flames instantly formed a protective barrier around his face. The green flames collided with the blue flames. Although they were devoured by the blue flames, Ling Xiao was still forced back a few steps. "Since Senior wants to play with fire, then I'll play with Senior." Ling Xiao knew that the old man didn't seem to have any killing intent, so he boldly called out. Following that, he flipped his palms and the blue flames began to dance like fairies before finally condensing into the shape of a wolf. This was a blue wind wolf, just like his mount, but the color was slightly different. The blue wind wolf wasn't very large, but it was very realistic and gave off a ferocious aura. "Go!" Ling Xiao said indifferently. With a wave of his hand, the blue wind wolf pounced at the old man. "Come at me!" The old man revealed an excited expression as he continuously waved his palms. The green flames condensed into a huge python that tore at the blue wind wolf. Ling Xiao's expression was calm as his hands constantly changed. The blue wind wolf seemed to be under his control as it tore at the python. The old man wasn't willing to be outdone either. His palms also changed unpredictably, and the python seemed to have a mind of its own. It didn't attack the blue wind wolf directly, only moving around and occasionally whipping its tail at the wolf. Ling Xiao hadn't expected the old man's control of fire to be so strong. His blue wind wolf hadn't been able to touch much of the green python, nor had it been able to devour it. Instead, it had been slowly whittled away by the old man. "Another one. Let's see how you deal with it," Ling Xiao said indifferently. Blue flames surged from his other hand, once again forming a blue wind wolf. Under his control, the 2 blue wind wolves' pincer attacked the green python from the left and right, trying to tear it apart. The old man didn't bat an eyelid as he single-handedly controlled the python to escape through the cracks. "You have 2 wind wolves and I have 4 snakes. Let's see if your wolves or my snakes are stronger." The old man laughed excitedly. With a push of his hand, the python split into 4 and began to fight 2 against 1. An old man and a young man fighting with fire caused the spectators to sigh in amazement. The Cuban Grandmaster's control of fire is truly unfathomable and exquisite. The Cuban Grandmaster is a 5th-rank alchemist, so of course he's skilled at controlling fire. Just who is that young man to be able to play with fire against the Cuban Grandmaster? Unbelievable! Can't you see that the Cuban Grandmaster isn't using his full strength? Maybe he just wants to test that young man. Isn't the Cuban Grandmaster taking revenge for the Wei family? Shen Yao waved his white paper fan casually as he said, "An alchemist's spar is truly entertaining." The Demon Emperor was silent as he stared at the old man and Ling Xiao. On the other side, Dong Qinchin was still glaring at Ling Xiao in disgust, as if she couldn't wait for Ling Xiao to be burned alive. Inside the arena, the blue wind wolf was relying on its heavenly fire to fight 1 against 2, but it still wasn't defeated. However, its aura was much lower than before. Beads of sweat appeared on Ling Xiao's face. Controlling fire like this wasn't any easier than refining pills. In fact, it was even more taxing. "Little brother, if you don't put in more effort, I'm going to eat those 2 wolves of yours." The old man had one hand behind his back as he controlled 4 pythons with the other. He didn't look tired at all, and it seemed like he still had plenty of energy left in him. If you want to eat my wolves, then you'll have to pay the price. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth as his palms flew out. The two blue-winged wolves let out long howls and mournful howls as they charged at the four cyan pythons. Just as the pythons were about to slip away, the blue-winged wolf disintegrated. Rumble! The blue-winged wolf self-destructed, taking the pythons down with it. The old man froze for a moment, then laughed. Good. I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve, but this isn't the end. After the old man finished laughing, he stretched out his other free hand and formed different hand seals with both palms. Then, green phoenixes flashed around him one after another. Finally, 6 azure phoenixes were formed. The azure phoenixes cried out together, their voices loud and clear. The phoenixes spread their wings, and the 6 phoenixes flew out together. The people on the side of the official road all scattered far away because the fire was too big and the temperature was frighteningly high. You have the blue phoenix, and I have the blue dragon. Ling Xiao shouted. He didn't want to be outdone. 3 dragon-like blue shadows soared into the sky. These are clearly little earthworms. What bullshit blue dragons? How can they contend against my azure phoenixes? The old man couldn't help but laugh when he saw Ling Xiao's 3 dragon centipedes. We'll know after we try, Ling Xiao replied indifferently. With a wave of his hands, the 3 dragon centipedes flew out. Azure phoenixes danced, and the dragon centipedes surged. A beautiful scene of dragons and phoenixes appeared above the 2 of them, causing the surrounding people to exclaim in admiration. The 6 azure phoenixes spread their feathers and shot toward the dragon centipedes. Feathers filled the sky, like 1,000 women scattering flowers, catching the dragon centipedes off guard. After a round of attacks, the 3 dragon centipedes had been weakened by a third. Beads of cold sweat appeared on Ling Xiao's face. He continued to replenish his spiritual energy, allowing the dragon centipedes to recover. Only defending and not attacking wasn't Ling Xiao's style. The recovered dragon centipede charged forward, its huge body sweeping out, using its powerful body to collide with the azure phoenix. The azure phoenix's defense was slightly weaker, and its wings were instantly broken by the collision. Good kid, you actually know how to use your advantage. But let's see how long you can last. The more the old man played, the more excited he became. Azure flames swam around his palms, and the azure phoenix seemed to have been reborn from the flames. The 6 phoenixes flew wildly, their sharp beaks pecking and biting, looking like they were about to go all out. The dragon centipedes were also full of energy, and its huge body flipped and swept out, wanting to fight to the death with the 6 phoenixes. I'll give you 2 more. Watch as I exhaust these 3 little earthworms. The old man actually still had enough energy left, and he summoned 2 more azure phoenixes to join the fray. The 3 dragon centipedes immediately fell into a dire situation. Ling Xiao was still bitterly clenching his teeth as he cursed inwardly, "What kind of flame is this, old fellows? It can actually resist the might of heavenly flames. If this continues, I'll really lose." Little brother, hurry up. This old man hasn't had enough yet. The old man laughed. Damnable old fogey, he's still so proud of himself for bullying the young. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly, and he once more circulated his spiritual energy to support the 3 dragon centipedes. You're really stubborn. Just watch as I finish you off, the old man sighed, his hands moving in a dazzling manner. The 8 azure phoenixes in the sky spread out, surrounding the 3 dragon centipedes. They let out loud cries, and countless feathers rained down on the 3 dragon centipedes like a storm. The 3 dragon centipedes were like trapped beasts, and they could only wait to be slaughtered. Their earthworms were riddled with holes, and their bodies gradually scattered. It looks like it's going to end soon. Grandmaster Guba really is powerful. Just this move alone is enough to instantly kill all King Realm experts. Even Earth Emperors wouldn't dare to face it head-on. That young man isn't bad either. He's actually lasted this long. That's really commendable. That's right. Even an ordinary 4th-rank alchemist wouldn't be able to last as long as he did. He's still so young, and he has such powerful fire control skills. Perhaps he'll be very tenbin when it comes to alchemy. If he changes his profession and becomes an alchemist, he might even become a 4th or 5th rank alchemist in less than 100 years. Looking at the crippled dragon centipedes in the sky, Ling Xiao muttered to himself, "Did I really lose just like that? I can't accept this. I have the help of heavenly fire, so how can I lose?" Ling Xiao was extremely unwilling to accept this, and an unyielding will filled his entire body. The demon blue fire bead in his sea of knowledge seemed to sense Ling Xiao's call, and it began to emit waves of blue flames that flowed out of his sea of knowledge. In an instant, Ling Xiao felt his entire body fill with a comfortable feeling. All of the spiritual energy he had just consumed had been replenished, and there was even a powerful burst of energy within him. "Little brother, you've lost," the old man said indifferently. The 3 dragon centipedes in the sky dissipated, but his 8 azure phoenixes were still soaring. "Is that so? Then take a look at this." Ling Xiao chuckled and flipped his hands again. Hand seals after hand seals merged together, and a mighty blue spirit beast suddenly appeared. This spirit beast wasn't very large, but it was very mighty. It had a dragon's head, antlers, a lion's body, a ponytail. This was a blue divine beast, the Qilin. This little thing seems a little interesting," the old man said in surprise. "Go on, you wastrel. Destroy them all for me," Ling Xiao said indifferently as he looked at the blue Qilin with a gentle gaze. The Qilin seemed to understand people's intentions, and it slowly soared into the sky. It glanced disdainfully at the 8 azure phoenixes, and its expression revealed a strong sense of disdain. The 8 azure phoenixes were slightly dazed, seemingly awed by the Qilin's charm. "Good fellow, it actually transformed into a spirit. This will be even more fun," the old man praised inwardly. His gaze fell on the Qilin, and his old eyes revealed a serious look of joy. "Roar!" The Qilin roared, and the azure phoenixes trembled. Chapter 374. Not far from the entrance of the Dong family's auction house in Nantian City, everyone's attention was focused on the blue and azure flame phantoms that were entangled in midair. From time to time, they would let out exclamations of surprise. In midair, a small blue Qilin was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it pounced towards the 8 azure phoenixes. The azure phoenixes were unwilling to be outdone, and they let out a series of screeches as they continuously shot out their feathers. However, the blue Qilin wasn't blasted apart by the feathers like the 3 centipedes had been. When the feathers hit its body, they immediately disappeared. They didn't cause any damage to it at all. In the next moment, the blue Qilin arrived in front of one of the azure phoenixes, opened its bloody mouth, and bit down on the phoenix's neck. The azure phoenix was unable to resist at all, and its neck was snapped by the blue Qilin, causing it to disappear from the world. In just one round, the blue phoenix was easily annihilated. The blue Qilin didn't stop, and it turned into a series of extremely fast shadows that pounced towards another azure phoenix. That azure phoenix didn't dare to fight the blue Qilin head-on, and it wanted to dodge the attack first. However, the blue Qilin was as fast as lightning, and the azure phoenix didn't even retreat a few meters before it immediately followed in the footsteps of the azure phoenix in front of it. The remaining azure phoenix continued to shoot out waves of feathers with all its might, but unfortunately, it couldn't do any damage to the blue Qilin. Wow, this Qilin's defense is even fiercer. It suffered such a fierce attack, but it didn't take any damage. Look at that young man. He was clearly exhausted just now, but now he's full of energy, as if he's taken the acacia powder. That kid really is strange. No wonder Grandmaster Gu wanted to provoke him. His blue flames. Could they be the legendary heavenly flames? That's impossible. Heavenly flames are extremely rare, and there are only a dozen or so recorded in the world. Even if this young man has some strength, he doesn't have the strength to subdue it. Even an Earth Sovereign stage cultivator would retreat if they saw it, let alone him. That's reasonable. Of the 8 azure phoenixes, 3 were gone in just a short period of time, and the old man was so angry that he started shouting. "What a ferocious little fellow!" the old man exclaimed, and then shouted, "5 phoenixes unite!" As soon as his voice fell, the 5 blue phoenixes let out a shrill cry, and all of them converged towards a single location. The blue Qilin did not stop them. It stared coldly at the 5 of them, as if it did not care about them at all. The azure phoenix became one, and the flames surged. A huge azure phoenix instantly covered half the sky. The cry of the phoenix was loud, and the green flames were like a sea. "Little brother, let's see if your Qilin or my azure phoenix is stronger," cried the elder. His palm began to flicker, and the azure phoenix in the sky spread its wings. Swoosh! The azure phoenix spread its wings. The tips of its wings were like blades as it slashed towards the head of the blue Qilin. This time, the blue Qilin did not allow the blue phoenix to attack it. Instead, it chose to dodge it cleverly. Ling Xiao smiled faintly as he controlled the blue Qilin. His eyes were filled with cunning. When the blue phoenix saw the blue Qilin choose to dodge, it thought it was afraid. It let out a shrill cry and chased after the blue Qilin. The pair of phoenix wings continued to stab forward, leaving a dazzling azure glow in the air. The blue Qilin seemed to be truly afraid. It just kept dodging and did not counterattack. The blue phoenix, on the other hand, became more and more courageous as it fought. "Oh, hurry up and admit defeat. Your Qilin is no good." The old man laughed like a child. Ling Xiao smiled but did not say anything. He continued to control the blue Qilin to escape. The old man didn't notice that the blue Qilin and blue phoenix were slowly descending from the sky. Every time the blue phoenix was about to hit the blue Qilin would slip away like mud. The old man was very displeased. "Why is this little thing so slippery? Watch me capture you." The old man then formed a series of hand seals. The blue phoenix's speed almost doubled under his control. "Break for me," the old man shouted. Under his control, the blue phoenix turned into a bolt of lightning and dived toward the blue Qilin. The blue Qilin also sped up and flew toward the ground. "Let's see where you can run to." The old man was determined to destroy the blue Qilin. He once again urged his spiritual power to speed up the blue phoenix. Seeing that the blue Qilin was about to catch up to the blue Qilin, the old man became even more excited. Suddenly, the blue Qilin, which was about to land on the ground, rushed toward the old man. Its speed was frightening. No one would have thought that its target was the old man. The old man had been excited about his victory. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be so cunning. He had used the blue Qilin to appear timid and avoid the blue phoenix's attacks. This made people think that the blue Qilin had been forced to land by the blue phoenix. What he did not know was that this was Ling Xiao's plan to lure the blue Qilin. The blue Qilin opened its huge mouth and bit toward the old man. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Who would have thought that the blue Qilin was targeting the old man? "Grandpa Gu, watch out!" Dong Qin, who was next to the old man, was so scared that her face turned pale. Bang! The blue Qilin turned into a sea of fire that instantly drowned the old man and the young girl. The blue phoenix behind the blue Qilin lost its control and also turned into blue flames that dissipated between heaven and earth. Everyone was shocked. Grandmaster Gu! Grandmaster Gu! Is he finished just like that? I don't think so. How could a mere flame hurt Grandmaster Gu? That's true. But that flame was really powerful. I'm afraid that even a high-level king stage cultivator would have died on the spot. That's right. This young man's strength is really terrifying. There is no one in the younger generation of Nantian City who is his match. The place where the blue Qilin had been burning had turned into a deep pit that was dozens of meters wide. Thick smoke rose from the pit, causing the people around to cough. That old man can't be dead, right? Ling Xiao murmured as he looked at the soil that was still being burned by the blue flames. He didn't think that his attack would cause such great damage. Even an ordinary Earth King stage cultivator wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Behind him, Xian Yao and the Demon Emperor were both shocked. Too strong. Xian Yao swallowed and said. The Demon Emperor's eyes flashed with a strange look. No one knew what he was thinking. Damn, you brat, you want to bury me? How dare you play such a sinister trick? You're too despicable. The old man cursed in the air. The old man pulled Dong Qin and flew into the air, dodging the attack. However, he seemed to be in a sorry state. More than half of his black robe had been burned off, and a large portion of his beard and eyebrows were missing. His hair was also extremely messy. "Seniority, are you okay?" Ling Xiao asked with some embarrassment. In fact, the old man didn't have any intention of killing him from the beginning. He just wanted to spar with him in controlling fire, so he naturally didn't want to kill the old man. He had already guessed that the old man was a high-level alchemist, otherwise he wouldn't be so skilled in controlling fire. The old man landed on the ground with Dong Qinchin and stroked his beard. His face turned green as he said, "You brat, you don't know how to respect your elders at all. You actually burned this old man's beard. How despicable." Ling Xiao laughed dryly and said, "About that, it was just a moment of carelessness." "A moment of carelessness? I'm really sorry, senior. If it wasn't for my grandpa Gu being a little more powerful, we would have all been buried in the sea of fire. Don't even think about leaving Nantian City today." Dong Qinchin supported the old man and shouted at Ling Xiao. In fact, with the old man's ability, it wouldn't have been a problem for him to dodge Ling Xiao's attack without being injured. However, Dong Qinchin hadn't been far from the old man. The old man had only been touched by the blue demon flames when he tried to save her. Fortunately, the old man's strength was extraordinary and he could use his spiritual energy to shake off the blue flames. Otherwise, he would have been burned to death by the all-burning heavenly flames. Therefore, Dong Qinchin was extremely angry at Ling Xiao and threatened that she wouldn't let Ling Xiao go. "Xiao Qi, don't throw a tantrum like a child. Just now, grandfather was indeed careless and was tricked by this brat. In this spar, grandfather lost, so you can't blame me. Furthermore, grandfather had the advantage of bullying the young." The old man pulled Dong Qinchin aside as he spoke. He then turned to Ling Xiao and said, "Consider this old man's loss." Master Guba admitted defeat? That's unbelievable. It's true that Master Guba lost. That young man won through trickery, but he did win. After all, this kind of spar doesn't necessarily have to be won with strength. Sometimes, it's easier to win with brains. Master Guba is really broad-minded. Not everyone can be as straightforward as he is. That young man is also not bad. He actually won against Master Guba. He's really promising. Ling Xiao didn't think that the old man would be so forthright. He didn't get angry out of humiliation, and he immediately felt a sense of respect for the old man. "Thank you for not arguing with me, senior. I only won through trickery. Otherwise, I wouldn't be a match for senior," Ling Xiao replied humbly. "Good. Kid, you have some manners. Let's forget about today's matter." The old man looked at Ling Xiao with satisfaction. "Thank you, senior." Ling Xiao thanked him again and turned to leave with Xian Yao and the Demon Emperor. "Grandpa, how can you let this pervert off like this?" Dong Qinchin stamped her feet. I don't want to let this kid go either. If you can make him stay, Grandpa will be very happy." The old man stroked his burnt beard. "All right, I'll make him stay for Grandpa." Dong Qinchin actually took it seriously and wanted to chase after Ling Xiao. However, before she could do anything, two figures flew over. They were extremely fast and instantly appeared above Ling Xiao's group. "Who dares to kill people from my Wei family?" A thunderous voice rang out. Chapter 375. Up in the sky, two 300-year-old old men exuded a strong aura, suppressing the audience to the point that they didn't even dare to breathe loudly. These two old men were the Wei family's two supreme elders, both of whom were low-level earthly sovereign realm experts. One of the old men was holding a young man in his hand. That young man was Wei Weihu, who had just been taught a lesson by Ling Xiao. Wei Weihu glanced at Ling Xiao, who hadn't left yet, and immediately exclaimed to the old man who was pulling him, "Third great-grandpa, it's that little bastard down there. Not only did he injure me and my big brother, but he also stole the brilliant spirit sword that was just auctioned. His servants even killed my uncle. Good, very good. He's so arrogant. I'll skin him alive and hang his head outside the city gate as a sign of filial piety. Let's see who dares to look down on our Wei family in the future." The old man's eyes flashed with a strong killing intent. Just as the old man was about to make a move, an unhappy voice rang out. "Second Elder Wei, Third Elder Wei, You've got some guts. How dare you shit on my head? The two elders of the Wei family had ugly expressions when they heard this. They hadn't thought that someone would dare to speak to them in such a tone. Who ate a bear's heart? The old man was about to curse, but when he saw the person who had spoken, his expression became sluggish. Then, he revealed a smile that was uglier than a crying face and slowly descended. The other old man also noticed that person, and his expression also became funny. He hurriedly descended like the other old man. We didn't know Grandmaster Gu was here. We brothers were impolite. Please forgive us, Grandmaster Gu. The old man who had spoken earlier respectfully said to the old man who had sparred with Ling Xiao. The old man who had sparred with Ling Xiao was Nantian City's 5th-grade alchemist, Gu Ba. He was also the Dong family's chief consecrator and the sworn brother of the Dong family's patriarch. Although the Wei family was the number 2 family in Nantian City, compared to the Dong family, they were like a tiger and a mouse. They weren't on the same level. Gu Ba's identity forced them to carefully curry favor with him. In Nantian City, Cuba's influence was terrifying. As long as he said the word, the Wei family would definitely disappear from Nantian City in less than a day. Your Wei family is so arrogant. You want to rob others, but you won't allow others to rob you back. Do you think the Wei family has the final say in Nantian City? Gu Ba said calmly. Although his tone was not heavy, it revealed a strong sense of authority. Compared to when he was sparring with Ling Xiao, he was like a completely different person. When the two Wei family elders heard this, their bodies trembled. Grandmaster Gu, your words are too serious. We only wanted to seek justice for our juniors. They killed people from our Wei family and taught 2 of our children a lesson. We accept that. But they actually stole the spirit sword that we had just obtained from the auction. This is clearly looking down on our Wei family. We definitely didn't mean to disrespect Grand Master Gu or the Dong family. Second Elder Wei took a step forward and explained to Gu Ba in a low voice. It sounds like you're in the right? Gu Ba retorted. We wouldn't dare. We just wanted to take back the spirit sword. Second Elder Wei lowered his head. Yes, Grand Master Gu. We'll take back the spirit sword and leave. We won't be in your way, Third Elder Wei said. Get lost. Do you still have any sense of shame? Your junior tried to steal someone else's item, but that person stole it instead, and you still have the cheek to ask for it back? You really are shameless. Unless you juniors can use your own power to take it back, I'll definitely protect this brat. Or perhaps you can spar with me. If you 2 brothers can beat me, then I'll have him return the spirit sword to you, cursed Gu Ba in an extremely displeased manner. Hearing this, the 2 Wei family elders' expressions became extremely awkward. Hurry up and get lost. Do you really want to spar with me? Gu Ba rolled up his sleeves as if he was about to attack. The 2 Wei family elders were so frightened that they retreated. Then, they hurriedly pulled Wei Weihu away. No one had expected Gu Ba to protect Ling Xiao, nor had they expected the 2 Wei family elders to be scared off by Gu Ba. Everyone felt even more respect for Gu Ba's magnanimity and strength. Ling Xiao once again stepped forward and cupped his hands in thanks. Thank you, senior, for helping me out. How are you going to thank me? Gu Ba's expression changed and he laughed. Ling Xiao hadn't expected Gu Ba to take his words seriously. He hesitated for a moment before saying, if senior has any orders, I won't dare to disobey. Ling Xiao had a good impression of Gu Ba, and he believed that the old man wouldn't make things too difficult for him. Really? Gu Ba asked. Of course. Ling Xiao nodded with certainty. Then can you lend me your heavenly flame? Gu Ba quietly asked. Ling Xiao's expression froze. He hadn't expected Gu Ba to make such a request. Not many people knew that he possessed heavenly flame, but Gu Ba had already recognized it. Heavenly Flame was a treasure to any fire attribute martial artist, and it was even more alluring to alchemists. Ling Xiao was already afraid that Gu Ba would use this opportunity to silence him and take his heavenly flame. All right, kid, I was just trying to scare you, Gu Ba laughed. Are you an alchemist? Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. Yes, senior. Judging from your control of fire, I believe you've reached the 3rd rank, right? Gu Ba asked. Ling Xiao hesitated. I really can't hide anything from you, senior. Good, good, it's rare to reach this level at such a young age, Gu Ba praised with satisfaction. How about I take you as my disciple? Boom. Gu Ba's words were like a bomb that exploded in everyone's mind. Who is Gu Ba? He was a 5th-rank alchemist, one of the few high-rank alchemists in both the Northwest and Southern Wasteland. His strength was also unfathomable, and his status in Nantian City was unreachable. Many young talents wanted to be his disciple, and many famous people wanted to pursue him. However, Gu Ba had always ignored him. No one had ever heard of him taking in disciples or followers. But today, he had personally told a young stranger in front of everyone in the hall that he wanted to take him as his disciple. This was simply unbelievable to them. At the same time, they were extremely envious of Ling Xiao. They all secretly exclaimed in their hearts, "This kid is really lucky to be able to get Master Gu's favor." If it were any of them, they would have knelt down and kowtowed to him without a second thought. However, Ling Xiao looked troubled. "What? Are you looking down on me?" "I'm a 5th-rank alchemist," Gu Ba said with some displeasure. "I wouldn't dare, senior," Ling Xiao said while waving his hands. "So you already have a master?" Gu Ba asked. "That's right. Please forgive me, senior," Ling Xiao said. Ling Xiao respected Gu Ba more than anything else, but he'd never thought the old man would want to take him in as a disciple. He was overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Still, he thought to himself confidently, too bad you're only a 5th-rank alchemist. If you were an 8th-rank or 9th-rank alchemist, I might have considered it. If anyone else heard what he said, they would probably think he was an idiot. Do you really think alchemists are like cabbages in the market that you can just grab by the handful? Only 8th-rank or 9th-rank alchemists have a master. You really don't know what you're talking about. Ah, what a pity, what a pity. Gu Ba was disappointed to hear Ling Xiao's reply. He hadn't had a single disciple in all these years, and it was rare for him to meet such a talented young man. He'd thought he could pass on his mantle, but it turned out that he already had a master. He didn't feel good about it. Ling Xiao didn't feel good either as he watched Gu Ba walk away dejectedly. What a blind pervert! Dong Qinchin glared at Ling Xiao as she supported Gu Ba. Her eyes were filled with indescribable anger. What's wrong with this girl? I've never taken advantage of you before, but you keep calling me a pervert. Be careful or I'll really show you, Ling Xiao muttered inwardly. Then he thought to himself, if I'd known this would happen, I would have tricked that old man. I really don't want to see him sad. What an adorable old man, Xian Yao sighed as he walked up to them. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement, then turned around and said, let's go. We shouldn't stay here for long. Ling Xiao and the other two immediately turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Nantian City's Wei family. The two grand elders of the Wei family had returned to the family in a bad mood. The two of them arrived in front of an elder who looked even younger than them. This person was the Wei family's old patriarch and their elder brother. He was a mid-stage Earth Emperor. Third Wei slammed the table and sighed, "Sigh, what a shame." Eldest Wei asked indifferently, "You didn't get it done?" "Don't mention it. It would have been a piece of cake to deal with that kid, but I didn't expect that old man Gu Ba to speak up for him and protect him. How infuriating." Third Wei said angrily. "Is that so? Is that kid from the Dong family?" Eldest Wei asked in astonishment. Second Wei shook his head and said, "I don't think so. That kid, Zhu Xiaohu, said that they've just arrived from another city. They don't look familiar, and that kid even sparred with Gu Ba before we got there." "What? That kid sparred with Gu Ba?" Eldest Wei asked in shock. "You've misunderstood, eldest brother. They were just sparring in terms of controlling fire, and that kid actually won. He even burned half of Gu Ba's eyebrows and beard," Second Wei said. "If that's the case, then that old man Gu Ba shouldn't be protecting that kid, right?" Eldest Wei guessed. Alchemists all have strange personalities. Who knows if that old man Gu Ba was burned silly?" Third Wei said sarcastically. "Since that kid is protected by Gu Ba, let's not touch him for now." Eldest Wei said, "How can we do that? That little bastard killed Xiao Tang and stole the spirit sword we just bought. How can we let him go so easily? Third Wei said anxiously. Then do you think we can challenge Guba? Eldest Wei asked. Third Wei didn't know how to refute. Send someone to keep an eye on their whereabouts. Kill them without mercy the moment they leave Nantian City. Eldest Wei said with strong killing intent in his eyes. Chapter 376. Nantian City was the border between the northwest and the southern wasteland. It could be said that to the west of Nantian City was the northwest, and to the south was the southern wasteland. However, there was a famous river between Nantian City and the southern wasteland, the Longtao River. The Longtao River spanned tens of thousands of miles between the northwest and the southern wasteland. The river surged and roared like a giant dragon. On both sides of the river, there were strange cliffs, dangerous mountains, lush green trees, and the cries of spirit beasts. It was like a natural water painting on paper. In front of the pier were a few boats that traveled between the northwest and the southern wasteland. From time to time, the boatmen leaned against the bow and sang loudly. The wild songs echoed in the gorge, creating a unique charm. There were forces controlling both the upper and lower reaches of the Longtao River. The upper reaches were the territory of the Great River Sect, and the lower reaches were under the jurisdiction of the Dragon Sea Pavilion. Both sects were ranked 9th rank sects in the northwest. The Great River Sect was ranked 18th, and the Dragon Sea Pavilion was ranked 19th. Their strength was about the same. The two sects had been fighting openly and secretly for the supremacy of the Longtao River. After Ling Xiao and the other two left the auction, they didn't dare to stay and immediately ran toward the Longtao River. They found a few stalkers, but the Demon Emperor killed them without a sound. Boatman, are you still going to cross the river? Ling Xiao asked a boatman. The auction took half a day, and they had tangled with Fairy Kai, the Wei brothers, and Guba. It was already evening. Now, most of the boatmen were packing up their hooks and chains, and seemed to be planning to rest. An old boatman wiped the sweat off his face and said, I'm sorry, but we've already made 2 trips today. It's late now, and there are sea ghosts in the river. It's not good to go out. Master, why bother? We can just fly over. The Demon Emperor didn't understand why Ling Xiao wanted to take a boat. The Longtao River is controlled by 2 major sections. If we fly over their territory, I'm afraid we'll attract unnecessary trouble, Ling Xiao replied. Then he took out a bag of gold coins and handed it to the old boatman. Boatman, is this bag of gold coins enough to buy your boat? The boatman looked at the big bag of gold in Ling Xiao's hand and his eyes sparkled. He nodded and said, Enough, I can buy both of them. All right, that's good. We'll buy this ship. You can go now. Ling Xiao nodded and stuffed the coin into Bo Fu's hand. The boatman was overjoyed. He repeatedly thanked Ling Xiao and quickly left with the gold coins in his arms. Let's go. We'll cross the river ourselves, Ling Xiao said to the Demon Emperor and Xian Yao. The 3 of them entered the cabin, and the poor Demon Emperor was arranged to be a boatman by Ling Xiao. Thinking about how he was once an ambitious and ruthless person who had shaken the entire continent, yet he had actually fallen to such a state, he really had the urge to cry. Although the Demon Emperor hadn't recovered to his peak strength, he was still at the Earth's sovereign realm. Using spiritual qi to move the boat was a piece of cake for him. The boat shot out like an arrow. This scene caused the nearby boatmen to be so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. The Dragon Wave River was very wide, and a round trip would normally take half a day. For the Demon Emperor, it would take him less than an hour to arrive. However, Ling Xiao wasn't in a hurry. He ordered the Demon Emperor to sail the boat to the center of the river. He needed to refine the flood dragon blood essence here. The night was hazy, and the beautiful moon hung high in the sky. The scenery of the river was very pleasant. A small boat floated across the river, swaying with the current. It was quite a relaxing scene. Xian Yao stood at the bow of the boat, gently waving his white paper fan. He softly chanted, "A lonely night on the cold water. Gazing at the moon in the distant sky, 100 worries in my heart. The river wind blows them away." His voice reverberated through the river, carrying a hint of melancholy. No one knew what Xian Yao was thinking about. The demon emperor at the stern of the boat stared at Xian Yao with an indescribable hostility. Ling Xiao, who was in the cabin, didn't have the same elegant mood as Xian Yao. He had just adjusted himself to his peak state when a bottle appeared in his hand. This bottle contained the flood dragon blood essence that he had obtained from the Dong family's auction house. Ling Xiao took a light breath and opened the bottle. A gust of warm air gushed out. He didn't make any unnecessary movements, and directly poured the blood essence in the bottle into his mouth. At first, he only felt that it had a slightly fishy and spicy taste, making it hard for him to swallow. He endured it for a while, but in the end, he swallowed it all into his stomach. Immediately after, he felt as if his stomach had been set on fire. His internal organs felt as if they were being burned by fire, and it was extremely uncomfortable and painful. Ling Xiao tried his best not to make a sound, but his face was already dripping with sweat, and his face was extremely red. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly operated the ancient emperor's divine technique and started to refine the blood essence in his stomach. When the ancient emperor's divine technique started to operate, the energy in the blood essence was divided and absorbed. A part of it flowed into his dantian, and the other part was divided into his meridians, acupoints, and internal organs. Within those wide golden meridians, it was as if there were miniature flood dragons happily swimming about. In the end, the energy that was divided cleansed all of the muscle energy in his body, causing the original golden color to become even deeper, making him appear even more noble. The energy that flowed into his dantian also began to condense around his dantian. The first layer of defense around his dantian began to solidify, and it quickly formed a second layer of defense. It only stopped when the third layer was formed. This was the sign that the fourth layer of the three-parts harmonization technique had reached the great accomplishment stage. Ling Xiao didn't know what was going on in his body. He only felt that his pain was gradually disappearing, and the energy in his body was constantly increasing. It was as if he could transform into a dragon at any time and fly between heaven and earth. There was an indescribable surging feeling in his body, and he had a strong confidence that he could defeat any opponent he encountered. Ling Xiao didn't know how long he had been refining it. The divine light around him emitted a bright golden light, illuminating the entire ship and making the surroundings of the river clearly visible. From afar, the ship seemed to have a deity descending, and it gave off an indescribable feeling of nobility and solemnity. The golden light lasted for an unknown period of time before it gradually disappeared. Not long after, a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar came from the cabin. The dragon's roar reached the 9 heavens, and it was deafening. The ship was smashed, and the waves of the river surged. Wah! Xian Yao didn't have time to react. The dragon's roar made him dizzy, and his ears rang. His organs shook, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire body fell into the river. The demon lord's situation was much better than Xian Yao's, but he was also scared out of his wits by the dragon's roar. He was sent flying with one leg, and his head felt dizzy. There was only a wung-wung sound in his ears. The demon lord forcibly calmed his chaotic breath, and hurriedly flew into the river to fish Xian Yao up. Even though he didn't like Xian Yao, he couldn't just watch him die here. The demon lord stuffed a pill into Xian Yao's mouth, and he gradually regained some color. What's going on? Xian Yao asked weakly, and his head still felt dizzy. Master must have comprehended something. The demon lord looked at Ling Xiao, who was like a golden dragon, and said calmly. Ling Xiao stood in the air above the river, and he fell into deep thought. He seemed to have forgotten everything around him. In his mind, there was only a golden dragon roaring at the sky. The dragon's roar shook the sky and the earth, and the sea of clouds churned, and everything shattered. This was the dragon's Tenbin god art, Dragon's Roar. The dragons were a branch of the mythical beasts. Only a small portion of dragons with a rich bloodline would have the dragon's Tenbin god art, Dragon's Roar, and those with a thin bloodline would not have the Tenbin god art. The dragon's essence blood that Ling Xiao had just refined should be as the auctioneer had said. The essence blood was very pure, and the dragon's bloodline was very rich. It was because of this that Ling Xiao was able to comprehend the dragon's Tenbin god art. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and quietly felt the earth-shattering roar of the dragon. Slowly, a shadow of a dragon appeared around him, looking disdainfully at the four directions. He felt as if he was in his own realm, and his chest felt like it was being held back, and he had an urge to release it. Roar! Ling Xiao looked up to the sky and roared continuously, causing the river water to churn and explode. Countless fish spirits in the river were inexplicably shaken to death. Countless splashes of water fell from the sky, forming a natural screen, with a bit of a fairyland charm. The demon lord flew to the other side of the river with Xian Yao. He could still feel the deafening sound, and his eardrums were hurting. Xian Yao was relatively weak, and his ears were bleeding from the vibration. If not for the fact that the demon emperor had brought him away quickly, he would have been killed by the shockwaves. The Tenbin god art is really scary, the demon lord murmured as he looked at the river. At the same time, he began to see Ling Xiao in a different light. From the moment he chose to rely on Ling Xiao, he felt that Ling Xiao was extraordinary. After all, not everyone could keep the three foreign objects in their mind. At that time, Ling Xiao was only a spirit master. If it was an ordinary person, their mind would explode if they only kept one thing in it. However, Ling Xiao was fine, and the three foreign objects seemed to be under his control. The demon lord knew that he didn't have this kind of opportunity and ability when he was at his peak. However, this wasn't enough to make him truly convinced. However, the more he came into contact with Ling Xiao, the more he realized how extraordinary Ling Xiao was. First, in terms of advancement, it was quite impressive to reach the king stage at the age of 20. He also cultivated the ancient emperor divine technique, which had been lost for 100,000 years. He was invincible among those of the same level, and he could fight those of a higher level. He also had a mysterious secret technique that attacked the sea of consciousness. All of this made him feel incredulous. Now, with a few drops of blood, he comprehended the dragon's Tenbin god art, which had a very slim chance of success. All of this didn't seem very real to him. The demon lord's expression became more and more ugly, as if he wasn't willing to accept the fact that he was slowly getting the urge to submit to Ling Xiao. He didn't know that the reason he had such thoughts was because Ling Xiao had already condensed true dragon qi. He had already begun to form the image of a real dragon, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of reverence. After a long while, Ling Xiao stopped howling and the surface of the river regained its calm. However, there were now countless corpses of fish spirits floating on the water. Ling Xiao looked at everything in front of him, his expression filled with excitement. He really didn't think that these few drops of blood would have such an effect. Not only did it double his physical strength, it also allowed him to comprehend the dragon's god art. This was simply a huge gain for him. This young master is indeed lucky. Ling Xiao clenched his fists and laughed heartily. He didn't notice that at this moment, there was an astonishing change quietly happening at the bottom of the river. Chapter 377. The Dragon Wave River spanned tens of thousands of miles between the northwest and the southern wasteland. Looking down from the sky, one would only feel that the river was like a giant dragon spiraling in the sky. The surging river water was like a giant dragon roaring ceaselessly. According to legend, the Dragon Wave River had existed since ancient times. It was said that in the heaven domain, a divine dragon beast violated the laws of heaven and was sent down to the mortal world. It was forever suppressed in the northwest and southern wasteland. The divine dragon beast was unwilling to be suppressed and struggled all day long, wanting to escape from this place. But after tens of thousands of years, it still couldn't escape. In the end, its divine power was exhausted and it died here. The dragon's body formed the current Dragon Wave River, and the dragon's blood formed the current surging river water. Regarding this legend, many people treated it as a story. They wouldn't take it to heart after hearing it. However, there was indeed a strange place in this great river. On the 15th of every month, there definitely wouldn't be any boats that dared to travel on this river. The locals said that because there were water ghosts in this great river, they would definitely come out on the 15th of every month to take human lives. There was already a lot of history that proved this saying. On the 15th of every month, there would definitely be death. Originally, some people thought that it should be the spirit beasts in the water that were causing trouble. Later on, the Great River Sect and the Dragon Sea Pavilion both sent experts to investigate. In the end, they didn't return. All of them were inexplicably sucked into the Great River. Even the boats and corpses were never seen again. Later on, there were also Earth's sovereign stage experts from the two sects who sneaked into the Great River in order to solve this problem and restore the Great River to calmness. Who knew that the Earth's sovereign stage experts of the two sects actually didn't return. This matter shook both the northwest and southern wasteland. Because of this, the Dragon Wave River had another fierce name, Dragon Death River. Since then, no one dared to travel on the 15th of the month. Tonight wasn't the night of the 15th. The Great River was supposed to be calm and tranquil, and there shouldn't be any strange things happening. However, Ling Xiao was roaring incessantly just now, shaking the Great River and causing the fish spirit to die. Quietly, an astonishing change occurred under the Great River. It seemed that something was starting to awaken. On the surface of the river, Ling Xiao felt the surging energy and became extremely confident. Even if he encountered an Earth Sovereign rank powerhouse now, he would still have the courage to fight. He checked the condition of his body and found that his meridians, acupoints, internal organs, and all other physiological functions had turned into a sparkling and noble yellow instead of a normal color. However, the vitality emitted by this color was even more vigorous than the normal color. The energy was circulating, giving people a feeling that it would never decline. His dantian was surrounded by 3 layers of dense qi energy that protected it heavily. Tiny divine radiances were unceasingly revolving around it like lightning. Finally, it seemed to form a small golden dragon that was full of spirituality. It looked very mystical and sacred. The ancient emperor's divine skill is really magical. Although I'm still at the initial success of the 4th transformation, the bone refining, the defensive ability of my body seems to have changed again. Now, even if I'm hit by an Earth Sovereign rank powerhouse, I won't be injured. Ling Xiao murmured as he stared at his pair of golden fists. He then said, now that the 3 parts returning to Yuan Qi has entered the peak of the 4th transformation, I definitely have a chance to enter the 5th transformation, the spirit transformation realm, in less than a month. The more than 1 million Shen crystals were really worth it. It's time to leave or else they'll be worried. Ling Xiao muttered to himself again. He turned around and was about to fly to the other side of the river. However, at this moment, the sound of raging waves rang out in the river. What's that? Ling Xiao looked down at the river in confusion. He saw that a huge whirlpool had formed on the surface of the river. The whirlpool grew larger and larger, and the river water spun faster and faster. It was like a bottomless swallowing hole. The damaged ship was sucked in, and the dead fish spirit around it was also sucked in. The river water surged violently, and the wind from the river blew loudly. Ling Xiao only felt that his body was being sucked into the eye of the whirlpool by the suction force. Not good. Ling Xiao's heart was filled with alarm. He shouted and tried to fly away. Suddenly, a column of water that was more than 10 meters long shot out from the eye of the whirlpool. The water column was like a rope, binding Ling Xiao. Get out of my way! Ling Xiao roared. His body was covered in a demonic blue flame, trying to resist the water column. Unfortunately, the water column was extremely fierce, and in an instant, it wrapped around him and pulled him into the river. Oh no! Ling Xiao struggled with all his might, and his strength reached its peak, but it was still to no avail. Ling Xiao cried out in alarm, and his whole body was brought into the eye of the whirlpool by the water column. On the other side of the river, the demon emperor noticed that something was wrong with Ling Xiao. He turned into a bolt of lightning and flew toward Ling Xiao. When he arrived near Ling Xiao, he just happened to see Ling Xiao being dragged into the river. What's going on? The demon emperor looked at the whirlpool in shock. Is it a water spirit beast? The demon emperor frowned. He raised his hands high, and waves of black spirit mist gathered toward him. Go! The demon emperor shouted. The black mist turned into a huge ball of energy and smashed toward the whirlpool. Rumble! The river water was thrown into the air, and countless waves splashed in all directions. However, not only did the whirlpool not disappear, but the suction force became stronger and stronger. The demon emperor could feel the terrifying suction force even from 100 meters away. Another column of water shot up into the sky. The demon emperor was already on guard. He casually threw a punch, and the water column scattered. Whoosh whoosh. After the water column was scattered, several more columns of water, which were even bigger, shot toward the demon emperor. Something's wrong. The demon emperor was once an ambitious and ruthless person. He had fought countless battles in his life, and there was nothing he hadn't seen before. Facing the water column that was coming at him, he didn't panic at all. He continued to punch with his black fists. The water force is so strong. This time, the demon emperor used all his strength, but he still couldn't disperse the water column. Two of the water columns were already flying toward his body. The demon emperor didn't dare to stay any longer. He instantly soared into the sky and quickly escaped. The water pillar reached several hundred meters in the air and fell down. The sparkling and translucent water droplets looked very beautiful in the night. The whirlpool gradually closed, and the eye of the whirlpool gradually became smaller. Finally, the surface of the river returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. The demon emperor once again appeared 1,000 meters above the whirlpool. He frowned and said, "Nothing should have happened. Otherwise, my divine soul would have definitely been injured." He paused for a moment before saying, "There must be some great ferocious creature in this river. Otherwise, how could the water have its own consciousness to attack? Forget it, I won't be able to live well if you die. I hope you can turn misfortune into blessing." Then, the demon emperor turned around and flew back to the other side of the river. Xian Yao woke up from his meditation and asked, "Did something happen to Brother Ling?" The demon emperor nodded. He was brought into the river by some unknown thing. Xian Yao revealed a suspicious expression and took out a small turtle shell from his spatial ring. The demon emperor's pupils shrank when he saw this small turtle shell, and a faint ominous light flashed in his old eyes. "Did you recognize something?" Xian Yao raised his pale face and asked the demon emperor lightly. "Profound secret sect, Tianjizi." The demon emperor replied with narrowed eyes. "I know you can see it because you're already someone who should have died, but you're still alive and well, right?" Xian Yao asked the demon emperor. The demon emperor didn't answer and just stared coldly at Xian Yao. After a while, he said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? So what if I die?" Xian Yao sighed and continued, "My profound secrets sect only has one successor, and I was born as the new generation's Tianjizi to assist the new generation's holy emperor in achieving supreme hegemony. You were already a demon king who should have died long ago, and your hands are stained with the blood of countless people. Now that the holy emperor has given you a new life, have you never thought about assisting the new generation's holy emperor in achieving prestige? Ha! Don't try to fool me with your profound secrets sex tricks. This emperor was already an overlord 5,000 years ago, so why would I need to borrow the strength of others to achieve prestige? Moreover, his strength is so mediocre, so how could he be worthy of my assistance?" The demon emperor looked up to the sky and laughed. "Humph, he's only 20 years old, but he's already reached the king rank and is a high-grade alchemist. He also has a mysterious treasure that even he can't explain. All of this proves that his future is limitless, and he'll become the true ruler of the continent. When that time comes, breaking through the saint realm and becoming a god is just around the corner. Have you never thought about going to the heaven domain to see the world outside? Have you never thought about going to the heaven domain to take a look at the world outside?" Xian Yao spoke in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. Don't praise him to such an exaggerated degree. Even if his tenbin is astonishing and his luck is great, so what? Throughout history, there have been countless geniuses, but how many of them have been able to stand at the peak of the world? They're always in the limelight, arrogant and conceited, but in the end, they still die young, the demon emperor retorted. He's different from other geniuses. He's the new generation's holy emperor. Xian Yao said solemnly. The holy emperor? Let alone the holy emperor, even a god might fall one day, the demon emperor said disdainfully. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. Sooner or later, you'll have to submit to him. Xian Yao didn't want to argue any further. You have nothing to say. Now let's settle the old grudge between you and your Xuanji Gate. Back then, your Xuanji Gate's 16th generation disciple joined forces with many people from the so-called righteous faction to besiege me, almost causing my life to hang by a thread. But in the end, I still managed to kill 6 emperors and 18 celestial venerables. I'll settle this debt with you now, the demon emperor said angrily. A few thousand years ago, the demon emperor had slaughtered his entire life and gained a vicious and evil reputation. However, there was one time when he was surrounded by countless experts from the righteous faction. He was surrounded by danger and almost lost his life. It was only after he escaped that he found out that the Xuanji Gate's Tianji Zi had calculated his whereabouts and informed those sects that had enmity with him. Those sects had joined forces to hunt him down. This matter had always been on his mind, and he couldn't forget it. He had 2 greatest wishes in his life. One was to kill that Tianji Zi and wipe out the Xuanji Gate's lineage, and the other was to kill the subordinates who had betrayed him and take back his own foundation. The fate of thousands of years ago came and went, and thousands of years later, the karma will return. Let bygones be bygones and let bygones be bygones. Why must you be so stubborn? Xian Yao sighed. Bullshit. This emperor will kill you to vent the hatred in my heart. The demon emperor cursed and wanted to kill Xian Yao. Chapter 378. The Long Tao River spanned tens of thousands of miles from the northwest to the southern wasteland. It was unknown how many thousands of meters wide the river was. The river water surged and the waves rolled. At the bottom of the river, which was more than 2,000 meters deep, all kinds of fish spirits and all kinds of water-type spirit beasts were constantly wandering in search of food. They usually hid in the depths of the river and were rarely seen. In the deepest area, not a single water-type spirit beast dared to approach within a radius of thousands of miles. Once those fish spirits entered that area, they would only be mercilessly devoured. Ling Xiao was brought to the bottom of the river by the merciless whirlpool. He felt that his body was about to be torn apart, as if he was being pressed by a huge rock weighing 10,000 kilograms. It was getting more and more uncomfortable. In the end, he lost consciousness and didn't know where he was. When he woke up again, he found himself in a mysterious palace. Where is this? Ling Xiao looked around and murmured. He was just about to move his body when he realized that all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. The pain made him sweat like water. It was obvious that he was seriously injured by the huge water pressure when he fell into the river. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked at the isolated water curtain. His heart was full of doubts. However, he didn't have the mood to think about other things. After all, in this unknown environment, the most important thing was to recover the ability to protect himself. Ling Xiao lay down and silently operated the ancient Emperor Divine technique. Balls of spiritual energy began to restore the damaged muscle energy. Not long ago, his body had just become strong, but now it suffered such a merciless blow. It was like a bucket of cold water was poured over him from head to toe, making him feel extremely uncomfortable. Fortunately, after the flood dragon's blood essence strengthened his physique, his recovery ability was also much faster. In less than half an hour, he was able to stand up again. He stared at the huge palace in front of him, and his entire person became shocked. The palace looked simple and unadorned. It shone with divine light and was magnificent. The formation patterns were complicated and profound to the extreme. It was all-encompassing and eerie. Looking into the palace, he couldn't see what was inside. It was dark and gloomy, which was the complete opposite of its appearance. Suddenly, a dozen or so blue spots of light appeared in the palace. These specks of light seemed to be constantly flashing, as if they were the large eyes of some kind of spirit beast. They looked extremely strange. Waves of fire-like and ice-like aura drifted out from the palace. Cries and sobs came out from inside, giving people a hair-raising feeling. Ling Xiao shuddered and took a few steps back, muttering, What is it? Suddenly, the dozens of blue lights shot out from the inside, and a huge shadow of a beast appeared. What the hell is this? Ling Xiao retreated again and again until he touched the palace's light curtain. A beast with 9 snake heads suddenly appeared in front of him. This was actually a 9-headed dragon snake, one of the most cruel ancient beasts in the legends. Its huge dragon-like body was nearly 100 meters long, and its 9 heads kept opening their bloody mouths, making sounds that sounded like weeping and sobbing. Its pair of fleshy wings kept flapping, causing the palace to shake. Fortunately, its huge body and 4 of its huge legs were locked in place by the profound patterned divine light. Otherwise, it would have already struggled out of the palace. This 9-headed dragon snake had a frightening and vicious reputation. It belonged to the dual attributes of ice and fire. It was a frightening beast of the 8th level, and it liked to eat humans. In the ancient times, it was one of the great beasts that humans were most afraid of. Afterwards, it was killed by the super experts of the human race, and was chased into an extremely dangerous place, unable to harm the human world. Ling Xiao completely did not expect that there would be such a frightening beast under the Dragon Wave River. Fortunately, it was suppressed here, or else it would be a disaster for both the Northwest and the Southern Wasteland. Damn it, it must be this beast that brought me here. What should I do now? Ling Xiao's mood was extremely bad. Now that the light curtain emitted by the palace could isolate the water of the river, it could be seen how astonishing the defense of the light curtain was. Moreover, it could even trap this peerless beast here. It was enough to show how extraordinary this palace was. The 9-headed dragon snake hissed incessantly, and its bell-sized eyes were filled with ridicule and disdain. Let's do it. Faced with such a desperate situation, a cyan longsword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. The shadow of a dragon appeared on the long sword, and the sword aura was threatening. This was the green dragon moon severing sword that he had obtained from the heaven-suppressing sect in the secret realm. Despicable human, don't make any pointless resistance. Obediently stay here and wait to be devoured by me. The snakehead in the middle actually spoke in the human language. Its voice was extremely sharp, piercing Ling Xiao's eardrums and causing him goosebumps all over his body. Normally, when a spirit beast reached the 3rd level, a spirit beast could fly in the air at the 6th level, a spirit beast could speak in the human language at the 7th level, and a spirit beast could take human form at the 8th level. Right now, this 9-headed dragon snake was already an 8th level beast. It still maintained its original body and did not take human form, but it was not difficult for it to speak in the human language. This Lord Dragon God, why did you bring me here? Ling Xiao forced himself to calm down. He did not want to provoke this beast. He wanted to stall for as much time as possible. He did not want to die young. Don't be so hypocritical. I brought you here to eat you. You have a few strands of my race's pure bloodline in you. Maybe you can help me advance and let me escape this damned prison. The 9-headed dragon snake swayed its 9 heads as it spoke. Damn, could it be that the flood dragon's blood essence sucked this guy here? How unlucky! Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Then, his body sped up the circulation of his divine technique so that he could quickly recover the ability to protect himself. He tightened his grip on the green dragon-slaying moonsword, ready to fight to the death at any moment. I originally wanted to keep you until the day when the restriction is at its weakest before eating you. But I see that you don't want to stay here obediently. Hurry up and let me devour you. The 9-headed dragon snake seemed to have seen through Ling Xiao's intentions. It did not want to cause any more trouble, so it opened its bloody mouth and a huge suction force swallowed Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body could not help but be pulled towards the snakehead in the middle of the 9-headed dragon snake. If you want to eat me, you will have to pay the price. Ling Xiao's body was completely out of control. He knew that he had no way of fighting against the 9-headed dragon snake, so he simply went with the flow. The green dragon-slaying moonsword in his hand blossomed with a dazzling green light as it struck towards the snakehead of the 9-headed dragon snake. Struggle on your deathbed. The 9-headed dragon snake said disdainfully. Another snakehead spat out an icicle that struck Ling Xiao's body. Gotcha! Ling Xiao only felt a stuffiness in his chest as a few of his ribs were broken. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the green dragon-slaying moonsword in his hand fell to the ground. The snakehead in the middle of the nine-headed dragon snake instantly sucked Ling Xiao into its mouth and swallowed him. Ling Xiao only felt his vision go black as a fishy smell assailed his nostrils. Ling Xiao did not know where he flowed to, but he finally stopped. "Have I reached the snake's stomach?" Ling Xiao said as he shook his head. Following that, he felt a strong corrosive liquid attacking him from the surroundings. Zizi! Ling Xiao's clothes were quickly corroded and melted away, leaving his entire body bare. Seeing the liquid corroding towards his body, Ling Xiao clenched his teeth and forcefully wrapped the demon-charming blue flame around his body. Fortunately, the demon-charming blue flame was an extreme yang flame, which instantly evaporated and isolated the corrosive liquid. Ling Xiao had a flash of inspiration as he suddenly laughed out loud. "Ha! Truly, the heavens have a way out. This time, let's see how you, an evil snake, will die." Ling Xiao had already thought of a way to escape, so he immediately took out a healing pill and consumed a few of them. He circulated his profound energy and used it to recover his body as quickly as possible. In less than a quarter of an hour, Ling Xiao had already recovered 70% of his energy, and his face was much rosier. "Damned evil snake, see how this young master will deal with you this time." Ling Xiao sneered, and a ball of blue flame appeared on his hand. Following that, Ling Xiao casually waved his hand, and the blue flame burned towards the flesh-colored organ at the side. In an instant, some of the nine-headed dragon snake's organs were burned by the blue flame. The nine-headed dragon snake that was originally peeling off suddenly began to writhe, and its mouth continuously let out shocking screams. The palace shook incessantly. "You dare to eat this young master? You must be tired of living," Ling Xiao said as he circulated his blue dark protection force, and continuously sent out blue flames to burn the nine-headed dragon snake's organs. Suddenly, a turbulent liquid rushed towards Ling Xiao. Obviously, this was the river water that the nine-headed dragon snake had sucked in from the outside. How could it possibly want to kill Ling Xiao in its stomach? Ling Xiao was shaken by the river water to the point of dizziness, but fortunately, it did not cause any serious injuries. It was probably because the nine-headed dragon snake was in so much pain that the impact of the river water that it had sucked in was not very strong. Ling Xiao got up and sent out even more blue flames. He wanted to completely destroy this nine-headed dragon snake. Otherwise, he did not know what other tricks it had up its sleeves. The heavenly fire could burn anything. As long as Ling Xiao did not control it, it was enough to burn the nine-headed dragon snake completely. However, Ling Xiao still wanted to keep the body of the nine-headed dragon snake. It had great use, so he only burned the organs and intestines. At first, the nine-headed dragon snake kept writhing from being burned, and it hissed non-stop. Ling Xiao, who was in its stomach, was also greatly shaken, and he almost fainted. Not long after, the nine-headed dragon snake's organs were completely burned, and then it stopped writhing. "It should be dead. It made me dizzy." Ling Xiao felt that the nine-headed dragon snake was definitely dead. Thus, he took out another spirit sword from his spatial ring, the hidden snake sword. This sword was what Ling Xiao had obtained from Luo Baxing in the heaven-suppressing sect. Seeing this sword, Ling Xiao suddenly thought of Luo Ming, who had died for him. His heart was filled with sadness. The hidden snake sword slashed at the snake's flesh, and a piece of flesh splattered. Ling Xiao had thought that one slash would be enough to break the nine-headed dragon snake's body. The strength of the nine-headed dragon snake was beyond his expectations. Although that slash had left quite a deep mark, it was not enough to cut the nine-headed dragon snake. F***ck, such a tough body, even a spirit weapon can't break it. Ling Xiao muttered. The hidden snake sword in his hand swung out a few more times. In the end, Ling Xiao swung 49 times at the same spot before he cut the nine-headed dragon snake's body, broke through its skin, and escaped from its stomach. "I'm finally alive again." After escaping, Ling Xiao immediately sighed. Unexpectedly, there was another movement behind him, and Ling Xiao was scared out of his wits. Chapter 379. Just as Ling Xiao was rejoicing in his escape, a hissing sound rang out. Ling Xiao's hair stood on end and he hurriedly ran forward. Swoosh swoosh. One ice and one fire shot towards Ling Xiao's back. Ling Xiao thought he was in deep trouble, but the ice and fire didn't cause him any pain or impact. Ling Xiao turned around and saw that the nine-headed dragon was already hanging down powerlessly. Unless it could regenerate its internal organs, it was definitely dead. Damn, that gave me a fright. Ling Xiao patted his chest in relief. Ling Xiao was now sure that the nine-headed dragon was dead. He walked over boldly and clicked his tongue in wonder as he looked at the huge dragon body. This nine-headed dragon snake is an ancient vicious beast, and it also contains dragon essence blood. I'll put it away and slowly refine its essence blood in the future to help me complete the ancient emperor divine art, Ling Xiao said happily. He did not completely incinerate the nine-headed dragon snake in his stomach just now because he wanted this dragon snake's body. Besides blood essence, there were also beast cores, skin, flesh, tendons, and wings. All of them were rare equipment refinement materials. Ling Xiao couldn't bear to destroy it. Ling Xiao didn't have much time to study this dragon body for now. He had to find a way to leave this place as soon as possible, otherwise the two people outside would definitely be worried. Ling Xiao took out the obsidian cauldron and stored the entire nine-headed dragon into it. The obsidian cauldron's storage capacity was quite powerful and not something an ordinary spatial ring could compare to. However, the palace shook violently the moment the obsidian cauldron appeared. It gradually shrank and the divine light around it retracted. What's going on? Ling Xiao asked, looking at all of this in confusion. At this moment, the obsidian cauldron's soul emerged. Greetings, Master. Obsidian, what's going on with this palace? Why is it getting smaller and smaller? Ling Xiao asked the cauldron's soul. It's just a saint tool. Of course it wouldn't dare to be presumptuous after sensing my aura, the cauldron's soul said faintly. Just a saint tool? Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. He didn't expect this palace to be a saint tool. This was too unbelievable. The palace had turned into a pagoda that was only half a meter tall. The pagoda was glowing with a divine light, and on the top of the pagoda was a dazzling bead. The bead emitted a faint aura of Bai, isolating the river water within a radius of 2 meters from Ling Xiao, preventing him from being affected by the water pressure. It is a high-grade saint tool. If it meets a master in the future, perhaps it can nurture a soul and become a divine tool. Master can keep it, the cauldron soul said. Ling Xiao held the pagoda in his hand, and a warm current flowed into his heart, causing his state of mind to become peaceful and tranquil. It seems that the original owner of this pagoda wanted to use this pagoda to suppress the nine-headed dragon serpent's ferocious nature. It's a pity that it couldn't change its evil nature. Even in death, it couldn't change its nature, Ling Xiao murmured. This pagoda should be of the water attribute, so it's perfect for Meng Qi. When I return to the sect, I'll use this as a betrothal gift and ask the sect master to let her marry me. Ling Xiao was in a good mood now that he had a good idea. He stared at the fist-sized pearl at the top of the pagoda and thought, is this the legendary secluded water pearl? I can't be wrong. Otherwise, how could it isolate the river water? I've really picked up a treasure. Ling Xiao removed the secluded water pearl from the pagoda and stored the pagoda into the obsidian cauldron. With the secluded water pearl, Ling Xiao could walk through the river as easily as walking on flat ground. He didn't need to expend any energy and could walk as he pleased. Since I'm already at the bottom of the river, I might as well plunder it before going back up. Ling Xiao made up his mind and sent a message to the Demon Emperor, telling him that he was fine. The Demon Emperor had left half of his soul in his sea of consciousness, and it was connected to the other half of his soul in Zhao Shuren's body. As long as the Demon Emperor wasn't dead, he would receive Ling Zhao's message. Whether it was at the bottom of the sea or the river, as long as there was enough time, there would be a shocking amount of wealth. Why did he say that? That was because there were all kinds of spirit grasses, rare materials, and rare treasures that could be found at the bottom of the river. Ling Xiao hadn't walked for long when he saw several giant shells opening and closing. These giant shells were actually more than 2 meters long, and they emitted a faint glow around them. Within the shells, there were even sparkling pearls sparkling. These giant shells that had lived at the bottom of the river for tens of thousands of years had already become sentient. They seemed to feel Ling Xiao's gaze and immediately stopped. They closed their mouths and restrained their fluctuations, returning to a calm state. If it was said that ordinary shells were just ornamental objects for girls, then the giant shells in front of him were different. Perhaps to Ling Xiao, they weren't very useful, but to any woman, they were definitely treasures. That was because the pearls within them had been nurtured for many years and contained a lot of water essence. Just one pearl was enough to allow any woman to maintain their beauty. Which woman in this world didn't want to be beautiful? Which woman didn't want to maintain their youth and beauty forever? And the giant shells and pearls in front of him could definitely fulfill their dreams. This is great. With them, would I still be afraid of my women growing old? I want them to maintain their most beautiful appearance forever, so that I can pamper them for a lifetime. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands together and was about to go forward and collect those giant shells. However, when he approached, those giant shells actually seemed to have intelligence. They emitted brilliance and quickly moved into the distance. Damn, they really became sentient. This is even better. Ling Xiao let out a strange cry. He was extremely happy in his heart. The pearls that were nurtured by these giant shells that had become sentient were even more effective. Ling Xiao quickly chased after them and heavily smashed his palm on the last giant shell. Oh my god, why is it so hard? Ling Xiao's fists could already destroy ordinary Xian tools, but now he was unable to break the shell. Instead, his fists were in pain from the impact. It could be seen that these giant shells that had lived for tens of thousands of years were not useless. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. If he let these giant shells escape, it would be a sin. He took out the green dragon moon's slashing sword and chased after them again, smashing the shell. Gotcha! Finally, one of the giant shells was smashed and thumb-sized pearls were revealed, emitting a sparkling and translucent divine splendor. Ling Xiao quickly put these pearls into bottles to prevent their essence energy from leaking out and affecting the effect. After collecting the pearls, he also collected the giant shells. These giant shells were so hard that they were definitely comparable to the strength of ordinary spirit tools. He believed that if he sold them to those high-level tool refiners, he could sell them for an extremely high price. Soon after, Ling Xiao chased after two giant shells and broke their shells. Of course, all the pearls and shells were collected without exception. There were also a few giant shells that had already disappeared into the river bottom. Although their speed wasn't as fast as Ling Xiao, they didn't know how to hide in those rocks. He couldn't find them anymore. Ling Xiao could only give up and continue searching. In fact, his harvest was also not bad. The three giant shells had nurtured a total of several hundred top-quality pearls. This was a large amount of wealth. If these pearls were to be auctioned, it would probably cause any woman to go crazy. They would definitely fight to buy them at any cost. To them, these pearls were the root of their lives. Ling Xiao gave up on chasing the giant shells and began to search for treasures at the bottom of the river. This area had always been suppressed by the nine-headed dragon snake. Within a radius of several thousand miles, there wouldn't be any frightening water-type spirit beasts that dared to stay here. Most of them had already escaped far away. The rest had already become food for the nine-headed dragon snake. Therefore, Ling Xiao wasn't worried about encountering any frightening high-level spirit beasts. He could wander here with peace of mind. That's right, how could I forget to let the little dragon out? Ling Xiao had just taken a few steps when he remembered the purple flood dragon. It was a dual attribute spirit beast of earth and water. Letting it out was like a fish in water. Moreover, it had a unique sensitivity towards spirit grasses. Perhaps it could find something good by relying on it. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao immediately summoned the purple flood dragon. After the purple flood dragon roar came out, its small body instantly swelled to more than 20 meters long. It quickly swam in the river, letting out low cries of joy. It seemed to be very satisfied with the environment. Little dragon, let's go. Bring me to treasure hunt. Ling Xiao was also excited by the purple flood dragon's excitement. He immediately jumped onto the purple flood dragon's body and called out. Ling Xiao had just sat down when the purple flood dragon turned into a bolt of lightning and shot forward. With the purple flood dragon leading the way, Ling Xiao saved a lot of effort. After a while, he found many 3rd and 4th level water-type spirit grasses and even many 5th level spirit grasses. This made Ling Xiao smile from ear to ear. This was a treasure trove that had never been explored before. Most of the spirit grasses were over 1,000 years old. Every one of them was the best among the water-type spirit grasses. Ling Xiao was dazzled by the sight. The purple flood dragon also ate its fill. It actually only picked the 4th and 5th level spirit grasses to eat. This made Ling Xiao's heart ache. Inwardly, he cried out, "Wastrel, why did I adopt all these prodigal children?" After a while, the purple flood dragon found a 5,000 to 6,000-year-old green algae snake vine and was about to swallow it. Ling Xiao quickly jumped down from the purple flood dragon's body and pounced towards the green algae snake vine. This was a high 5th level spirit grass. Its price was hard to estimate. If it was eaten by the purple flood dragon, Ling Xiao's heart would ache for several months. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to take the green algae snake vine, the purple flood dragon was cunning. In a flash, it moved its huge body in front of Ling Xiao. "Little dragon, don't be like this. This doesn't taste good, I'll let you eat this." Ling Xiao lamented with a bitter face. Then, he took out a stalk of crimson red grass and placed it in front of the purple flood dragon. However, this time, the crimson red grass actually lost its effect. The purple flood dragon did not eat it. Just as the purple flood dragon bit towards the green algae snake vine, Ling Xiao's face was twitching, and his heart was bleeding. "Damn, my hundreds of thousands of Shen crystals are gone just like that," Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. However, the next moment, the purple flood dragon actually stopped moving. It tilted its head to the side not far away. Its large eyes were filled with curiosity, as if it had sensed something. Found something? Ling Xiao saw the purple flood dragon's actions and knew that it must have found something. Immediately, he did not wait for the purple flood dragon to lead the way. He shot forward on his own. He knew that something that could make the purple flood dragon stop eating the green algae snake vine had to be something even more extraordinary. Something even higher than a 5th level spirit grass snake vine was at least a 6th level spirit treasure. How could Ling Xiao let the purple flood dragon beat him to it? Chapter 380. Ling Xiao ran as fast as he could. With the help of the water-repelling pearl, he moved as fast as lightning, as if he was on land. He was not hindered by the flow of water. When the purple drake saw Ling Xiao run in the direction it was looking at, it let out an unwilling roar. It no longer paid any attention to the green algae snake vine, and its huge body rolled forward. After running for a while, Ling Xiao discovered that a multicolored light was constantly swaying in front of him, sparkling and translucent, causing people to feel extremely dazzled. "Treasure! It's definitely a treasure!" Ling Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, and he sped up again. The purple drake was even faster, and it instantly overtook Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the purple drake and shouted, "Xiaolong, don't do it. Leave some for my brother." Just by looking at the light in front of him, he knew that it was definitely not an ordinary item. If it was eaten by the purple drake, it would definitely kill him. However, when the purple flood dragon drake neared the multicolored light, a vine wrapped around it and wrapped around it. Ling Xiao stopped and frowned. "Xiaolong, be careful." However, his cry was still too late. Those thorny vines instantly bound the purple flood dragon's centipede tightly. "Oh no, it's a bloodthorn vine!" Ling Xiao cried out. He had already recognized what kind of spirit grass it was. Bloodthorn vine, a 4th-grade plant that grew by sucking the blood of animals. Each of its thorns had the ability to suck blood. Once bound by it, even a king stage expert would die. Fortunately, the purple drake was already at the peak of the 5th grade, and its physical body was quite strong. The bloodthorn vines were scattered by it. However, the moment the bloodthorn vines were shaken off, they would once again grow back. It was simply unthinkable. After a while, The purple drake was once again tied up. Ling Xiao didn't dare to get too close, so he could only choose to attack from a distance. Ling Xiao raised the Azure Dragon Moon slashing sword. First form, Flower Twirling Moon. Gentle and lingering attacks bombarded the blood vines in an endless stream. Ling Xiao blasted out dozens of moves in a row, and the chaotic spiritual energy continuously bombarded the blood rattan vine. One by one, the vines fell to the ground. They flickered like living creatures, and then they stuck to the ground and grew again. It was an extremely strange sight, and it made one's scalp go numb. The bloodvine vines that had just grown shot towards Ling Xiao. Damn it, this thing can regenerate. Ling Xiao cursed as he continued to unleash powerful sword techniques. On the other side, the purple drake centipede kept struggling and roaring, but its body was unable to escape the entanglement of the bloodthorn vines. On Ling Xiao's side, he was gradually being entangled by the bloodthorn vines. Damn it! Ling Xiao was always on the defensive. His waist was firmly bound by a blood vine, and those thorns pierced into his abdomen. Ouch! Ling Xiao cried out in pain. However, the bloodthorn vines did not pierce through his flesh, but only caused pain. Luckily, I just increased the defense of my body, or else I would be in trouble. Ling Xiao secretly sighed, and just as he was about to chop off the bloodthorn vines, suddenly, dozens of bloodthorn vines completely wrapped around his body. Damn it, get out of my way! Ling Xiao shouted angrily, and the blue demon flame instantly ignited around his body. Papa! The bloodthorn vines crackled as they were burned by the blue flame, and all the bloodthorn vines that were binding Ling Xiao were burned to ashes. If a tiger doesn't show its might, you think I'm a sick cat. Ling Xiao shouted, and put away the Azure Dragon Moon slashing sword. His palms shot out 2 fire dragons towards the bloodthorn vines that were wrapped around the purple drake centipede. Most of the bloodthorn vines were burned off, and the purple drake centipede was able to escape. The remaining bloodthorn vines quickly fled in all directions. The purple drake centipede seemed to have suffered a great fright. As soon as it escaped, it turned into a smaller version of the centipede and hid behind Ling Xiao. That appearance was extremely comical. Are you afraid now? Who asked you to be so greedy? Now you know what you've done. Ling Xiao laughed as he patted the purple drake centipede's head. The purple drake centipede looked around nervously, as if it was afraid that the bloodthorn vines would appear again. Ling Xiao no longer paid attention to the purple drake centipede, and he walked towards the multicolored light. It's a 10,000-year-old blood coral. Ling Xiao couldn't help but cry out when he saw the multicolored light. Blood coral was a 5th-tier spirit grass. It could increase the density of a person's bloodline, and it could even instantly replenish the bloodline of a person or spirit beast that had lost too much blood. It was a top-grade blood-replenishing spirit grass. However, in front of Ling Xiao was a bright red 10,000-year-old blood coral. Its translucent stem was densely spread out, like countless tentacles. It was extremely bewitching, and in the middle of the blood coral was a rare coral fruit. This fruit was the size of a fist, and it seemed to be the head of the blood coral. It was from this coral fruit that Ling Xiao was able to determine that this blood coral was over 10,000 years old. That was because blood corals that were less than 10,000 years old were unable to bear fruit. But this blood coral in front of him had produced a fruit the size of a fist. This definitely wasn't just 10,000 years old. It might even be 20,000 or 30,000 years old. Ling Xiao stared at the blood coral in a daze. He swallowed, and a greedy light shone in his eyes. Whoosh! Suddenly, the purple drake on Ling Xiao's waist displayed its gluttonous nature again. In an instant, it rushed towards the blood coral. No! Ling Xiao shouted. He instantly reached out and grabbed the purple drake's tail, preventing it from snatching the food. However, just as Ling Xiao was about to grab the purple flood dragon's tail, a strong force flung him far away. Scram! This brother will fight it out with you. Ling Xiao steadied himself and once again chased after the purple drake. However, the purple drake's bloody mouth was already biting towards the blood coral. That blood coral was a spirit grass that was over 10,000 years old. It had already become a 7th-tier spirit grass. It should be able to sense danger. When the purple drake's bloody mouth approached, it actually dodged and sank into the mud at the bottom of the river. How could it avoid the fate of being devoured? How could the purple drake let go of a delicacy that was already in its mouth? It immediately scuttled into the mud and chased after it. When Ling Xiao returned to his previous position, he felt a stabbing pain in his heart. That was a heaven-defying 7th-tier spirit herb, and it was also an essential spirit herb for him to cultivate the 5th transformation of the ancient emperor divine art, blood refinement. Even if it didn't escape, it would still become food for the purple flood dragon centipede. Ling Xiao was rooted to the spot, his expression indescribably aggrieved. He pounded his chest and cried, "Heavens, how did I end up with such a glutton?" Although Ling Xiao was vexed, he still forced himself to stay alert. He began to look around to see if there were any other discoveries. Within 100 meters, apart from the occasional appearance of bloodthorn vines, there was nothing else of value. Before long, the purple drake finally scuttled out of the mud at the bottom of the river. "Fuck! A glutton like you still has the face to come back? Scram! This young master doesn't want to see you ever again." Ling Xiao angrily pointed at the purple drake and cursed. His anger was truly unbearable. If he didn't curse out loud, he would go crazy. Who knew that at this moment, the purple drake would suddenly open its bloody mouth? Ling Xiao was startled by its actions and quickly retreated far away. He waved his hand and said, "Hey little dragon, what are you doing?" "I'm not cursing you, I'm cursing the bloodthorn vines. Don't misunderstand, our family's little dragon is loved by everyone, and flowers bloom when they see it." Before he could finish speaking, the purple drake swallowed something from its mouth. "What's going on? You scared this young master." Ling Xiao lightly patted his chest. He had thought that the purple drake was angry and wanted to eat him, but he didn't expect that it was actually vomiting something. Ling Xiao thought that it was vomiting something, but when he took a closer look, he was overjoyed. It was actually the blood coral. It hadn't eaten it and had kept it. Only the fruit in the middle was missing. Ling Xiao hurriedly went over and picked it up, revealing a lucky expression as he said, "Good, good. You know how to save some for me, so I didn't treat you sincerely and raise you in vain." After Ling Xiao put away the blood coral, he discovered that the purple drake had vomited something else. "Hey, this is..." Ling Xiao looked at the stone that was emitting a silver light in confusion. Could it be? Ling Xiao seemed to think of something and took out a 5th-tier profound artifact he had obtained from the secret mirror heaven-suppressing sect and slashed at the silver stone. Clang. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the sound of metal clashing rang out. "I can't cut through it. It really is 10,000-year deep silver." Ling Xiao exclaimed. 10,000-year deep silver was the same as the 10,000-year profound iron that Ling Xiao had obtained in the belly of the volcano. They were both extremely rare artifact refining materials, and they were also one of the necessary materials to refine spirit artifacts or saint artifacts. The piece in front of him was more than half a meter wide, enough to refine quite a few spirit artifacts. Without a second thought, Ling Xiao immediately put it into his spatial ring. Presumably, this 10,000-year deep silver was something that the purple drake had eaten while chasing after the blood coral, and it was unable to digest it, so it spat it out. 10,000-year deep silver and 10,000-year profound iron were two extremely hard materials, and they were not so easy to separate. It was impossible for an ordinary artifact refiner to separate these two materials with ordinary flames. Even if they could do it, who knew how many years it would take to do so? To separate these two materials, one would need a flame above the earth fire grade to do so. It was enough to show how hard these two materials were. At this moment, the purple drake let out a roar, and its body instantly swelled up a few times as it tumbled on the ground. Ling Xiao did not understand what it was doing, and his entire body was thrown far away. "Xiaolong, what's wrong?" Ling Xiao shouted at the purple drake. The purple drake roared at Ling Xiao. It was a voice that was different from before, but Ling Xiao found it familiar. This is a dragon's roar." Ling Xiao was stunned, and then he exclaimed in surprise, "Xiaolong, you're going to advance?" The purple drake no longer cared about Ling Xiao. It kept roaring, and its huge body kept tumbling. The beast's skin on its body actually began to peel off. As the beast's skin peeled off, a new layer of faint blue skin was revealed. The new skin was actually covered in shining dragon scales, and below its abdomen, 6 eagle claws grew out. During this process, the purple flood dragon centipede roared incessantly, as if it was enduring unprecedented pain. Chapter 381. The dragon roar was an ancient beast, a hybrid of the flood dragon and the earthworm clan. The purple dragon roar's bloodline was closer to that of the flood dragon clan and had a certain chance of transforming into a flood dragon, but the conditions were more stringent. In order to evolve into a flood dragon, one had to increase the density of the flood dragon bloodline to more than 80% of the total bloodline. As for the purple dragon roar, its flood dragon bloodline should be around 60%. It needed to increase the density by another 20% to evolve into a flood dragon. Don't underestimate this 20% density. It needed to absorb more than half of the blood essence of a certain flood dragon. Dragons were terrifying beasts of the 7th rank and above. It was extremely difficult to find their blood essence. Ling Xiao had paid a high price at the auction to obtain a few drops. If these drops of blood essence were absorbed by the purple dragon roar, it wouldn't have much effect and wouldn't allow it to evolve. But the blood coral was different. The purpose of the blood coral was to increase the purity of the bloodline and replenish the blood essence. Ordinary blood coral couldn't increase the density of the purple dragon roar by 20%. However, it just so happened that it encountered a top-quality blood coral that was over 10,000 years old. The coral fruit it bore was a top-quality 8th-rank spirit fruit. It didn't eat the blood coral, but the coral fruit because it knew that the coral fruit was more valuable than the blood coral. The coral fruit's effect was even more prominent than that of the blood coral. After all, it contained the majority of the blood coral's essence. It also contained a large amount of essence energy, enough for the purple dragon roar to evolve into a true flood dragon. The process of a flood dragon earthworm transforming into a flood dragon was extremely difficult. Moreover, it was a flood dragon with the purest bloodline. It was a process of rebirth, and the pain was unimaginable. Everything within 1,000 meters of where the purple drake was turned murky. The mud, rocks, seaweed, everything was blasted far away. Ling Xiao was no exception. Although he had the water isolation pearl to protect him from the waves, the powerful aura emitted by the purple dragon roar wasn't something a mere king-stage warrior like him could withstand. Ling Xiao hid 1,000 meters away, praying in his heart that the purple drake centipede would successfully evolve. If it failed, then it would die. Although Ling Xiao seemed to mind the purple drake's gluttony on the surface, he was actually quite concerned about it. In the blink of an eye, a day and a night had passed. Ling Xiao wandered around the area again, adding several dozen 3rd to 5th order spirit grasses to his space ring. The bottom of the river, thousands of meters below the surface, was truly an unexplored primordial treasure. At the same time, because the 9-headed dragon snake had been suppressed here all this time, other spirit beasts did not dare to approach it. This was also why the spiritual herbs had become ownerless, which was why Ling Xiao was so happy. Water-type spirit herbs were not only suitable for assisting water-type cultivators in their cultivation, but they were also suitable for refining some high-ranked healing medicinal pills. Among them, there were several types of spirit herbs that Ling Xiao desperately needed. The 5th-grade life-prolonging pills that he wanted to refine all required some spirit herbs that could extend one's lifespan and increase one's essence to assist in the refinement. The 10,000-year blood coral he had previously obtained was the most suitable main ingredient for the life-prolonging pills. However, the 10,000-year blood coral was already a 7th-order spirit herb, so using it as a main ingredient would greatly reduce its efficacy. However, Ling Xiao had no other choice. Only the life-prolonging pills refined from the 10,000-year blood coral would be more perfect, and it might even be able to extend the life of the priestess by another year. Of course, it was impossible to refine the entire 10,000-year blood coral, just one of its blood stems was enough, and the rest of the blood stem still had a great use for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao returned to the purple drake a kilometer away and found that the fluctuations he had sensed were gradually disappearing. Is it about to finish evolving? I wonder if it will succeed? Ling Xiao murmured as he stared ahead. Suddenly, a loud dragon roar resounded from the bottom of the river, causing the river water to surge once again. Ling Xiao covered his buzzing ears, and his blood pulsed faintly, as if it had produced some kind of intimate feeling. He couldn't help but open his mouth and roar as well. Roar! The difference between Ling Xiao's Tenbin spirit art and his opponent's Tenbin spirit art was too great, and his voice was completely covered by his opponent's roar. The dragon roar stopped for a moment, and a giant shadow shot towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the spirit beast approaching from afar, and his heart was completely shaken. He was extremely doubtful that the spirit beast in front of him was the same purple drake from before. It had a head that resembled both a dragon and a flood dragon, and a body that was covered in scales. The scales were dazzling, and it had 6 giant eagle-like claws. It looked very powerful, and with a gentle wave of its snake-like tail, the surrounding rocks were shattered into powder. This was a blue flood dragon with a hint of yellow. Its body was more than 30 meters long, and it looked unusually fierce. Its deep fangs and long tongue caused people to feel fear. Although Ling Xiao guessed that this was definitely the purple drake, he couldn't say a single word as he looked at it, and his heart was completely at a loss. This was because he couldn't find the slightest characteristic of the purple drake. The blue flood dragon stared at Ling Xiao, and its bell-like eyes revealed a friendly expression. Then, it stuck out its long tongue towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's heart was beating very fast, and he was extremely afraid. What if this wasn't the purple drake? What if it didn't remember him after evolving? Would it eat him now? Just as Ling Xiao's thoughts were running wild, the tongue licked his handsome face, and the wet feeling made him completely relax. You're really little dragon? Ling Xiao asked as he touched the saliva on his face. That blue flood dragon nodded towards Ling Xiao in a rather human-like manner, and then its body instantly grew to more than a meter long. However, its appearance could no longer return to that of a flood dragon. Instead, it had the appearance of a true flood dragon, and it looked extremely mighty and extraordinary. Good, you've finally advanced. Look how handsome you are now. Although you're still a little worse than this brother, you're still a rare handsome dragon. Ling Xiao laughed as he rubbed the flood dragon's head. The purple drake had evolved into a true flood dragon. He believed that it was no longer a 5th-tier high-tier spirit beast, but was at least a 6th-tier spirit beast. A 6th-tier spirit beast was equivalent to an Empyrean rank human martial artist. This undoubtedly gave Ling Xiao an additional layer of assurance. As long as he didn't encounter any humans or spirit beasts that were of a higher rank than him, he could completely rely on it to dominate the Northwest. It had to be known that the strongest in the Northwest was only at the Empyrean rank. And within the same rank, spirit beasts were a bit stronger than humans. This was a comparison made under the premise that human martial artists didn't have the assistance of high-tier spirit artifacts. It's time for us to go up, lest we make them worry, Ling Xiao said to the blue flood dragon. The blue flood dragon nodded and instantly grew in size again, stopping in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao sat on its body and instantly rushed up. Its speed was as fast as lightning, making Ling Xiao feel as if he was riding on the clouds. This trip could be considered a blessing in disguise for Ling Xiao. Although he had fallen into the belly of the 9-headed dragon snake, he had killed it because of this and coincidentally obtained a water-type saint artifact. He had also collected a large number of spirit herbs in the past few days, and even obtained precious treasures such as blood coral and 10,000-year deep silver. This really made Ling Xiao exclaim in satisfaction, and it was extremely refreshing. In just a few blinks of an eye, the thousands of meters of river bottom had rushed out of the water. Rumble! A burst of water shot into the sky and splashed in all directions. This young master can see the light of day again. Ling Xiao sat on the back of the blue flood dragon and laughed heartily at the sky. He had finally emerged from the bottom of the river after being held back for a few days. He was very happy. The blue flood dragon was also abnormally excited, and it roared at the sky. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth, and the river waters surged endlessly. The people on both sides of the river were dizzy from the dragon's roar. If it weren't for the fact that they were quite far away, they would have probably been shaken to death. They looked toward the direction of the dragon's roar, and when they saw the flood dragon circling in the air, they all looked horrified. "Look, that's a giant dragon." "No, it's not a real giant dragon, it's a flood dragon. It's so big and long." Could the legend be true? The legend has come true. There really is a dragon suppressed at the bottom of the river. Now that it has broken the seal, it will definitely harm the human world. Let's run. Where can we run to? Hurry up and find the Dong family in the city. Also, inform the 2 nearby sects and have them send almighty experts to slay the dragon. Look, there seems to be a figure on the dragon's back. Impossible. Such a ferocious dragon has been subdued by someone else? The people on both sides of the river cried out in alarm. At the same time, a portion of the martial artists quickly left the place to report to their patriarchs or sections. If they couldn't subdue such a formidable flood dragon, then they could only slaughter it. If they were able to obtain its beast core, blood essence, and physical body, all of them would be extremely great gains. No matter who it was, they wouldn't be able to resist such temptation. Ling Xiao seemed to have realized that he and the blue flood dragon had caused a bit of a commotion. He quickly patted the blue flood dragon's body and said, "Xiaolong, let's keep a low profile. Don't roar so loudly, you'll scare people to death." He originally wanted to put away the blue flood dragon, but it didn't want to return to the spirit beast bracer. It had just evolved and didn't want to obediently stay inside. Ling Xiao thought about it and decided to let it be. In any case, when he was in Nantian City, he had seen others riding spirit beasts from afar. He didn't think there was anything wrong with riding a flood dragon. Ling Xiao looked around and didn't find the demon emperor or Xian Yao. At the same time, he realized that he was no longer in the same place as before. Perhaps he had been so focused on searching for spirit herbs that he had forgotten the direction. "Demon Emperor, where are you?" Ling Xiao returned to his sea of consciousness and asked the Demon Emperor's remnant soul. The Demon Emperor replied, "Master, we already know where you are. Wait a moment, we'll be there soon." "All right, then hurry up." Ling Xiao nodded in response. At this time, the blue flood dragon descended onto the river and started to play around. It kept swimming and rolling in the water, causing waves to surge. Ling Xiao knew that it had just evolved and was in a good mood, so he didn't interfere too much. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao also sensed many powerful auras approaching them. Chapter 382. The sect closest to Ling Xiao's area was the Dragon Sea Pavilion, which was ranked 19th in the northwest. They were also the first to know that a flood dragon had appeared on the river. The dragon's roar had already reached the Dragon Sea Pavilion, and many of the sect's elders had sensed its terrifying aura. A dozen or so kings and above appeared not far from Ling Xiao. Among them, there were 3 Earth Emperors and 13 kings. This was practically the Dragon Sea Pavilion's strongest force. None of the Dragon Sea Pavilion's experts dared to get too close, and their gazes fell on the blue flood dragon that was swimming in the river. It really is a flood dragon. It's already grown 6 claws. It's a rank 6 flood dragon. A white-robed middle-aged man exclaimed in shock. He was the pavilion master of the Dragon Sea Pavilion, Long Haitian, and he was a mid-stage king. Behind him was a white-haired old man. His eyes shone brightly as he spoke. "I didn't expect the legends to be true. There's actually a Class 6 flood dragon suppressed here, and from the looks of it, I'm afraid it's about to become a Class 7 flood dragon." Another short-haired old man frowned. "This flood dragon has been at the bottom of the river for many years, and it's harmed countless lives. Now that it's free, I'm afraid it'll do harm everywhere. It'd be best if it could harm those bastards from the Great River sect first," another black-robed old man said with narrowed eyes. These 3 old men were the strongest elders of the Dragon Sea Pavilion, and they were 2 mid-stage Earth Emperors and 1 low-stage Earth Emperor. Now that it's appeared in my Pavilion River region, I'm afraid it'll harm our sect first. What should we do? Long Haitian sighed. Don't worry, I'm sure the Dong family will get the news soon. The Dong family's ancestor will definitely be interested in this flood dragon, the white-haired old man said. Hey, there's a young king over there. How dare he? Long Haitian was surprised, and then he called out to Ling Xiao, Young man, come over here. That's a rank 6 flood dragon, and it'll go berserk and eat you at any moment. Ling Xiao turned to look at Long Haitian and nodded slightly. Thank you for telling me. I'm fine here. Youngster, don't overestimate yourself. Subduing a flood dragon also depends on strength, shouted the short-haired elder behind Long Haitian. He was at the Earth's sovereign realm, but even he didn't dare to get too close to the flood dragon. That young man was only at the low king realm, and it seemed like he wanted to subdue the flood dragon. This made him feel that this young man was undoubtedly throwing his life away. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. Following that, another dozen or so wind-breaking sounds came from several directions. These tens of people were all powerful independent cultivators or mercenary kings living in the border between the northwest and the southern wasteland. As soon as they heard the news, they immediately rushed over here. It really is a flood dragon. Did it really break out from the bottom of the river? It definitely did. Why else would it appear here? I heard that a level 7 flood dragon appeared in the Barbarian Desolation region before. That one already had 7 claws, but this one only has 6. It's obviously a level 6 flood dragon. Even if it's only level 6, all of us combined wouldn't be a match for it. Perhaps only the Dong family's ancestor or the 3 sects' supreme elders would be able to contend against it. The Dragon Sea Pavilion is in trouble. With this flood dragon here, I'm afraid it'll turn the world upside down. These independent cultivators and mercenaries were all 1,000 meters away, and no one dared to approach. At the same time, they also noticed Ling Xiao's presence, and they all revealed looks of ridicule. They all thought to themselves, he dares to get so close to a flood dragon? This kid is really retarded. After that, more and more people gathered, and the surface of the river became extremely lively. Ling Xiao looked at the 100 or so King Realm experts around him and thought to himself, this is great. I can't keep a low profile even if I wanted to. Just as Ling Xiao was about to open his mouth and summon the blue flood dragon, a dozen or so powerful auras shot over. A mocking laugh rang out. Ha! Long Haitian, your Dragon Sea Pavilion is really faded with dragons. This flood dragon actually appeared on your side. You're really lucky. When the people from the Dragon Sea Pavilion saw the newcomers, their expressions all turned ashen. The newcomers were from their mortal enemy, the Great River Sect. The Great River Sect and the Dragon Sea Pavilion were originally in charge of the upper and lower reaches of the Dragon Wave River. Originally, the two sects had been living in harmony, each defending their own river region. However, in the past few decades, the Great River Sect's new sect master had become quite domineering. He actually wanted to expand into the Dragon Sea Pavilion's river region, suppressing and annexing the Dragon Sea Pavilion. The Great River Sect wanted to become the true overlord of the Dragon Wave River and advance to become a rank 8 sect. The Dragon Sea Pavilion's strength was not much different from the Great River Sect's, so they naturally responded to the Great River Sect's provocation. The relationship between the two sects grew more and more intense until they were now mortal enemies. The laughing middle-aged man was the Great River Sect's sect master, Jiang Wuxing. He was already a high-level king, and behind him were the Great River Sect's elders and 4 elders from the previous generation. Jiang Wuxing, don't celebrate too early. Even if our Dragon Sea Pavilion is faded with dragons, it's a good one. It's just that when it comes to your Great River Sect, I don't know if it's a good one or a bad one, Long Haitian replied indifferently. We'll have to wait for it to reach us before we know. In a bit, I'll watch as it turns your Dragon Sea Pavilion upside down. Let's see if your so-called good karma can really protect your Dragon Sea Pavilion. Jiang Wuxing laughed. Long Haitian's face was ashen, and he didn't reply. He didn't have any confidence in the flood dragon. Although it seemed to be having fun in the water, who knew if it would turn into a savage beast and start slaughtering the Dragon Sea Pavilion's people? At this time, the elder from the previous generation behind Long Haitian said to the wandering cultivators and mercenaries, "Everyone, why don't we join forces and kill this flood dragon first? Otherwise, it'll definitely bring disaster to the commoners of the two regions. At that time, it won't just be our Dragon Sea Pavilion that suffers." The wandering cultivators and mercenaries didn't dare to respond. Although there were close to 100 of them, none of them had reached the Earth Emperor realm. Asking them to join forces and kill the flood dragon was like throwing an egg against a rock. They were basically sending themselves to their deaths. He's right. Let's join forces and kill this flood dragon first for the sake of the commoners of the two regions. A middle-aged man flew over from the distance at an astonishing speed. When he stood still, a tyrannical aura spread out, and waves of divine light flashed around him. It's the Emperor of Mercenaries, Lord Nangong. It's actually him. No wonder he dares to call the Dragon Sea Pavilion's previous elder by name. Lord Nangong's strength is extraordinary, but compared to this flood dragon, he's still quite lacking. You don't know this, but Lord Nangong has a high-grade spirit weapon. If he works with the people from the Dragon Sea Pavilion, he might really be able to kill this flood dragon. Nangong Lai was the Emperor of Mercenaries in the Southern Wasteland. His achievements could be described as legendary. It was said that Nangong Lai was a direct descendant of the Nangong family, one of the 4 great families in the Southern Wasteland. He became a Xian practitioner at the age of 13, a Xian practitioner at the age of 16, a spirit master at the age of 22, and a king at the age of 30. He was a rare genius of the Nangong family. Due to his outstanding performance in Tenbin, he was seen as the successor of the Nangong family's patriarch. However, Nangong Lai wasn't the eldest son of the family. Above him was his older brother, Nangong Chi. Originally, the two brothers had a very good relationship, but because Nangong Lai was too outstanding, he threatened Nangong Chi's position. This also caused Nangong Chi to be dissatisfied with Nangong Lai. He wanted to get rid of him and take back the position of patriarch that belonged to him. When Nangong Lai found out that his brother, Nangong Chi, was secretly working with some of the elders of the family to deal with him, he resolutely announced that he would not take over the position of patriarch and was willing to leave the Nangong family. He did this completely for his big brother, Nangong Chi. At the same time, he also wanted to walk his own path. Nangong Lai's decision shook the entire southern wasteland. Only now did Nangong Chi know that Nangong Lai had no intention of taking the position of patriarch. He felt extremely ashamed. Thus, before Nangong Lai left, he knelt in front of his brother to repent, hoping that Nangong Lai would stay. However, Nangong Lai supported his brother up in fear and explained, "Although I, Nangong Lai, have left the Nangong family, I am still your little brother. If there is a day that I need little brother's help, little brother will definitely do it without any hesitation." After Nangong Lai left the Nangong family, he created a mercenary group called Raging Flame. The Raging Flame mercenary group only had 5 people when it was first formed, but under Nangong Lai's leadership, it continued to grow. 10 years after its formation, the Raging Flame mercenary group had become a terrifying mercenary group with over 2,000 members. Their leader, Nangong Lai, was even more famous as the king of mercenaries. Due to the Raging Flame mercenary group's strength, the number 1 mercenary group in the southern wasteland, Cyan Fox, was jealous. They were afraid that the Raging Flame mercenary group would one day surpass them, so they wanted to eliminate the Raging Flame mercenary group. At that time, the leader of the Cyan Fox mercenary group was already a powerful low-level Earth Emperor, and his subordinates were even more capable. At that time, Nangong Lai was only a mid-level king, and the strength of his subordinates couldn't compare to the Cyan Fox mercenary group. Everyone thought that the Raging Flame mercenary group would be eliminated by the Cyan Fox mercenary group. At that time, Nangong Lai's big brother, Nangong Chi, had already made preparations to send the elders of the family to protect Nangong Lai. However, that battle had exceeded everyone's expectations. Nangong Lai had single-handedly eliminated the leader and 5 vice leaders of the Cyan Fox mercenary group, shocking everyone in the Cyan Fox mercenary group. After that battle, the Cyan Fox mercenary group began to disband, and the Raging Flame mercenary group rose to the position of the #1 mercenary group in the southern wasteland. Nangong Lai's name shocked both the southern wasteland and the northwestern wasteland. It was rumored that Nangong Lai had obtained a venerable rank inheritance in the barbarian region in his early years, and that he possessed a high-grade spiritual weapon and a high-grade mystical skill. He had relied on this to eliminate the leaders of the Cyan Fox mercenary group and become famous in a single battle. Nangong Lai was only a little over 100 years old, but he was already a peak Earth Emperor. This showed that the rumors were definitely true. If he hadn't obtained a venerable rank inheritance, how could he have advanced so quickly? Nangong Lai had only recently arrived in Nantian City. He hadn't expected to hear a dragon's roar today, and his subordinates had reported that a flood dragon had appeared here. That was why he had rushed over. He had suggested killing the flood dragon partly for the sake of the civilians on both sides of the river, but a bigger reason was to obtain the many treasures that the flood dragon possessed. With Nangong Lai's arrival, finally arrived in Nantian City. The 3 elders of the Wei family and the 2 elders of the Kai family had come together. Chapter 383. The Wei family and the Kai family were both wealthy and powerful families of Nantian City. The Wei family ranked 2nd, and the Kai family ranked 3rd. The 2 families were about the same in terms of power, but the Wei family was better at accumulating wealth. Their wealth far surpassed the Kai family, which was why the Wei family was ranked 2nd. Among the Wei clan's 3 elders, 1st Elder Wei was a mid-level earthly sovereign, 2nd Elder Wei and 3rd Elder Wei were both low-level earthly sovereigns, while the Kai clan had a mid-level earthly sovereign and a low-level earthly sovereign. Behind them were a few king-level experts from their respective clans. When the group arrived, their gazes first fell on the flood dragon. Their eyes were filled with fear and greed. "What do you think of my suggestion?" Nangong Lai asked as he looked at the earthly sovereigns around him. "Lai Huang, this flood dragon's strength is terrifying. Even if we join forces, we might not be able to deal with it. If it sinks into the river and comes out to take revenge in the future, I'm afraid." An elder from the previous generation of the Great River sect said. Actually, the Great River sect didn't want to get rid of this flood dragon right now. It would be best to wait for it to wreak havoc in the Dragon Sea Pavilion. That way, it would be much easier for the Great River sect to deal with the Dragon Sea Pavilion. "Jiang Taoxing, don't make it sound so dignified. You just want to use it to deal with our Dragon Sea Pavilion," snorted the previous generation Dragon Sea Pavilion elder Long He. "Bullshit. This flood dragon is already at the 6th tier. If the Dong family's patriarch doesn't appear, then who among us can stop it?" shouted the previous Great River sect elder. "Enough, who doesn't want to join forces to kill the flood dragon? Get away from this emperor." Nangong Lai said indifferently. Although his tone wasn't heavy, it revealed an irresistible dignity. As soon as his words fell, the rogue cultivators and mercenaries retreated. All of them were only at the king rank, so even if they participated, it would be absolutely impossible for them to obtain the slightest benefit in the end. So, it was better to retreat now and see if they could take advantage of the situation once it was over. They were all experienced people and were very familiar with this kind of thing. The people from the Great River sect didn't look too good. After hesitating for a moment, they decided to stay. If they didn't stay, then they wouldn't get a share of the benefits of the flood dragon. "Why are you still here? Get lost!" Nangong Lai shouted. His voice was like a clap of thunder, causing the rogue cultivators and mercenaries to almost fall from the sky. They didn't dare to have any other thoughts and quickly left with their tails between their legs. Nangong Lai turned his gaze to Ling Xiao, who had been hovering above the flood dragon, and asked in surprise, "Little brother, do you also want to share?" He was somewhat interested in Ling Xiao. He couldn't understand why a low-level king rank expert would dare to get so close to a flood dragon. He was either an idiot or extremely confident. Of course, he didn't think that the handsome Ling Xiao was a brainless young man. Instead, he thought that Ling Xiao was more courageous than others. It was as if he had seen his younger self, and his eyes were filled with admiration. Ling Xiao was just about to reply when the Wei family's second and third brothers also noticed Ling Xiao's presence. Third Wei glared at Ling Xiao and shouted, "Good boy, you actually dare to appear again. Let's see how you escape this time." Although he wanted to go and kill Ling Xiao, he didn't dare to make a move. If the flood dragon were to attack him first, then it would be very troublesome. Ling Xiao ignored Third Wei and cupped his hands towards Nangong Lai. "Senior, you misunderstand. This little dragon is Junior's mount. It is playing here and didn't want to disturb everyone. Truly disrespectful." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression froze. Then most of them burst into laughter, bursts of ridiculing laughter. I'm dying of laughter. This kid is too good at bragging. This is clearly a flood dragon that was suppressed at the bottom of the river. Now that it has just escaped, it has actually become your mount. Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? That's right. If I say that it's my mount, I wonder if you'll believe me? You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Young people love to show off but have no brains. If you can take a rank 6 spirit beast as your mount, then I can take a divine beast as my mount. Third Wei laughed crazily. Ignorant and pitiful little bastard. Don't think that you're invincible just because you have a bit of tenbin. This flood dragon is a terrifying beast that came out of the river. A single move from it can kill you, yet you still dare to say that it is your mount? If you were to say that you are its human pet, then perhaps we would feel that it is more realistic. Second Wei sneered, "Little bastard, quickly come over and take out something that doesn't belong to you. Perhaps we can consider leaving your corpse intact." At this time, Nangong Lai blushed on behalf of Ling Xiao and said, "It is good for young people to have courage, but it is not good to be too arrogant and play with face." He paused for a moment before saying, "You should leave. We are going to start slaying the dragon." As soon as Nangong Lai's words fell, a fiery square sky painting appeared in his hand. An intense fiery light soared into the sky, and an ancient mutated beast appeared, appearing rather fierce and dazzling. This heavenly painting sword was his high-grade spirit artifact. Back then, he had relied on it to kill the leaders of the Green Fox mercenaries. "Brother Nangong, why are you in such a hurry? Wait for this old man first." A voice came from afar. As soon as the voice finished speaking, 3 figures appeared in front of everyone. The people from the Dong family had arrived. The one who had just spoken was the Cuban grandmaster that Ling Xiao had met once before. Beside him was a tall, thin old man. This old man had his hands behind his back, and his silver hair was in a mess. His aura was restrained, and there was not the slightest bit of divine light around him. However, his old eyes revealed a domineering aura that made people not dare to look him in the eye. Beside him was a delicate young girl. Her face was as delicate as a flower, and her body was slender and elegant. Ling Xiao also recognized this young girl. She was the 7th miss of the Dong family, Dong Qinchin. She was sitting on a nether-patterned leopard that could already fly. Nangong Lai flew in front of the Cuban grandmaster and said respectfully, "Greetings, Elder Dong." The others also stepped forward and bowed in greeting. The old man in front of them was the Dong family's ancestor. He had stepped into the venerable realm more than 200 years ago, and he had probably advanced to the next level now. Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to the old man. Instead, he looked at the nether-patterned leopard under Dong Qinchin and exclaimed in a low voice, "A 6th-grade spirit beast." He really didn't expect the Dong family to have such a terrifying spirit beast. No wonder the Dong family could dominate Nantian City for so long. Feeling Ling Xiao's gaze, Dong Qinchin couldn't help but curse. This pervert is actually here. Originally, she had no grudges with Ling Xiao. However, a few days ago, before the auction, she had seen Ling Xiao and Kai Xinzi fight, and in the end, Ling Xiao had attacked Kai Xinzi's chest. Therefore, she had decided to label Ling Xiao as a pervert. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know the reason, and he felt that he was innocent and wronged. Gu Ba also saw Ling Xiao and said happily, "Hey, kid, what are you doing over there? Are you trying to tame a flood dragon?" Ling Xiao respected Gu Ba very much, so he cupped his hands and said, "Senior, This is my mount." Hearing these words, Gu Ba was also stunned. Dong Qin laughed disdainfully and said, "Shameless pervert." The Dong family's ancestor only glanced at him briefly before looking back at the flood dragon. Gu Ba came back to his senses and asked, "Kid, are you sure this is really your mount?" Before Ling Xiao could speak, Wei Laosan said, "Grandmaster Gu Ba, don't be fooled by that bastard. If this flood dragon is his mount, I'm afraid he'll say that Long Tao River is his home." The Wei family had already found out that Gu Ba's previous protector, Ling Xiao, had only done so out of admiration for him. That was why he dared to stir up trouble. Ling Xiao glared at Wei Laosan and frowned, then shouted at the flood dragon, "Little dragon, get up here." Boom! The blue flood dragon was tired of playing, and when it heard Ling Xiao's call, it quickly soared out of the river. The momentum of the dragon leaping into the sea caused everyone to retreat in panic. Only the three from the Dong family, Nangong Lai, and the Earth Sovereign experts remained where they were. "Kill them!" Ling Xiao jumped onto the dragon's back and pointed at the three from the Wei family. The purple flood dragon had evolved into a flood dragon, and its primitive bloodthirsty nature was thoroughly stimulated. When it heard Ling Xiao's order, it immediately opened its bloody mouth and roared at the three from the Wei family. Dragon's divine ability, Dragon Roar. The earth-shattering dragon roar shook everyone to the point of being absent-minded, and the weaker king stage experts were shaken to the point of falling into the river. The three from the Wei family, who bore the brunt of the dragon's roar, were shaken to the point of bleeding from their ears and noses. Fortunately, they were Earth Sovereign experts, or else they would have been killed by the roar. After the blue flood dragon roared, it soared into the sky and arrived in front of the three in the blink of an eye. Bastard! Wei Laosan's injuries were relatively light. When he saw the flood dragon in front of him, he cursed, and a spirit sword appeared in his hand, ready to kill the dragon. Bang! The blue flood dragon didn't wait for him to make a move. Its huge tail swept across, and the three were directly smashed into the river. The three from the Wei family had no room to resist, and were at a loss. "Elder Dong, save us." Wei Laosan begged the Dong family's ancestor as he fell. The blue flood dragon was about to dive into the river, and its huge bloody mouth was already wide open. In just a moment, the three sovereign stage experts of the Wei family were about to be killed. Everyone's expression changed. "Enough. You have to torture people," the Dong family's ancestor said calmly, and in the blink of an eye, he stood in front of the blue flood dragon. The blue flood dragon's murderous nature was aroused. Without Ling Xiao's instruction, it wouldn't stop, and directly bit towards the Dong family's ancestor. "Xiaolong, stop right there!" Ling Xiao shouted hastily. Unfortunately, the blue flood dragon's speed was too fast, and it couldn't stop. "Great-grandfather, be careful." Dong Qin, who was not far away, warned the Dong family's ancestor. At the same time, she wanted the hell-patterned leopard to help. "Don't worry, he can handle it," Gu Ba said confidently. Nangong Lai narrowed his eyes and stared at the man and the beast. "Oh no!" Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. "Come on, I haven't moved my body for a long time. Today, I'll play with you." The Dong family's ancestor's eyes flashed, and he slowly stretched out his withered hand. The area within 100 meters seemed to be under his control, and a powerful force pushed towards the blue flood dragon. Chapter 384. One square, one world, referred to a small world within a 50-kilometer radius, and a large world beyond that. One square, one world was a unique offensive technique that celestial masters had comprehended. This was a celestial master's understanding of spiritual energy and nature, which allowed them to form their own unique small square world. This small square world would become their elemental and offensive world, and they would be the strongest ruler within it. The Dong family's patriarch cultivated both the earth and lightning attributes, and the energy condensed from this small square world was like a mountain crashing down, thunder and lightning flashing. The blue flood dragon Tenbin used its divine ability again, and the dragon roared, shattering the mountains and dispersing the lightning. Good. I didn't expect you to be at the late 6th stage. I'll fight you with all my strength. The Dong family's patriarch wasn't discouraged by the destruction of his small square world. After praising Tenbin, he continued to attack with the energy of his small square world. 3 mountains crashed towards the blue flood dragon with the power to move mountains and fill seas. This time, the Dong family's patriarch went all out, and the power of his attack made Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the dragon's back, panic-stricken. He felt as if he could see the 3 huge mountains crashing towards him, which made him feel suffocated and uncomfortable. If it weren't for his strong willpower, he would have been scared out of his wits. Ugh! Before the mountains reached him, Ling Xiao couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. The blue flood dragon wasn't afraid. Instead, it became even more ferocious, and its huge tail smashed towards the 3 mountains like a magnificent army. Rumble! The flood dragon's body was so terrifying that even the mountains were sent flying far away, without being harmed in the slightest. The Dong family's patriarch took advantage of this opportunity to unleash several bucket-sized lightning bolts towards the dragon's back. The blue flood dragon roared as it was electrocuted, and its huge body crashed towards the Dong family's patriarch. An incomparably huge mountain formed in front of the Dong family's patriarch to block the blue flood dragon's attack. Unfortunately, although the mountain was huge, it still couldn't stop the blue flood dragon's ferocity. The mountain broke, and the Dong family's patriarch was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Great-grandfather! Dong Qinshin cried out, and then shouted to the hell-patterned leopard, "Go kill that flood dragon and that pervert." The hell-patterned leopard growled and pounced towards the blue flood dragon. The dark-patterned leopard had yet to arrive, but the blue flood dragon had already coiled its body dozens of meters long and was glaring at it coldly. A supreme dragon aura was released from it. The dark-patterned leopard was so intimidated by the dragon aura that it stopped in its tracks. It kept roaring as if it was resisting its will to submit. "Leopard, come back!" The patriarch of the Dong family had returned to his original spot, and he called out to the nether-patterned leopard. As the Dong clan's patriarch's mount, the nether-patterned leopard didn't resist at all. It immediately turned around and returned to the Dong clan's patriarch. "Great-grandfather, are you all right?" Dong Qinshin asked the old man with concern. The Dong family's patriarch wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "The flood dragon is indeed terrifying. I'm not its match." As soon as the words left the mouth of the patriarch of the Dong clan, everyone looked at Ling Xiao with fear in their eyes. Complicated expressions could be seen on their faces, and their hearts were filled with bitterness. Just a moment ago, they were mocking Ling Xiao for being an idiot. Now, it was obvious who was the idiot. Sitting on the dragon's back, Ling Xiao asked the patriarch of the Dong clan, "Senior, are you all right?" Although the Dong family's patriarch had admitted defeat, Lu Sheng felt that the old man didn't want to fight to the death. Ling Xiao respected Gu Ba, and he didn't want to make enemies. Naturally, he was more polite to the Dong family's patriarch. "I'm fine. My old bones are still strong," the Dong family's patriarch replied. Gu Ba laughed. "Old man, this is the kid I told you I wanted to take as a disciple. It's a pity that he doesn't like me." The Dong clan patriarch was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, "This kid has delicate features, full of spirit, and a hint of softness in his toughness. He is indeed a rare young genius." Gu Ba chuckled, "Someone I like can't be too bad." He paused for a moment, then lowered his voice. "What do you think about letting little Seven follow him?" Gu Ba didn't use his secret ear, so Dong Qinshin heard him clearly. "Grandpa Gu, who knows a pervert like him? I'll pull off your beard if you keep talking nonsense." Dong Qinshin glared at Gu Ba. Gu Ba quickly covered his chin, looking very comical. He was afraid that Dong Qinshin would really do that. "Just kidding, just kidding." Gu Ba laughed dryly. "They really are a good match." "Grandpa Gu." Dong Qinshin rode on the netherworld patterned leopard and pounced towards Gu Ba. On the other side, Ling Xiao looked at the people from the Great River sect. The dozen people from the Great River sect were so frightened by Ling Xiao's gaze that they retreated. They weren't afraid of Ling Xiao, but Ling Xiao's blue flood dragon. The 3 Earth sovereigns from the Wei family had been heavily injured in an instant. If it weren't for the Dong family's ancestor, they would have died on the spot. You didn't believe that it was my mount? Ling Xiao asked indifferently. Jiang Wuxing waved his hands. Little brother, you misunderstood. Of course we believed you. He still couldn't believe it and felt like he was dreaming. This was the legendary dragon that was suppressed in the Dragon Wave River. How could it have become this young man's mount? This was too illogical. Ling Xiao shifted his gaze to the elder standing behind Jiang Wuxing. Did you just say that I'm a brainless person who likes to show off? The elder waved his hands and laughed dryly. Definitely not me. You must have misheard. He then pointed at the people from the Dragon Sea Pavilion. It was them, they were the ones who scolded you. Long Haitian scolded, how shameless can you be? We didn't even say anything. That's right, you bastards from the Great River sect. Little brother, they were the ones who scolded you. Son of AB***, do you think little brother heard wrongly? You're insulting little brother's IQ. Little brother, don't listen to them. They just want to use you to deal with our Dragon Sea Pavilion. The people from the Dragon Sea Pavilion cried out, and the people from the Great River sect also cursed at each other with red faces. The people from the 2 sects were like shrews on the street. They didn't have the demeanor of an expert at all as they attacked each other with malicious words. Nonsense. Ling Xiao roared, then turned to the blue flood dragon and said, Swat those annoying flies away from me, they're annoying. Ling Xiao was pointing at the people from the Great River sect. It was their people who had scolded him the most viciously and nastily just now. However, Ling Xiao didn't want to deal with them because of this. After all, no one would believe that the blue flood dragon was his mount. He didn't want to help the Dragon Sea Pavilion, but when he heard about the Great River sect, he remembered that Luo Ming had almost been humiliated by the people from the Great River sect in the Myriad Beast Cave. The fire in his heart was ignited again. Even though he felt more guilty towards Luo Ming, he couldn't stop Luo Ming from being deeply in love with him. He still vaguely remembered what Luo Ming had said before she died, I'll block it. This sentence would constantly resound in his heart, and it was like a sharp blade that incessantly sliced at his heart, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. When the people from the Great River sect saw Ling Xiao looking at them, all of them were terrified. Not long ago, they would be scared to this extent by a small low-level king stage cultivator. Sect leader, run. I'll block it. One of the elders from the Great River sect shouted. Instead of retreating, he charged at the blue flood dragon. Quick, everyone run. Jiang Wuxing's face was ashen as he shouted and immediately turned tail to run. The blue flood dragon was so powerful that even an Earth Sovereign stage cultivator couldn't withstand a single blow. If he stayed, he would only increase the number of casualties. The elders from the Great River sect had long since made preparations to escape. Following Jiang Wuxing's words, they ran as fast as he did. As for the remaining 3 elders from the Great River sect, they didn't run. Obviously, they were covering for their juniors so that they could escape. All of you run. Let me block it. The elder who had blocked the blue flood dragon first shouted, a look of determination on his face. Then he sucked in a mouthful of spiritual energy, and the surrounding spiritual energy gathered around him. No! The 3 elders from the Great River sect cried out in unison. They already knew what he was going to do. Retreat! The Dong family's patriarch snorted and raised a mountain in front of Gu Ba and Dong Qinchin. The 3 of them retreated at the same time. Die, brat! The elder from the Great River sect pounced at Ling Xiao and the blue flood dragon. He actually chose to self-detonate. Even if he couldn't kill the blue flood dragon, he could still kill Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao died, the blue flood dragon would naturally die as well. You want to self-detonate? You don't have the ability. Ling Xiao snorted coldly as he drew out a steady stream of psychic energy from his spiritual sea. Invisible and formless, the sword light was like the wind. Just as the elder from the Great River sect was about to self-detonate, his mind froze, and he fell into a momentary daze. No one understood what was going on. The blue flood dragon was already in front of him, its giant claws smashing down on his head. The head of the previous generation Great River Sect elder was smashed into smithereens, his brain and blood splattering everywhere. "Old Sheng, you little bastard, will fight you to the death." The three elders from the Great River Sect were enraged. At the same time, the high-grade profound-level weapons that made them famous appeared in their hands, and they attacked Ling Xiao. Waves of terrifying spiritual energy attacks were aimed at Ling Xiao. The blue flood dragon roared, and the Tenbin dragon's divine ability appeared again. The earth shook, and the river water surged. The three elders coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was protected by the blue flood dragon's protective divine light, which blocked the spiritual energy attacks of the three emperors. The blue flood dragon unleashed its ferocious might, and once again pounced on the three elders from the Great River Sect. The dragon's tail swept out, and the bodies of the three elders couldn't withstand a single blow. They were reduced to pools of blood. The blue flood dragon spat out a mouthful of blue divine light toward Jiang Wuxing, who was the fastest to escape. Jiang Wuxing, who was 1,000 meters away, didn't even have the chance to scream. He disappeared into the clouds in the sky. The three elders from the Dong clan, Nangong Lai, Long Hage, and the two elders from the Kai clan were all shocked. Chapter 385. No one had expected Ling Xiao to be so ruthless, directly killing the four emperors and the sect master of the Great River Sect. This had shaken the Great River Sect's foundation. If the Dragon Sea Pavilion took advantage of this opportunity to attack the Great River Sect, then the Great River Sect would definitely disappear in the annals of history. Ling Xiao didn't continue to chase after the others after letting the blue flood dragon kill them. Since he had already vented his anger, he could let the others go. He knew that the Dragon Sea Pavilion wouldn't let them go. When he was here, the Dragon Sea Pavilion had been polite to him, so he had helped them out. "Little dragon, turn small. It'll scare the others." Ling Xiao touched the dragon's body. The blue flood dragon understood Ling Xiao's intentions and immediately shrank into a miniature version of a small flood dragon. It wrapped itself around Ling Xiao's waist and refused to return to the spirit beast bracer. "Seniors, Ling Xiao is deeply apologetic for any of your worries." Ling Xiao bowed slightly. He didn't expect the blue flood dragon's appearance to cause such panic, so he was quite embarrassed. He muttered to himself, "Didn't they say that I could ride on spirit beasts? Why is there such a big commotion when I just let the little dragon appear? It seems like I can't keep a low profile." "Brat, how did you manage to subdue the flood dragon suppressed at the bottom of the river?" Gu Ba asked as he approached Ling Xiao. He looked at the little dragon on Ling Xiao's waist and was quite fearful. Ling Xiao rubbed his hair and laughed dryly. "Senior, this might be because I'm a good person. It followed me for no reason." Since they all thought it was a flood dragon, Ling Xiao could only make the best of it. In any case, he had already killed the 8th grade 9-headed dragon snake at the bottom of the river. Nothing would happen in the future. "How shameless!" Dong Qinchin said disdainfully after hearing Ling Xiao's narcissistic words. "I also think that you have a good character. Otherwise, why would such a strong creature stay by your side? You're really to this old man's liking." Gu Ba praised him, then lowered his voice and said to Ling Xiao, "I say, what do you think of my Xiao Qi? She's the most beautiful flower in Nantian City. She has the looks, the figure." Before he could finish his words, Dong Qinchin had already ordered the hell-patterned leopard to pounce forward. Cuba squealed and ran away, not forgetting to add, "The only bad thing about her is that she's too hot-tempered." "Grandpa Gu, I'll definitely pluck off your beard," Dong Qinchin angrily shouted. Ling Xiao looked at the two clowns and chuckled. He then turned to the Dong clan's patriarch, Nangong Lai, and the rest of the Dragon Sea Pavilion. "Seniors, sorry for the disturbance. Junior will take his leave now. Little brother, why are you in such a hurry?" "Our Dragon Sea Pavilion isn't far from here. We're very grateful that you've subdued the flood dragon and removed a huge threat to the Dragon Wave River. Why don't you come to our Dragon Sea Pavilion for a few days before leaving? Long Haitian invited him. Such a young talent, if they didn't curry favor with him now, when would they be able to? Not to mention, this young man had helped them eradicate a formidable enemy of many years. The remaining remnants of the Great River sect were no longer a threat. Long Haitian was extremely grateful towards Ling Xiao and sincerely extended an invitation. I might have to disappoint Senior. Junior has important matters to attend to in the southern wastelands Gu City. It's not convenient for me to stay for long, Ling Xiao declined. The southern wastelands Gu City was the birthplace of the Gu clan, and it was also the ruins of their ancestral land. Before Long Haitian could reply, Nangong Lai said indifferently, "Why do you want to go to Gu City? That place has been abandoned for 10,000 years, and it is said that 10,000 years ago, something ominous happened there. Now, there are terrifying things happening there, and no one knows how many years it has been." Nangong Lai was from the southern wasteland, so he had some understanding of the southern wasteland's affairs. "I have my own difficulties, but I have to go," Ling Xiao replied. "Since that's the case, then rest for a day at the Dragon Sea Pavilion. I'll take you to Gu City tomorrow," Nangong Lai said. "This?" Ling Xiao hesitated, not knowing how to respond. Gu Ba returned to Ling Xiao and said, "Brat, you're in luck. Brother Lai is famous for keeping strangers away from him. It's your luck that he invited you along. No one is more familiar with the southern wasteland than him." Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before replying, "Then I'll have to trouble Senior." In any case, he still had to wait for the Demon Emperor and Xian Yao to arrive, so he might as well go to the Dragon Sea Pavilion to rest and understand the situation before setting off. Long Haitian and 3 elders from the previous generation of the Dragon Sea Pavilion invited the Dong family's ancestor and Master Gu Ba into the pavilion. The two hesitated for a moment, but they still decided to give the Dragon Sea Pavilion face. After all, the Dragon Sea Pavilion would definitely rule the Dragon Wave River in the future. Although the Dong family was powerful, it was still necessary to maintain a good relationship with them. As for the 2 elders from the Kai family, they also shamelessly followed them. This was a good opportunity to establish a good relationship with the Dong family. At the same time, they could also establish a good relationship with the Dragon Sea Pavilion, Nangong Lai, and that young man. This was very important to the Kai family. After Ling Xiao sent a sound transmission to the Demon Emperor, he entered the Dragon Sea Pavilion with Long Haitian and the others. The Dragon Sea Pavilion was constructed by a river, and it was surrounded by beautiful mountains and rivers. The buildings were magnificent and grand. The mountains were verdant, the springs flowed, spirit birds flew about, and spirit energy was abundant. When looked at from afar, it was like a beautiful and elegant painting that caused one's state of mind to relax. Long Haitian led the group to the Dragon Sea Pavilion, which was the highest symbol of the Dragon Sea Pavilion. The Dragon Sea Pavilion was located on the highest mountain beside the river. The pillars and walls of the palace were mainly carved with pictures of dragons and phoenixes. The carvings were very detailed, and they looked very lifelike. A huge dragon was coiled above the palace, giving off a very intimidating and domineering feeling. When they arrived at the top of the Dragon Sea Pavilion and looked down, the Dragon Wave River looked like a huge dragon lying on the ground. The waves of the river surged, corresponding to the Dragon Sea Pavilion. One couldn't help but sigh at how talented the architect of the Dragon Sea Pavilion was. He had actually built this place according to the local conditions, and it really lived up to the name of the Dragon Sea Pavilion. No wonder there's this saying, "See the real dragon in the Dragon Sea Pavilion." It really is true, Nangong Lai praised as he looked down at the Dragon Wave River. The Dong family's patriarch also said, "This is the way of nature. Looking at it every day is better than a month of cultivation. It's a pity that you've wasted it." "Elder Dong, you're right." Long Haitian bowed slightly. He muttered to himself, "I've been looking at this river for almost 100 years, and I still haven't realized that I've gained 1,000 years of cultivation?" However, just as everyone was about to enter the Dragon Sea Pavilion, they discovered that Ling Xiao hadn't followed them. "Ling." Long Haitian wanted to call out to Ling Xiao. "Don't disturb him." The Dong family's patriarch stopped him. Ling Xiao stared blankly at the river that looked like a huge dragon. The torrential river water seemed to flow eastward endlessly, and the waves whistled and splashed endlessly. It was like a flood dragon soaring into the sky, or like an expert's all-out attack, overturning the river and overturning the sea. Ling Xiao fell into an indescribable state. He felt like he was a small boat, drifting with the wind, rising with the waves, moving with the momentum, and stopping with the water. That mysterious feeling seemed to be constantly lingering in his heart. The group of elders behind Ling Xiao didn't dare to say anything, because they already knew what kind of state Ling Xiao was in. This was the legendary state of being one with the heavens. Martial artists pursued the pinnacle of martial arts, and only by reaching the state of being one with the heavens could they reach the pinnacle. The fact that Ling Xiao was able to comprehend it under such circumstances made them all envious. At the same time, they sighed inwardly, "This Tenbin kid is indeed extraordinary." Gradually, Ling Xiao's figure became illusory. Others could clearly see him in front of them, but they felt as if he had disappeared from this side of the world, separated into another world. After an unknown amount of time, a spirit bird quickly flew in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body trembled slightly, and his eyes returned to normal. "Damn bird!" Gu Ba, who was behind Ling Xiao, cursed. Then he made a grabbing motion, and the spirit bird flew into his hand. "Grandmaster Gu, please stop!" Long Haitian shouted. Ling Xiao also said, "Senior Gu, let it go. How can it be counted? This damned bird destroyed your state of being one with the world. How many opportunities do you need to enter this mysterious state once or twice? Damn it!" Guba angrily complained on Ling Xiao's behalf. He was about to crush the struggling spirit bird to death. Ling Xiao stopped him again. "If I hadn't come to the Dragon Pavilion, I wouldn't have comprehended the Tao. Ling Xiao has already benefited a lot, so how can I be so greedy? Senior Gu, please let it go." "That's right. Opportunities are hard to find. If you get them, you'll be lucky. If you don't, you won't lose anything." The Dong family's patriarch gave Ling Xiao a patronizing look. Before, he had only paid attention to Ling Xiao because of the flood dragon. Now, he was finally starting to take Ling Xiao seriously. "Little Fei Fei, where are you?" A clear and melodious voice came from not far away. The crowd looked toward the source of the voice and saw a beautiful woman looking around as if she was looking for something. When she saw Long Haitian and the others, she asked Long Haitian, "Daddy, have you seen little Fei Fei?" Long Haitian rebuked, "Tong, don't be rude. Hurry up and greet the seniors." This woman was Long Haitian's daughter, Long Ru. Long Ruatong rarely saw her father so serious, and she knew that the people in front of her were definitely important. She immediately went up and bowed to them. "Fei Fei, you're here? Senior, can you return Fei Fei to me?" asked Long Roy. The spirit bird in Guba's hand was Long Ruatong's pet. She had raised it for many years and had developed a deep affection for it. That was also why Long Haitian had stopped her. "Child, don't let this bird fly around in the future. Do you know how many people's opportunities were destroyed by it?" Guba casually returned the spirit bird to Long Ruatong. Long Ruatong was a bit confused. At that moment, her gaze fell on Ling Xiao. Her expression became calm at first, but then it turned into an expression of extreme joy. She stared at Ling Xiao as if she had seen a lover she hadn't seen for many years. Ling Xiao was embarrassed by Long Ruatong's gaze. Ling Xiao revealed a shy expression. This young lady, don't look at me like that, I'll be shy." "How can Tong Tong be so rude?" Long Haitian coughed in embarrassment. He muttered inwardly, "What's wrong with my daughter? Even if you like him, you can't act like this." Chapter 386. Suddenly, Long Ruatong bowed to Ling Xiao and said, "Benefactor, please accept this little girl's bow." Ling Xiao was startled by Long Ruatong's action. He quickly retreated and said, "Young lady Long, did you recognize the wrong person?" Everyone looked at Long Ruatong's performance in a daze and secretly exclaimed in their hearts, "Today, I've learned something new. It turns out that women can be so crazy when chasing men nowadays." They all thought that Long Ruotong was trying to strike up a conversation with Ling Xiao and wanted to get familiar with Ling Xiao so that she could pursue him. They were also wondering if this was Long Haitian's idea to let his daughter keep Ling Xiao. Their Dragon Sea Pavilion would have a great help, and becoming an 8th grade sect would be just around the corner. Actually, Ling Xiao already had some idea in his heart. He suspected that this girl was one of the 3 girls that he had saved in the Nest of Beasts. Previously, in the Nest of Beasts, when the Great River sect was chasing the Dragon Sea Pavilion people, Luo Ming had lent a helping hand and almost caused herself to be consigned to eternal damnation. Ling Xiao had no choice but to save her, killing the Great River sect people and saving Luo Ming. At the same time, it could be considered as helping the 3 female disciples of the Dragon Sea Pavilion out of danger. At that time, Ling Xiao did not pay much attention to the appearance of the Dragon Sea Pavilion girls, so he did not recognize Long Ruotong. Long Ruotong's following words confirmed Ling Xiao's thoughts. "Benefactor, don't you remember saving me in the Nest of Beasts? If not for you killing the Great River sect's elder, we sisters and eldest senior brother would not have been able to return to the sect," Long Ruotong said with a hidden bitterness. Since Ling Xiao killed the Great River sect's King Jie and saved them with his spirit master strength, Long Ruotong had deeply remembered Ling Xiao's appearance in her heart. If not for Ling Xiao, they might have been humiliated to death by the Great River sect people. How could she forget the handsome young man who had saved them at the most crucial moment? Ling Xiao's heroic appearance was accidentally branded into the depths of Long Ruotong's heart. Long Ruotong always knew that Ling Xiao was a person of Purple Heaven sect. She also did not expect that she could enter the eyes of others. She only regarded him as a lover in her dreams. Unexpectedly at this moment he appeared in front of her. How could she not be excited? How could she not be happy? Long Ruotong was only in her 20s. She was at the age when a young girl's first awakening of love. Ling Xiao's appearance and strength were both excellent, and he met the requirements in her heart. Most importantly, he had saved her before. I seem to have some recollection of that. Ling Xiao scratched his head and laughed. He then said, "It was just a coincidence. Miss, you don't have to take it to heart." To be honest, if it wasn't for saving Luo Ming, he wouldn't have cared about the lives of others. Therefore, in his heart, he still felt guilty towards Long Ruotong calling him benefactor. Ling Xiao's modesty made Long Ruotong's impression of Ling Xiao even better. Not forgetting to repay kindness, this was truly the behavior of a great hero. "Tong? What exactly is going on?" Long Haitian asked from the side. Long Ruotong looked at Ling Xiao affectionately and then said to Long Haitian, "Father, do you remember when I told you that during the sect oath assembly, I and a few of my senior brothers and sisters were attacked by the Great River sect in the Nest of Beasts? We were almost humiliated to death. It was this benefactor who appeared in time and saved us. So little brother Ling is actually my daughter's benefactor. I, Long Haitian, am extremely grateful. If you need my Dragon Sea Pavilion's help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. I, Long Haitian, will definitely not refuse." Long Haitian suddenly realized that he had indeed heard his daughter talk about her encounter in the Nest of Beasts. He immediately cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and promised. He only had one daughter, and he was extremely protective of her. These words were definitely from the bottom of his heart, and at the same time, he had the intention of roping in Ling Xiao. After Long Ruotong recognized Ling Xiao, his identity also became known to everyone. It turned out that such an outstanding young man was actually someone from the 8th rank sect, the Purple Sky sect. He was a 20-year-old king realm cultivator, had a high-tier 6th rank spirit beast as his mount, and had astonishing comprehension ability. They had originally thought that Ling Xiao had a lot of experience, but they hadn't expected him to be someone from the Purple Sky sect. This made them endlessly envious of the Purple Sky sect for recruiting such an outstanding young disciple. The group went to rest in the Dragon Pavilion, and Long Haitian had people bring over 1,000-year-old wine and 1,000-year-old spirit fruits for everyone to enjoy. He treated Ling Xiao and the others with the highest treatment possible. Everyone present was a powerful expert, and there was even the Dong family's ancestor present. They had no choice but to treat them with respect. After Long Ruotong recognized Ling Xiao, She stuck to his side and enthusiastically chatted with Ling Xiao, causing Ling Xiao to feel nervous and shy. Long Ruotong could be considered a first-rate beauty, and she wasn't the least bit inferior to the Lu sisters. The delicate fragrance she emitted made his heart flutter. Dong Qinchin, who was sitting across from Ling Xiao, glared at him from time to time. Her beautiful eyes were filled with displeasure, and she inwardly cursed, "Smug pervert." At this time, Guba was bored, so he asked Ling Xiao, "Kid, what did you comprehend just now?" As soon as Guba said this, everyone's attention was on Ling Xiao. They also wanted to know how Ling Xiao had easily entered the unity of heaven and man state, and what he had comprehended. This was something that they wanted to know as well. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment before replying, "Act according to the power of the general trend, follow the Tao of nature, attack according to the Tao of nature, and use the Tao of nature to counter the myriad of changes. Everything can be broken. Act according to the power of the general trend, follow the way of nature, take advantage of the situation to attack, guide nature, deal with myriad changes by remaining unchanged, and break all laws." Everyone frowned when they heard this, and they seemed to be deep in thought. The first to understand was the Dong family's patriarch, and he praised, "Good, good. Using the Tao of nature to counter the myriad of changes. Everything can be broken. It sounds simple, but it's extremely difficult to achieve. Using the power of the general trend to counter the myriad of changes, you can become stronger and win. This is the essence of the battle momentum, battle will, and battle opportunities." After listening to the Dong family's patriarch's explanation, everyone instantly felt enlightened. The river's momentum fluctuated from time to time. When it was still, it was calm, but when it moved, it was like a bolt of lightning. This was the Tao of nature. Act according to the power of the general trend, follow the Tao of nature, and use the Tao of nature to attack according to the Tao of nature, and use the Tao of nature to counter the myriad of changes. For a moment, everyone felt as if they had grasped something, but they couldn't find any traces. At this time, someone from the Dragon Sea Pavilion came to report that a young man and an old man were requesting an audience with Ling Xiao's friends. Ling Xiao knew that Xian Yao and the Demon Emperor must have arrived. Long Haitian asked someone to bring them in. After Xian Yao and the Demon Emperor entered, Xian Yao bowed to everyone, while the Demon Emperor walked in front of Ling Xiao and bowed, "Master, this old servant was unable to rescue you, and caused you to be frightened." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Ling Xiao with even more astonishment. The Demon Emperor's cultivation was already at the mid-level of the Earth Emperor realm, but he actually called Ling Xiao Master? This was simply too inconceivable. It had to be known that the previous generation of elders of the Purple Sky sect were only at the Earth Emperor realm. Even if Ling Xiao was the most outstanding disciple in the Purple Sky sect, he shouldn't have an Earth Emperor realm servant, right? In the Northwest, any Earth Emperor realm expert was in existence at the peak. They had lofty dignity and status, so how could they be willing to be slaves? For a moment, everyone was guessing whether Ling Xiao's identity was as simple as an ordinary disciple of the Purple Sky sect. In the evening, Long Haitian held a banquet in the Dragon Pavilion, and the pavilion was filled with a festive atmosphere that hadn't been seen in a long time. After the banquet, the Dong family's patriarch, Gu Ba, and Dong Qinchin were the first to leave. Before leaving, Gu Ba secretly said to Ling Xiao, "My family's Xiao Qi is really not bad. She has both breasts and buttocks. She's made for a son, much better than that girl from the Long family. You might as well consider her." As soon as he finished speaking, Dong Qinchin ruthlessly kicked his buttocks. Dong Qinchin gritted her teeth and said, "I'll go home and pluck off all your beard." She then glared at Ling Xiao and said, "Hypocritical pervert, don't let me see you again." With that, she floated out of the Dragon Sea Pavilion. Ling Xiao muttered, "This girl must have taken the wrong medicine. This young master is an elegant young master, and she keeps calling me a pervert. Be careful, or I'll really show you." After the three from the Dong family left, the two elders from the Kai family also left. Nangong Lai and Ling Xiao's group of three were arranged to rest on a mountain peak with excellent scenery. When they arrived at the resting area, Xian Yao asked about Ling Zhao's experiences over the past few days. Ling Zhao didn't hide anything and told Xian Yao everything. He had always felt that Xian Yao was a trustworthy friend, so he believed that telling him these things wouldn't affect him in any way. The most important thing about a friend was having a heart-to-heart. Ling Zhao also wanted to find out what Xian Yao wanted from him. Perhaps he really was the priestess's cousin? After hearing Ling Zhao's words, Xian Yao's face lit up with joy. Brother Ling's luck is really good. If it was anyone else, I'm afraid that they would have died. Of course, this young master has always been blessed with good fortune. No one can do anything to me, Ling Zhao boastfully replied. Did anything happen between you and old Zhao these past few days? He continued, nothing happened between you and old Zhao. The old Zhao that Ling Zhao spoke of was the Demon Emperor. He had previously introduced the Demon Emperor using the name Zhao Shiren, or else it would have been inappropriate to directly use the word Demon Emperor. Xian Yao said indifferently, of course I'm fine. I'm just worried that something bad would happen to you. It's good that you're fine. Go back and rest. Tomorrow, Senior Nangong will accompany us to Gu City, Ling Zhao replied. He believed Xian Yao's words without a doubt, but he didn't know that when he had first fallen into the river, Xian Yao had almost been killed by the Demon Emperor. It was said that after Ling Zhao had been sucked into the river by the nine-headed dragon snake, the Demon Emperor knew that Xian Yao was the sole disciple of the Xuanji sect. The Demon Emperor had enmity with the Xuanji sect, so he wanted to kill Xian Yao to vent his hatred. At that time, the Demon Emperor had thought that he had Xian Yao in his grasp, but he hadn't expected that Xian Yao would be the sole disciple of the Xuanji sect. Just as the Demon Emperor made his move, a simple and unadorned 8 trigrams mirror appeared in Xian Yao's hand. This 8 trigrams mirror was the Xuanji sect's sect-guarding treasure. It was called the Demon Sealing 8 trigrams mirror, and it was a rare high-grade spirit artifact. It just so happened to restrain the Demon Emperor's dark attribute and strong bloodlust. At the same time, it was a terrifying artifact that could seal or attack other people's souls. As long as the Demon Emperor dared to make a move, Xian Yao would definitely be able to erase the Demon Emperor's soul and make him disappear completely. In the end, the Demon Emperor had no choice but to compromise and reach an unknown agreement with Xian Yao. Chapter 387. Early in the morning, hundreds of birds chirped and hundreds of flowers bloomed. Ling Zhao woke up from his meditation. His entire body exuded an elegant and natural aura. Yesterday, he had comprehended Long Taojiang in the Dragon Pavilion, allowing him to gain a deeper understanding of the martial path. It would be of great help to him in the future when he stepped into the Emperor, Empyrean, and even Emperor realm. Ling Zhao condensed a golden dragon qi that surrounded his body. It was as if there were small golden dragons swimming around him. The third layer of his dantian was becoming more and more solid, and the fourth layer of the 3 parts returning to origin technique was gradually reaching completion. As long as he accumulated enough energy, he would be able to break into the 5th layer, the spirit transformation realm. Now that the ancient Emperor Divine Art has begun to take effect, once I find the Heaven Gu Divine Art and absorb the blood essence of the 9-headed dragon snake, I'll definitely be able to reach the next level. The 3 parts returning to origin technique has also reached a bottleneck. When I break through, it'll be the day I advance, muttered Ling Zhao. After coming out of the secret territory, he had been constantly on the road, and he had encountered a lot of things, so he didn't have much time to meditate and cultivate. He could only hope to go to Gu City as soon as possible to see if he could find the Heaven Gu Divine technique before returning to concentrate on his cultivation. However, even if he didn't meditate, the 3 parts returning to origin technique would automatically circulate every day and night, slowly increasing his spiritual energy. This was also why the 3 parts returning to origin technique was so monstrous. Young Master, Miss Long has come to visit? The Demon Emperor's respectful voice rang out from outside the door. The Demon Emperor had always called Ling Zhao Master, but Ling Zhao wasn't used to it, so he had asked him to change the way he addressed him. Ling Zhao simply tidied up and walked out of the room. He saw Long Ruotong wearing a green satin robe with a green belt around her waist. Her exquisite body was vividly displayed. She was perfect and moving. Her face was like a flower, and her bashful appearance made people feel pity for her. Ling Xiao compared her to his women, but she wasn't inferior to them. Only Yun Mingqi and the priestess could surpass her beauty. "Good morning, Big Brother Ling." Long Ruotong called out happily when she saw Ling Xiao. "Good morning, Miss Long. What can I do for you?" Ling Xiao replied. "Big Brother Ling, I've already called you that. Why are you still calling me Miss Long? Are you not treating me as a friend?" Long Ruotong wrinkled her nose and said with slight dissatisfaction. Ling Xiao rubbed his nose and said, Then I'll call you Little Sister Long? Who is your younger sister?" "You can call me Ruotong or Tong Tong." Long Ruotong glared at him and said. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly to himself. "What's so bad about being my sister? Really? By the way, why are you looking for me so early in the morning?" Ling Xiao changed the topic and asked. "I'm here to bring Big Brother Ling Xiao around to experience the scenery of our Dragon Sea Pavilion." Long Ruotong took a step forward and said to Ling Xiao. Smelling the intoxicating fragrance, Ling Xiao couldn't help but take a step back. Thinking back to a few days ago, he was even willing to let go of the Lu sisters, so he naturally wouldn't have any thoughts about Long Ruotong. He knew that the most important thing right now was to do, and it wasn't appropriate for him to have fun with other women. "Ruotong, I think it's better to forget about it. I'll have to say goodbye to Senior Nangong in a bit. Let's wait until we have time to enjoy the scenery of the Dragon Sea Pavilion," Ling Xiao tactfully declined. "My father said that Senior Nangong has something to do at the last minute, so he asked you to wait for him for a day before returning. You still have one day, so let Ruotong do her duty as a host. Otherwise, my father will scold me for being insensible," Long Ruotong said weakly, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. Ling Xiao didn't know that Nangong Lai had something to do, and seeing Long Ruotong's enthusiasm, he could only reluctantly agree. He instructed the Demon Emperor to pass on a message to Xian Yao, and then he and Long Ruotong went sightseeing. The territory the Dragon Sea Pavilion occupied might not be as large as the Purple Sky sect, but the scenery here was much more pleasant and beautiful. There were many pavilions built around the mountains, giving off a somewhat dignified atmosphere. There were many spirit birds flying in the sky, adding a lot of spiritual energy to this place. There were also low-level spirit trees, spirit flowers, and spirit grasses everywhere, making people feel extremely comfortable. Beside Ling Xiao, there were beauties whispering to him from time to time, which made him feel extremely relaxed. Ever since he had come to this world and stepped onto the path of cultivation, it was rare for him to have such a leisure time. He couldn't help thinking about his family and lover in Meteor City. He didn't know if they were still doing well. Inexplicably, Ling Xiao had an urge to return to Meteor City to see his parents, to see Yu Shi, Dai, Qing Shuang. What is Brother Ling thinking about? Is our Dragon Sea Pavilion more imposing than your Purple Sky sect? Long Ruotong, who was at the side, saw that Ling Xiao was absent-minded and asked in a slightly displeased manner. She was the dignified daughter of the Dragon Sea Pavilion's pavilion master, with a pampered status and unparalleled beauty. She had countless senior and junior brothers pursuing her. She had always been an extremely arrogant woman, but in front of Ling Xiao, she couldn't find any reason to be confident. She was by his side, but he actually wasn't satisfied. It was really a blow to her. At the same time, it also made her feel that Ling Xiao was different from other men. Perhaps this kind of man was more suitable for what she wanted. Not at all. Your pavilion's architecture is unique and has a different flavor to it. Flowers, plants, and trees grow together, and there's the Long Tao River as the foundation. Although it can't be said to be a paradise on earth, it's a rarely seen landscape of mountains and rivers, Ling Xiao exclaimed in admiration. These words came from his heart. The scenery of the Dragon Sea Pavilion's mountain region was indeed fascinating. The two of them walked through mountain paths, waterfalls, spirit springs, flowers, and grass before arriving at the Dragon Sea Pavilion's Dragon Roar Peak. The Dragon Roar Peak was adjacent to the Dragon Sea Pavilion, and it was one of the 4 main peaks of the Dragon Sea Pavilion. It was a place where the younger generation gathered to cultivate. Although the Dragon Sea Pavilion was a 9th grade sect, its disciples were not few in number. There were more than 3,000 outer sect disciples, hundreds of inner sect disciples, and a few true disciples. Ling Xiao and Long Ruotong's journey had already caused a commotion. Long Ruotong was the daughter of the Dragon Sea Pavilion's pavilion master. Her appearance and strength had been renowned in the sect for a long time, and she was the object of admiration for all the men of the younger generation. Today, the princess in their hearts had actually brought along an elegant young master to tour the various peaks, admiring the flowers and scenery, and chatting merrily and wittily. It really made their hearts ache. Looking at Long Ruotong's affectionate gaze, and then looking at the man's indifferent expression, they were both envious and jealous. Who is that kid? Why is junior sister Ruotong with him? You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? That kid's pathetic appearance is asking for a beating. I support you going to beat him up, but I wonder if that kid's cultivation is at the mystic realm. If he's only at the mystic realm, would junior sister Ruotong like him? I think he's at least at the master realm. They're going to the training field. There's going to be a good show to watch. Second senior brother is teaching today, and he likes junior sister Ruotong the most. When he sees that kid, he'll definitely teach him a lesson. This is the training field, and it's where the younger generation of the Dragon Sea Pavilion gathers to cultivate. Every few days, there will be direct disciples teaching the inner sect disciples here and discussing their experiences, so that they can quickly comprehend everything and advance a level. Long Ruotong pointed at the spacious field in front of her as she spoke. There were hundreds of inner sect disciples sitting in the center of the field, all of them attentively listening to the young man's discussion on the high platform. The young man was about 26 or 27 years old, and he wore black martial clothes. His expression was stern, and his temperament was extraordinary. His strength had already reached the middle stage spirit master realm. At the master realm, he could open the door and teach disciples. This young man had the qualifications to sit here and teach. Cultivate Xian Qi, return it to the Dantian, and guide in spiritual Qi to replace Xian Qi. Using spiritual Qi to temper one's body is to reach the spirit master realm. Day and night, absorb the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth to strengthen one's body. The young man said faintly. His voice wasn't loud, but all the youths present heard it clearly. Ling Xiao quite admired the way the Dragon Sea Pavilion taught. This way, everyone could listen to it, and everyone could gain something. It was indeed a great inspiration for the later generations, allowing them to break through earlier. Just as Ling Xiao and Long Ruotong were about to leave, the young man on the high platform cast a sharp gaze over. Since junior sister Ruotong is here, why not stay and share some of your experiences with the other juniors? The young man's voice rang out. Although Long Ruotong was only a low-stage spirit master, she was only 19 years old. She was a rare genius in the Dragon Sea Pavilion, so it wasn't strange for the young man to say this. As soon as the young man finished speaking, all the inner sect disciples who were listening to the lecture turned around to look at Long Ruotong. Long Ruotong slightly furrowed her brows and said, "Senior brother Zhong, today is the day of your lecture, so how can I take your place? Furthermore, I have important matters to attend to, so it's not convenient for me to discuss my experiences with the other juniors." The young man teaching the lecture was the Dragon Sea Pavilion's direct disciple, Zhong Fengming. He was ranked second among the direct disciples, so it was clear that his battle strength wasn't ordinary. He had also participated in the sect Oath Assembly, but he was chased by the Great River sect and was separated from Long Ruotong and the others. Since the other people's target was Long Ruotong and the others, he and the others were lucky enough to avoid a calamity. "Junior sister, what matters do you have? Could it be to accompany this young master on a sightseeing tour?" Zhong Fengming said with some jealousy. Within the Dragon Sea Pavilion, who didn't know of his feelings for Long Ruotong? Even if the other seniors and juniors liked Long Ruotong, they didn't dare to fight with him because of his strength. Unfortunately, Long Ruotong always avoided talking about his feelings, which made his heart very conflicted. However, he also had confidence that one day he would be able to move Long Ruodong's heart and make her submit under his crotch. However, before he could obtain Long Ruodong's heart, he saw her personally accompanying an outsider. Moreover, it was a man who was even more handsome and younger than him. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable in his heart. The young man in front of him was at most a low-stage spirit master, so how could he win his junior sister's heart? Zhong Fengming was only a middle-stage spirit master, so he couldn't see through Ling Xiao. He just suppressed his cultivation and felt that although Ling Xiao was a low-stage spirit master, he was still a stage lower than him. Senior brother Zhong, please speak with more respect. This young master is an honored guest of our Dragon Sea Pavilion. Receiving him is my top priority. Senior brother Zhong, please continue teaching. Big brother Ling, let's go, said Long Ruodong angrily. Then she pulled Ling Xiao's hand and turned to leave. Zhong Fengming saw Long Ruodong pull Ling Xiao's hand in front of everyone, and his heart ached. A wave of fury soared into the sky. Chapter 388. Everyone knew that Zhong Fengming liked Long Ruodong, but now she was accompanying another young man on a sightseeing tour. Moreover, she treated it as a top priority. This caused jealousy and anger to rise in his heart. Why did she have to be so good to an outsider? Could it be that she fell in love with this guy just because he was a bit more handsome and had fairer skin? Zhong Fengming wanted to let Long Ruodong know that this kind of man was just a facade. In reality, he was just a useless coward. Zhong Fengming jumped up from the platform and arrived in front of Long Ruodong and Ling Xiao. He coldly looked at Ling Xiao and then at Long Ruodong. Junior sister, may I know where this honored guest is from? When he said this, he emphasized the word honored guest, and his eyes were filled with extreme disdain. Long Ruodong was extremely angry at Zhong Fengming's rudeness. Senior brother Zhong, please pay attention to your etiquette. Don't lose the image of our Dragon Sea Pavilion. Ruodong, it seems like your senior brother doesn't like me. Take me somewhere else, Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ling Xiao usually didn't respond to this kind of rude provocation. Once he did, it would be quite profound. He decided to give the Dragon Sea Pavilion some face. Shut up. Is Ruodong something you can call? Zhong Fengming heard Ling Xiao call Long Ruodong so intimately and immediately shouted at Ling Xiao. He clenched his fists and his eyes were filled with anger. Immediately, the inner disciples of the Dragon Sea Pavilion all gathered over. Their eyes were filled with excitement as if they wanted to see their second senior brother teach that handsome young man a lesson. Long Ruodong stood in front of Ling Xiao and shouted, Senior brother Zhong, apologize to big brother Ling immediately. Otherwise, you'll be punished. Junior sister, you actually want me to apologize to an outsider? That's impossible. Zhong Fengming looked at Long Ruodong in disbelief. He then said, Junior sister, don't tell me that I don't understand your feelings. Senior apprentice brother Zhong, that's enough. I've already told you before that I don't like you. Hurry up and apologize to big brother Ling. Long Ruodong glared at Zhong Fengming. She had long known of Zhong Fengming's feelings for her, but she didn't like Zhong Fengming's personality. He was too full of himself and was extremely scheming. She felt that he was only pursuing her for the position of the future pavilion master. Ling Xiao was her savior and the first man to make her heart beat faster. She really couldn't stand Zhong Fengming treating Ling Xiao like this. Furthermore, how could Ling Xiao be so powerful? Her father had told her last night that no one in the Dragon Sea Pavilion could afford to offend him. One could imagine how terrifying Ling Xiao was. She wanted Zhong Fengming to apologize because she hoped that Zhong Fengming would be tactful and not ask for a snub. Unfortunately, Zhong Fengming didn't know any of this. In his eyes, Tianbin was only a low-level soul master. Tianbin was okay, but for a mid-level soul master like him, he was far from being good enough. How could he apologize to someone weaker than him? Even if this brat really did have some background, he decided to teach him a lesson. Forget it. Let's go. Ling Xiao shook his head. Wait, I don't care who you are or where you come from. Leave my junior apprentice sister immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhong Fengming shouted at Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with strong killing intent. Ling Xiao furrowed his brows and coldly said, "Keep your ignorant provocation. I won't bicker with you for Pavilion Master Long's sake. Big brother Ling, let's go. I'll have his master teach him a lesson." Long Ruotong could already feel that Ling Xiao was angry and pulled Ling Xiao away. She was really afraid that Ling Xiao and Zhong Fengming would have a conflict. "Scram. Don't think that just because you're a guest of the Dragon Sea Pavilion, I won't dare to touch you. If you have the guts, get on the stage and let's fight to the death." Zhong Fengming clenched his fists and roared. "Enough, senior apprentice brother Zhong," Long Ruotong shouted. Before she could finish, Ling Xiao interrupted her and said, Ignore him. Some people are just cheap wretches. They need to be taught a lesson to remember." "Big brother Ling, you have to be lenient." Long Ruotong was worried. She had seen Ling Xiao's methods before. He could even kill a king, let alone a middle spirit master like Zhong Fengming. "Come, let's go to the stage to see who's the real deal. If you lose, then stay away from my junior apprentice sister. Don't bother her anymore." Zhong Fengming endured the urge to go berserk. The more he looked at Long Ruotong, the more he felt that she cared for that brat. That jealous anger made him go crazy. "I'll definitely make you leave the stage lying down." Zhong Fengming made a firm resolution in his heart. "There's no need to go to the stage to deal with a small character like you." Ling Xiao looked at Zhong Fengming with extreme disdain. He then turned to Long Ruotong and said, "Ruotong, cover your ears and move further away. Don't hurt yourself." Long Ruotong didn't understand what Ling Xiao meant, but she still did as he said. "How dare you look down on me? I'll let you know what it means to say that there is always someone better than you out there." Zhong Fengming said coldly. His entire body turned into a shadow as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Zhong Fengming was a wind attribute martial artist, and his speed was the fastest within the same realm. He took the initiative because he couldn't stand Ling Xiao anymore. That brat actually called him a small character. He was the Dragon Sea Pavilion's second senior apprentice brother, and his strength was at the peak of the younger generation. He had always been sought after and worshipped by the younger generation, so how could he endure being insulted like this? The nearby inner court disciples all revealed excited expressions when they saw Zhong Fengming make his move. They were only inner court disciples, and being able to see a true disciple in action was also a chance for them to learn. That brat dares to challenge second senior apprentice brother? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Exactly. Second senior apprentice brother can even fight against a high-ranked spirit master. The elders in the pavilion all think highly of him. I really don't know why senior apprentice sister Long is so protective of an outsider. Could it be that she really likes this kind of man? I think that man is quite charming. He's much more handsome than second senior apprentice brother, but he's just good to look at but useless. Not only was Zhong Fengming fast, but his attacks were also extremely ruthless. He was actually poking at Ling Xiao's lifeblood, which showed just how ruthless he was towards Ling Xiao. "Get the hell out of here!" Ling Xiao roared, his voice shaking the heavens and the earth. Previously, when Ling Xiao refined the flood dragon's essence blood, he had comprehended the tenbin of dragons' divine ability, Dragon Roar. Now, his roar contained the might of a dragon's roar. It was like a giant dragon's roar, and its tongue was like thunder, causing the surroundings to tremble. The nearby inner court disciples were all shaken to the point that they didn't know what to say. Their ears were ringing non-stop, and their heads weren't listening to them. Blood flowed out of the corners of their mouths, and their legs went limp as they all fell to the ground. Zhong Fengming, who bore the brunt of the attack, was even more miserable. His chest felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow, and his entire body was sent flying far away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and finally fell to the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Long Ruotong covered her ears after Ling Xiao's reminder and distanced herself from Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao's dragon roar still caused her ears to ring, and she felt dizzy. Who dares to be so impudent here? A dozen figures quickly flew out from a pavilion not far from the training grounds. They were all 25 to 30 years old, and they were all Dragon Sea Pavilion's true disciples. Their cultivations ranged from low-level to mid-level spirit masters, and one of them was even a high-level spirit master. When the successor disciples saw the group of inner sect disciples falling to the ground, all of them had expressions of pain, as if they had suffered some kind of heavy injury, and when they saw Zhong Fengming lying on the ground like a dead dog unconscious, their faces all turned ashen and angry. They surrounded Ling Xiao, and one of the high-level spirit masters shouted at Ling Xiao, "Who are you? How dare you come to my Dragon Sea Pavilion and behave atrociously? Eldest senior brother, why are you being so polite with him? Look at him, he's probably from the Great River sect. Kill him first. You dare to injure my inner court disciples and plot against my second senior brother? Don't even think about leaving here today. Everyone, let's kill him together." Ling Xiao looked around at the Dragon Sea Pavilion's true disciples who were rubbing their fists and smiled faintly. "Is this how your Dragon Sea Pavilion treats its guests? Guest? You dare to injure people in my pavilion and call yourself a guest of the Dragon Sea Pavilion? What a joke!" A true disciple shouted. "Would you believe me if I said that I was forced to do so?" Ling Xiao spread his hands and said, "Your words are a bit dramatic. No matter why you injured people, I advise you to obediently surrender and wait for your punishment. Otherwise, the only path left for you is death," said the High Spirit Master. Ling Xiao knew that no matter how he explained, they wouldn't listen, so he walked over to Long Ruotong and said, "Whether or not I'm telling the truth, you can ask Ruotong." "How dare you? Don't you dare harm my junior sister." The High Spirit Master thought that Ling Xiao wanted to kidnap Long Ruotong and shouted. The long sword on his back flew out and stabbed towards Ling Xiao's back. The other true disciples didn't mind. Since this person dared to come here, his strength was definitely not ordinary. They needed to work together to capture him. "You guys are really boring." Ling Xiao turned around, and an incomparably powerful king rank aura swept out from him. The dark protection force that was suffused with golden dragons blocked all of the attacks. The High Spirit Master and the group of true disciples were shocked by Ling Xiao's aura and stopped. They looked at Ling Xiao in shock. They had never thought that someone so young would already be a king-level existence. No wonder he dared to provoke them. Their hearts went cold. Today, the elders on Dragon Roar Peak had all left the sect. Without a king-level expert to resist, the only path left for them was death. Ling Xiao had no intention of making things difficult for them. He withdrew his aura and flashed over to Long Ruotong's side. He lightly touched the back of her neck, and she instantly regained consciousness. Big Brother Ling, are you all right?" Long Ruotong asked with concern. "I'm fine. You go and explain to them. I'll go back first." Ling Xiao had already lost the mood to have fun. He pointed at the true disciple of the Dragon Sea Pavilion and said. After that, he turned and flew back to the mountain peak where he was resting. The Dragon Sea Pavilion true disciples were all dumbfounded. Could it be that he had really been forced to act? Chapter 389. Ling Xiao had shocked all the true disciples of the Dragon Sea Pavilion on the Dragon Roar Peak. For a moment, the younger generation of disciples finally knew that Ling Xiao was one of the distinguished guests invited by their pavilion master at the Dragon Pavilion yesterday. No wonder he had such strength. Otherwise, how could the pavilion master treat him as a distinguished guest? At the same time, they clearly understood what Zhong Fengming meant when he said, "There is always a higher mountain and a higher sky." In the afternoon, a shocking news spread throughout the northwest and the southern wasteland. The Great River sect had been destroyed by the Dragon Sea Pavilion, and the upper reaches of the Longtao River were now under their control. The moment the Great River sect's emperor and sect master were killed by Ling Xiao's blue dragon, it meant that the Great River sect would no longer exist. However, no one had expected the Dragon Sea Pavilion to act so quickly. It was said that the Dragon Sea Pavilion had even invited the Emperor of Mercenaries, Nangong Lai, to kill an old monster who had been in closed-door training for many years. Otherwise, it would not have been so easy for the Dragon Sea Pavilion to take down the Great River sect. In addition to hunting spirit beasts and searching for spirit herbs to survive, mercenary groups would also accept some missions issued by others. As long as there was enough money, even if they were asked to kill, they would gladly accept it. The premise was that they had the ability to complete the mission. For a mercenary like Nangong Lai, it was extremely difficult to ask him to help. Sometimes, even if you had enough money, he might not help you. However, this time, Nangong Lai had chosen to help. Many people felt that it was inconceivable. At the same time, they were all thinking, when did the Dragon Sea Pavilion get involved with the Raging Inferno mercenary group? Just as everyone was talking about it, Nangong Lai, Ling Xiao, Xian Yao, and the Demon Emperor were preparing to leave the Dragon Sea Pavilion for the southern wasteland. Long Haitian and all the elders of the previous generation came out to send them off. This was the first time the Dragon Sea Pavilion had received such treatment. Master Nangong, if you have time in the future, please come visit us. We will welcome you with open arms, Long Haitian said cheerfully. He then turned to Ling Xiao and said, Brother Ling, I already know about what happened yesterday. I am truly sorry, but I will definitely punish that brat severely. You're too polite, Pavilion Master Long. It was just a small matter. Ling Xiao waved his hand. All right, let's go. Nangong Lai did not want to delay and urged. Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards Long Haitian and the group of old men before leaving with Nangong Lai. A delicate voice called out from behind the crowd, Brother Ling, wait a moment. Ling Xiao didn't need to turn his head to know who was calling him. Long Ruotong separated the crowd and handed a small ornament to Ling Xiao. Big Brother Ling, this is my gift to you. Thank you for saving my life. After Long Ruotong placed the things in Ling Xiao's hands, her beautiful eyes looked at him emotionally, then she turned around and disappeared into the crowd. Ling Xiao clutched the exquisite pouch in his hand, turned around and left with Nangong Lai. After flying past the south side of the Dragon Wave River, it would be the territory under the jurisdiction of the Southern Wasteland. The area of the Southern Wasteland was much larger than the Northwest. However, it was mainly inhabited by spiritual beasts, and humans only occupied 1/5 of the area. Currently, the Southern Wasteland was divided into 8 major powers: 1 sect, 2 alliances, 3 clans, and 4 families. The first sect was the only sect in the Southern Wasteland, the Demon Shadow Sect. Their forces were spread all over the Southern Wasteland, and they were the strongest existence in the Southern Wasteland. Almost all of them cultivated the dark attribute, and they were extremely arrogant. They were viewed as evil by the people of the righteous path, and they were not allowed to exist in this world. However, in the Southern Wasteland, not many people dared to oppose them. Only the 2 alliances were able to contend against them. The 2 alliances were the Beast Alliance and the Deity Alliance. The Beast Alliance was an alliance led by the Beastmen tribes in the Southern Wasteland. Their leader was a rank 6 beast tamer, and there was no lack of rank 4 and 5 beast tamers in the alliance. Their cultivation might not be particularly powerful, but they were able to communicate with and get close to spirit beasts. The number of spirit beasts they had tamed from rank 3 to rank 5 were countless, and their leader even had 5 rank 6 spirit beasts by his side. With this, they became the second strongest force in the Southern Wasteland. The Deity Alliance was an alliance that propagated sectarianism and believed in religious rituals. They were the best at bewitching people, propagating the belief of pacifism, and promoting the equality of commoners and warriors. It did not matter whether you were strong or not, as long as your mind was not firm enough. Once you were influenced by them, you would become their most loyal believer. They had no less than 1 million believers in the Southern Wasteland, and they were the divine religion in the eyes of the commoners. The 3 races referred to the barbarian race, the puppet race, and the cannibal race. The barbarian race was the oldest race in the Southern Wasteland. They had the bloodline of the barbarian race, and their tenbin was known for its strength. No matter how strong you were, only by competing with your strength could you convince others with your strength. This was the true warrior of the barbarian race. It was said that when the barbarian king was young, he used his arm strength to lift a huge elephant weighing 5,000 jin, and became the genius of the barbarian race. Later on, he became the king of the barbarian race. The puppet race was a race that could use the puppet ancestral curse. The ancestral curse they used could cause people to hallucinate and cause them to lose their minds. At the peak of the puppet race, it was said that they could even control emperor-level experts. This showed how terrifying the puppet race was. However, the puppet race had disappeared for many years, and it was unknown whether they still existed. Some said that the puppet race had been exterminated, and some said that the puppet race was hiding in some mountain range, and some said that the puppet race had moved to the central region. The cannibal race had an ancient, cruel bloodline. They liked to eat their own kind, and their methods were terrifying and cruel. The place where they lived was called the Forbidden Zone for humans. Once someone fell into it, they would be dismembered, and even emperor-level experts would not be able to escape. The cannibal race was just like the puppet race, and they were extremely rare. Few people knew where they lived. These 4 families were the 4 great ancient families of the southern wasteland. The first family was the Tang family, an aristocratic family of blacksmiths. The Tang family was famous for their blacksmithing skills. The Tang family had produced a total of 3 spiritual blacksmiths, and they had led the Tang family to prosperity, standing tall in the southern wasteland. Most of the profound weapons in the southern wasteland came from the Tang family. There was a popular saying in the southern wasteland, anything from the Tang family must be of high quality. It could be seen how famous the weapons forged by the Tang family were. Although the Tang family had no spiritual blacksmiths, the Tang family's old master was a high-level profound blacksmith, and he was only one step away from becoming the 4th spiritual blacksmith in the Tang family. With this, the Tang family could occupy the first position among the 4 great families. The second family of the southern wasteland was the Xen family. The Xen family was similar to the Tang family, but the Xen family was an alchemist family. They had been glorious for a time, but unfortunately, their descendants' tenbin of alchemy was limited, and none of them had reached the 5th rank. Although the Xen family had 4 4th-rank alchemists, it was still difficult for them to compete with the Tang family, and they could only settle for 2nd place. The 3rd and 4th families were the Nangong family and the Ouyang family. These 2 families did not have the advantages of the first 2 families, but they relied on the mineral veins discovered by their ancestors to mine and sell the mineral materials as their main means of making money, which allowed them to occupy the 3rd and 4th positions. Furthermore, the ancestors of the Nangong family and the Ouyang family were good friends, and the 2 families had always helped each other through marriage. This was the only way for the 2 families to survive. Otherwise, they would have been swallowed by the other forces long ago. Other than the 1 sect, 2 alliances, 3 families, and 4 families, there were also countless forces of various sizes. Although they were not as terrifying as the major forces, they were still difficult to deal with. 200 years ago, the Demon Shadow sect, one of the 8 great powers in the southern wasteland, attempted to invade the northwest region. After being surrounded by many sects in the northwest region, they had been holed up for many years. It could be said that they were divided internally and were not united at all. The Beast Alliance guarded their own territory and rarely expanded outwards. Currently, the Deity Alliance was the strongest. Their religion had bewitched many people's hearts. The barbarian race was next in line with the bloodline of strength, and they had won the hearts of the people because of their pure bloodline in the southern wasteland. The puppet race had disappeared for a long time, and the man-eating race was very elusive. In the vast southern wasteland, there was no standard division of regions. All the major forces were suspicious of each other, and it was hard for them to reach a consensus. This caused many places to be filled with roving bandits, robbing caravans, and occupying the mountains. Other than that, the southern wasteland was the most primitive place for spirit beasts to live. It occupied 4/5 of the southern wasteland, and it could be seen how many rare beasts lived there. Many spirit beasts would occasionally appear and attack some villages or tribes. If one wanted to survive in this land, it would be hard to do so without some survival knowledge and some strength. 10,000 years ago, the southern wasteland had a glorious era. At that time, there were no divisions of forces. There were only 4 overlords: the Gu race, the Beast race, the Puppet race, and the Barbarian race. Among these 4 races, the Gu race was the most powerful. The history of the Gu race was much longer than the other 3 races, and they were even more mysterious. It could be said that they had lived in this land since the beginning of the human race. They raised, ate, and controlled Gu for a living. The Gu race was famous for being united, harmonious, and hospitable. However, their way of doing things was somewhat different from ordinary people, making people uncomfortable. Once they couldn't make friends with them, they would turn hostile and become enemies. Their vengeful character was famous for being terrifying. There was once a saying in the southern wasteland, "Rather provoke a beast than offend the Gu race." This showed how terrifying the deterrence of the Gu race was. However, for some reason, the once powerful Gu race was annihilated by the central region's major sects more than 10,000 years ago, destroying their foundation and exterminating their race. From then on, the Gu race disappeared from the southern wasteland. Only a small portion of the Gu race wandered in the northwest, occupying the present Guzhai city to flourish. However, the Gu race there could no longer reproduce the former glory of the Gu race. Now that the Gu race had become history, the Guzhai city they built still existed, but it had become the forbidden land of the southern wasteland. Many people wanted to enter Guzhai city and occupy it, but in the end, they all died inexplicably. Some said that it was because the Gu race's Gu worm king still lived there, and those who were not of the Gu race were all killed. Others said that it was a curse cast by the Gu race. Those who did not belong to the Gu race would die if they forcibly occupied this place. Although the Gu race had disappeared, Guzhai city was still there, and the prestige of the Gu race was still there. Part of the information about the southern wasteland was said by Xian Yao, and the other part was explained by Nangong Lai. The group left the Dragon Sea Pavilion and arrived at the first stop of the southern wasteland, one of the barbarian tribes, the Tai Lei tribe. Chapter 390. After Nangong Lai, Ling Xiao, Xian Yao, and the demon lord left the Dragon Sea Pavilion, they immediately set off for the southern wasteland. Due to the fact that the journey to Gu City was extremely far, he had to find a teleportation array in order to shorten the time he took to travel. Otherwise, he would probably waste a lot of time going back and forth, and finding the Heaven Gu Divine technique would probably take an indefinite amount of time. With Nangong Lai, the king of mercenaries, leading the way, Ling Xiao avoided a lot of detours. He knew which path to take to avoid unnecessary troubles and obstacles. Among the 4, only Xian Yao was a high-level soul master. Ling Xiao wanted to let the dragon fly with Xian Yao, who knew that the dragon would not let Xian Yao get close, not even Nangong Lai or the demon lord. Its personality was not like the purple dragon roar. It had become a real dragon and no one would get close to it. Ling Xiao could do nothing about it. Luckily, Nangong Lai had a rank 5 flaming bird, which carried Xian Yao and the demon lord. Just like that, the group set off from the Dragon Sea Pavilion and traveled for 10 days and 10 nights. They left the northwest area and entered the southern wasteland. During these 10 days and 10 nights, the few of them spent their time in the air. Fortunately, each of them had prepared enough dried meat and wine, so they didn't have to waste time looking for food. At the same time, they would concentrate on meditating and cultivating during their free time. However, the dragon and the flaming bird could not afford to travel at such a high speed. They had to stop to rest and recover their energy. Under Nangong Lai's lead, the group arrived at the Tiela tribe of the barbarians to rest. The king of the Tiela tribe was an old friend of Nangong Lai, so Nangong Lai decided to visit him. According to Nangong Lai's introduction, the king of the Tiela tribe was one of the 9 kings of the barbarian tribe. Under his rule, there were more than 10 million barbarians. 90% of them practiced martial arts. Almost everyone knew martial arts. Nangong Lai knew where the center of the Tiela tribe was, so he went there directly. Just as they approached the center of the Tiela tribe, a dozen rank 4 vulture eagles appeared in the sky and blocked their way. "Who are you? How dare you break into the territory of the Tiela tribe?" A tall and muscular man sat on the back of a vulture eagle. He held a mace in his hand and pointed it at Ling Xiao and the other 3 as he shouted. Nangong Lai did not reply. A peculiar golden token appeared in his hand. When the dozens of strong men saw the token, they immediately covered their chests and said something respectfully in the barbarian language. Then they quickly left. Ling Xiao, Xian Yao, and the demon monarch were all confused, not knowing what he was talking about. Nangong Lai explained, "This is the token that King Tai Lei gave me. Seeing the token is like seeing King Tai Lei. They are going to report now, and King Tai Lei will personally come out to welcome us." Sure enough, after a while, the team of vulture eagles reappeared. In the middle of the team, there was a man riding on a 5th-rank golden feathered eagle. The golden feathered eagle is the overlord of the sky. Its pair of eagle eyes are sharp and threatening. The golden light shining from its body is like a bright sun, dazzling people's eyes and making people feel timid. The flame bird was unwilling to be outdone. It let out a series of loud and clear cries, and a scarlet glow appeared around its body as a response. The blue flood dragon, which had its eyes closed, opened its bell-like eyes and let out a dragon roar that shook the heavens and the earth. All the beasts were frightened and submitted. The golden feathered eagle and the blazing bird swayed and looked panicked. If it weren't for the strong suppression from their mounts, they would have been like the vulture eagles and quickly descended to the ground. What a ferocious flood dragon! Big brother Nangong, are you here to challenge me? On the golden feathered eagle, a middle-aged man with a feather band on his head and a golden beast belt around his waist said to Nangong Lai, "This person is Tai Lei King, Tai Jinyong. He has a bear's waist and a dragon's back. He is tall and mighty. His exposed thick arms have blue veins like coiled snakes. His facial features are imposing, his voice is loud and clear, and his clothes are unique. At a glance, one can see the unique characteristics of the barbarians." Nangong Lai left the flame bird and flew to Tai Jinyong. Tai Jinyong also left the golden feathered eagle, and the two of them gave each other a bear hug in midair. "Good brother, long time no see." The two of them laughed at the same time. Ling Xiao looked at the two of them and guessed that they should be good friends and good brothers for many years. "Brother Yong, this little brother is Ling Xiao, a young talent I met near Nantian City. This rank 6 flood dragon was subdued by him in the Long Tao River, and the two of them are his friends." Nangong Lai pointed at Ling Xiao and introduced. When Tai Jinyong's eagle-like eyes fell on Ling Xiao felt as if his whole body was being seen through, and he felt a little flustered. Ling Xiao let out a light breath and cursed in his heart, "F***, I'm not interested in old men." Ling Xiao had always been a person who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. His golden dragon chi rose up, and around him, there were small golden dragons roaring and roaring. "Greetings, King Tai Lei." Ling Xiao sat on the flood dragon and faced Tai Jinyong's oppressive eyes, addressing him in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. "Huh, you are indeed a young man that my big brother Nangong likes. Not bad, not bad. Let's go down to my camp to drink and eat." Tai Jinyong praised Ling Xiao, then took Nangong Lai's hand and flew down. The flame bird flew down with Xian Yao, while the demon emperor flew near Ling Xiao and stayed half a step behind. Ling Xiao let the blue flood dragon curl up around his waist, as if it had become a dragon-shaped belt. It looked very lively and extraordinary. The demon emperor stayed half a step behind Ling Xiao, and the two of them flew down. The houses of the barbarian tribes were different from those of other regions. They didn't care about geography, geomancy, or architectural design. Their houses were all built on the trunks of towering trees, using 1,000-year-old trees as pillars and 1,000-year-old bark as tiles. It was simple and crude, but it didn't lose its natural and primitive feel. As soon as Ling Xiao and the others landed, hundreds of burly young men with golden spears in their hands greeted them in a solemn formation. They all shouted in a barbarian language that Ling Xiao didn't understand. Xian Yao waved his white paper fan and praised, "What an exotic style. It's a different kind of flavor. Why don't you stay here and enjoy yourself? I'll pick you up when I return?" Ling Xiao asked. Xian Yao smiled and asked, "Brother Ling, do you think I'll be a burden to you?" "That's right. You're just a burden right now. I don't know what you can do," Ling Xiao replied. Ling Xiao already understood the situation in the southern wasteland, and he knew that this trip would be filled with danger. He didn't know when he would run into danger, and he was afraid that he wouldn't have time to take care of Xian Yao. Thus, it was better to stop him from traveling. Ling Xiao did this for his own good. Xian Yao deliberately mystified him, saying, "Brother Ling, you have to bring me along on this trip. Only I know where your destiny lies. If Brother Ling thinks that I'm a burden to you, then with your methods, it won't be difficult for me to increase my strength." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly when he saw Xian Yao's insistence, but he didn't say anything else. Ever since Xian Yao could predict that he would have a romantic calamity, Ling Xiao felt that Xian Yao was a bit of a swindler. He thought that Xian Yao might be able to bring him some surprises. However, now that Xian Yao had mentioned it, he thought that it wouldn't be difficult to use pills to help Xian Yao reach the king stage. Ling Xiao was already a genuine rank 4 alchemist. At the same time, he was confident that as long as he could calm down and refine pills, reaching the rank 5 would definitely be a matter of time. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao decided to first let Xian Yao break through to the king stage in the Tai Lei tribe. This would give him the ability to fly, and also give him a better chance of survival. Only then would he not become a burden to him. As he thought about it, Ling Xiao and the others arrived at a rather large house. This house was nearly 100 meters wide and was circular in shape. It was surrounded by 1,000-year-old leaves, making it look like a natural greenhouse. It gave people a feeling of being able to see it. When Ling Xiao and the others entered, they were even more surprised by the magnificent furnishings in the house. The floor was covered with golden tiger skin carpets. Stepping on them gave people an incomparably comfortable and wonderful feeling. The surrounding walls were hung with murals created by great masters, adding a sense of harmony to this place. More than a dozen tables and chairs made of 1,000-year-old profound stones were placed with rich spirit fruits and fine wine. Bursts of fragrance assailed one's nostrils, stimulating one's appetite. Right above, there was a golden soft couch that was 3 to 4 meters wide. It was exceptionally noble. Tai Jinyong pulled Nangong Lai straight up to the golden soft couch and sat down. This was enough to show how deep his friendship with Nangong Lai was. Tai Jinyong then pointed to the tables and chairs on his left and right respectively and said, "The three of you, please take a seat. Since you have come here, you are my good friends. In the future, if there is wine to drink and meat to eat together, I will definitely not mistreat my good friends." King Tai Lei is too polite. Ling Xiao and the others replied politely. After that, Tai Jinyong clapped his hands, and a few young barbarian girls rushed in like a flock of fish. They were holding large plates in their hands, on which was freshly roasted beast meat. They placed the plates in front of everyone one by one. At the same time, they removed the previous spirit fruits and wine, and replaced them with new ones. Under Tai Jinyong's enthusiasm, Ling Xiao and the others ate and drank to their heart's content. Ling Xiao was even more infected by Tai Jinyong's heroic spirit and enthusiasm. His impression of the barbarians increased a bit. After drinking for 30 minutes, Tai Jinyong had people arrange a place for Ling Xiao and the others to stay. He and Nangong Lai wanted to sleep on the same bed and seemed to have endless things to talk about. The three of them were arranged to rest in a spacious house with barbarian girls serving them. Because Ling Xiao and Xian Yao were extremely handsome, the barbarian girls secretly looked at them with enchanting gazes. Xian Yao seemed to be very happy about this and allowed the girls beside him to serve him. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was a bit restrained. Although he appeared to be very interested in beautiful women, he was not the type to be picky about any kind of woman. Moreover, he needed a woman who could make him feel emotions. Only then would he be interested in teasing her. After Ling Xiao sent away the girls he was serving, he even chased Xian Yao's 2 girls out. "I say, Brother Ling, since you have a romantic encounter, shouldn't you let your brother enjoy some romantic pleasure?" Xian Yao said unhappily. "I heard from Senior Nangong that the girls here are very chaste. If you dare do anything to them, then you'll have to stay here as a barbarian for the rest of your life." Ling Xiao threatened Xian Yao. However, he had guessed correctly. The barbarian girls were indeed very unyielding. Once they set their minds on something or a man, Even 9 bulls would not be able to pull them back. This was no joke. Xian Yao was shocked by Ling Zhao's words. He patted his chest and said, "Can't I even touch your butt?" "Really?" Ling Zhao snickered and said, "Give me all your good stuff. This master will turn you into a flying oil bottle." Chapter 391. Although Xian Yao had never seen Ling Zhao's alchemy skills, he did not doubt Ling Zhao's ability. Ling Zhao was the holy emperor that he recognized, the emperor that he would assist in his life. Only by following Ling Zhao would he be able to reach higher and further in the sky. Xian Yao placed his collection of spirit grass and beast cores in front of Ling Zhao. Ling Zhao was extremely shocked. He did not expect Xian Yao's collection to be so rich. He could not help but wonder, just how many good women did this swindler trick to get so many good things? Xian Yao looked at Ling Zhao's greedy eyes and felt flustered for no reason. "I say, Brother Ling, are these materials enough?" Xian Yao asked. Ling Zhao wiped away the saliva that was about to drip out and said, "What a mess! Who told us to be good brothers? If it's not enough, I'll make it up to you." As Ling Zhao spoke, he waved his hand and put away all the spirit grass and beast cores. Xian Yao became anxious. He grabbed Ling Zhao's hand and said, "I say, brother, this is my collection for most of my life. How can you take it all? Even if you want to refine a high-level pill, you don't need so much, right?" Ling Zhao said in a meaningful tone, "I'm going to refine a top-notch grade 4 pill, and it'll guarantee that you'll be able to advance to the king level. You really don't have enough materials. If it was anyone else who didn't have a double, I definitely wouldn't have helped them refine the pill. I'm paying for it, so if you don't want to advance, I'll give it back to you." After Ling Zhao finished speaking, he acted as if he wanted to return Xian Yao's collection. "This? Then you should just accept it." How could Xian Yao be willing to take it back? This was related to his path to the king level, so he could only agree with his heart bleeding. "Fortunately, I didn't take out all my money. Otherwise, I would have been sucked dry by this vampire." Xian Yao wiped his sweat in his heart. "I think I'd better give it back to you. I really don't want to do this kind of unprofitable business anymore," Ling Zhao said reluctantly. Xian Yao patted Ling Zhao's shoulder, then turned around and left the room. "Brother, how can you go back on your words? How about this? Tomorrow, I'll definitely see a medicinal pill that can allow me to advance to the king tier. Otherwise, I won't let you off." He was really afraid that if he stayed any longer, Ling Zhao would really go back on his word. "Hey, Brother Xian Yao, I've suffered a great loss this time. It's not right if you don't increase the reward or something." Ling Zhao called out from behind. Xian Yao clutched his chest and sprinted out of the house, wailing inwardly, "This is my collection for most of my life. It's gone just like that, and you call it a bonus? Do you still have any humanity left?" When Xian Yao left the house, Ling Zhao covered his face and snickered, I've made a huge profit." Treasures of the light attribute are extremely rare. If I auction them off, they'll fetch twice the price of those of the same tier. Light, dark, wind, and thunder were all rare attributes. Spirit beasts and spirit herbs were also extremely rare. At the same tier, beast cores and spirit herbs could be sold for a much higher price than those of the other 5 elements. Ling Zhao put away his happy smile and a large black cauldron appeared in front of him. "Demon Emperor, please guard me. No one is allowed to disturb me tonight." Ling Zhao sent a message to the Demon Emperor outside the door. Then he fed the blue flood dragon a few high-tier water attribute spirit herbs and had it lie down near the door to guard him. Next, he set up a soundproof barrier around himself for 3 meters before preparing to refine the pill. He had to maintain silence while refining. If he failed, a large amount of materials would be wasted. Ling Zhao didn't want to be a wastrel. With the improvement of Ling Zhao's cultivation, he quickly entered the state of emptiness, without any distracting thoughts. A blue flame spread from his palm onto the obsidian cauldron, and the spirit herbs he needed appeared in his space ring. Under the guidance of his mental strength, the spirit herbs flew into the obsidian cauldron in an orderly manner. Wisps of steaming hot air mixed with the blue flame quickly evaporated the spirit grass and extracted its essence. The spirit herbs floating above the cauldron rotated continuously, their essence falling into the cauldron like rain. Refining medicine into rain was a difficult realm that could only be achieved by a king-level 4th-grade alchemist. Ling Xiao could do this when he was only a spirit master, but now he could do it effortlessly. His speed of control was also much faster than before. When all the spirit herbs were extracted, Ling Xiao didn't feel tired at all. He knew that this was all because his mental strength had been raised to a level that ordinary king-level alchemists couldn't reach, which was why he seemed so relaxed. 2 hours later, 2 top 4th-grade pills shone brightly in the cauldron. Why are there 2 king-entering pills? Ling Xiao looked at the pills condensed in the cauldron in astonishment. As far as he knew, it wasn't strange to produce 10 pills per cauldron for 1st and 2nd-grade pills, 2 pills at most for 3rd-grade pills, and only 1 pill per cauldron for 4th-grade pills and above. Previously, only 1 pill appeared in all the 4th-grade pills he refined. Now that there were 2, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Did I fail? Or is there a difference between light attribute pills? Ling Xiao guessed. At this moment, Obsidian's image appeared above the cauldron. Obsidian, what's going on? Ling Xiao asked. Master, don't be surprised, this is normal. Obsidian replied. What do you mean? Ling Xiao asked again. Any rank of the spirit grass contains the essence between heaven and earth. The energy of the beast elixir is the essence of the spirit beast throughout its life. As long as the master doesn't waste their essence in the refining process, it is not surprising that they can be refined into a few elixirs when they are gathered together. For this small 4th-grade elixir, it can be condensed at most 10 at a time. Obsidian responded. That's impossible. Then why can I only make 1 before? Did I waste it when I refined it? Ling Xiao said in disbelief. That's right. It was because Master's realm wasn't high enough, so it's not surprising that you wasted the essence of the spirit herbs. Although I can imprison them in the cauldron, Master can't completely condense them together. So after the pill is formed, a lot of the essence will dissipate because it can't be formed. Obsidian replied. I see. Ling Xiao understood a little. What Obsidian meant was that he couldn't condense all the essences when condensing the pill, causing most of the essence to be lost. Now, with the improvement of his strength and spiritual power, his level of alchemy seemed to be more proficient. His ability to condense them together was much stronger than before. That was why there were 2 pills in 1 furnace. Knowing this situation, Ling Xiao was much happier. According to his current level, if he wanted to refine a 4th-grade pill for others, he could refine 2 pills with 1 set of spirit herbs. Wouldn't that be an extra pill for himself as a reward? What's more, he had to collect additional rewards. In this case, wouldn't he earn more? Obsidian, you said that this 4th-grade pill can be refined up to 10 pills at one time? Ling Xiao asked again. Obsidian nodded and said, Yes, Master. For the elixirs below the 7th grade, the previous master can indeed refine at least 10 pills in each furnace. Only the holy elixirs up to the 8th grade are condensed less. After listening to this, Ling Xiao opened his mouth wide and was speechless. Oh my God, what rank of alchemist was the previous master? Was he really the legendary divine alchemist? Ling Xiao thought in his heart. Obsidian's words sounded again, interrupting Ling Xiao's fantasy. Master, now that you have reached the king level, you can enter the 2nd level of the medicinal cauldron. Do you want to go in and have a look? The 2nd level of the medicinal cauldron? Ling Xiao returned to his senses and responded. Yes, only when Master reaches the king level can you enter the 2nd level. In the future, you can enter the next level every time you advance a big level, Obsidian responded. Ling Xiao suddenly remembered that when he was recognized by the obsidian cauldron, it did mention a related statement. He had been thinking about other things when he entered the king level, so he forgot about it. Does Master want to go in? Obsidian asked again. Of course, I want to go in. Ling Xiao hurriedly went in. He said in his heart, only a fool won't go in. After that, Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness seeped into the obsidian cauldron. Ling Xiao had already seen and used the first level of the medicinal cauldron. This was a wide space about the size of a city. It could store both living and dead things. He had already placed many things here, including the 9-headed dragon's body. By the way, Obsidian, can I put a living person in here? Ling Xiao asked curiously. Yes, as long as he is willing to come in, Obsidian responded. Ling Xiao was so shocked by this that he almost fell down. It can really pretend to be a living person. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. The usefulness of this was great. He wanted to take the Ling family out of Meteorite City in the future and let them develop in a more prosperous place. If the whole family moved, there would definitely be a lot of trouble, but the obsidian cauldron had such a characteristic. As long as he put the whole family in it, no matter where he went, it could be brought there. This was much more convenient and less troublesome. Okay, Master, you can enter the second level after crossing this barrier, Obsidian said as he brought Ling Xiao to the barrier of the first level. Ling Xiao saw a door-like halo shining in front of him, and immediately went in. Aya! Ling Xiao bumped into it, but found that the halo was like a substance, rejecting him outside the door, making him dizzy. Obsidian, what the hell is going on? Ling Xiao touched his head angrily and asked Obsidian. Obsidian showed an embarrassed smile and said, Sorry Master, I forgot to tell you that this barrier requires Master to use the power of the King stage to break it. I didn't expect Master to be so direct and actually hit it with your head. Obsidian really admires you. Ling Xiao almost fainted when he heard this. Why does this damn cauldron's soul act like a living person, daring to tease this young master? Sooner or later, I will teach you a lesson. Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. Then, Ling Xiao began to bombard the spirit formation gate with all his strength. Golden fists that contained boundless power smashed against the spirit formation gate, causing a series of explosions that shook the spirit formation gate. After several tens of punches, cracks gradually appeared on the spirit formation gate. On the 50th punch, a shocking sound finally rang out. The spirit formation gate had finally been broken. Chapter 392. Master's brute force is really amazing. You can even break the barrier like this. Obsidian said with a surprised expression. Damn, is there any other way to break the barrier if not like this? Just now you said to use the power of the King stage to break the barrier. Ling Xiao couldn't help but curse. Alchemists pay attention to the power of controlling fire. In fact, Master can use the power of fire to strike with all his strength. I believe it is enough to break the barrier, Obsidian said. Ling Xiao was completely speechless when he heard this. Damn, why didn't you say so earlier? Ling Xiao cursed. Obsidian showed an aggrieved expression and said, I thought Master understood. Ling Xiao was completely defeated and staggered toward the second floor. When he was about to step into the barrier, he stopped and asked Obsidian, Is there any other explanation? Tell me in detail, I have to beat around the bush again. There should be no more, Obsidian replied. Are you sure? Ling Xiao then stepped into the second floor with relief. As soon as he entered the second floor, Ling Xiao was attracted by a large area of spirit flowers, rare herbs, and rare fruits. Bursts of fragrance came to his nose, and the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth lingered, making people feel refreshed. Ling Xiao quickly rushed in and looked at one of the stone-shaped herbs. This is a mid-tier rank 5 earth stone orchid. Then he looked at another short herb next to it that was as thin as a golden needle, emitting light, and murmured, This is a high-tier rank 5 gold thread. This is a mid-tier rank 5 conch algae. This is a 5 change flower, a high-tier rank 5 spirit flower. Ling Xiao looked at the spirit herbs here while muttering the names of these spirit herbs and spirit flowers. His eyes emitted bursts of colorful light, and then his gaze fell on a tree with 5 gourd-like crystal fruits. 5 colored gourd holy fruit, there is even this? Ling Xiao exclaimed. He had risked his life in the den of beasts to obtain a few of them, but there was a mature holy calabash tree here that had already borne 5 of them. How could he not be surprised? Countless spirit beasts and powerful beings had perished for the sake of this holy fruit. It's already ripe. If I don't pick it now, it'll fall off. I can't waste it. Ling Xiao rubbed his hands and was about to pick the spirit fruit. However, when he came into contact with the spiritual fruits, he could not pluck them. Why is it so hard to pick? That's strange. Ling Xiao mumbled and increased his strength. However, he found that no matter how hard he tried, he could not take them off. Ling Xiao's face darkened. Obsidian, what is going on? Obsidian appeared and asked, Master, what's the matter? Why didn't you pick them? Ling Xiao pointed at the 5-colored gourd holy fruit and asked. Obsidian responded, Master, you don't know that the spirit grass here can only be exchanged but not picked. What does that mean? Ling Xiao asked in confusion. You don't even understand such a simple principle? Obsidian said with slight disdain. Stop talking nonsense and tell me. Ling Xiao's face became more and more unsightly. It means that Master must take out the corresponding level of spirit grass in order to exchange for the spirit grass of the same level here. This is the rule set by the first Master. He said that he can't let the descendants develop the character of reaping without sowing. Obsidian replied. What kind of **T rule is this? Ling Xiao said in a frenzy. Master, are you the kind of person who wants to reap without sowing as the first Master said? Obsidian asked doubtfully. Get the hell out of my way. I'm not that kind of person. I just feel that these holy fruits are ripe, and if I don't pick them, they'll be ruined. That's such a waste. I've always been frugal, and I've always been against waste. I've always cherished the crystallization of flowers and trees. Ling Xiao angrily pounded his chest. Looking at how righteous and indignant he was now, Obsidian was moved by his expression. And he sighed for no reason. I thought Master is the kind of person who wants to reap without sowing like the previous Masters. It seems that Obsidian is wrong. Master, you are as great as the first Master. If that's the case, shouldn't you let me pluck the holy fruit? Ling Xiaohu said with a cunning look in his eyes. Didn't I say that the spirit grass here can only be exchanged but not picked? It has been growing here for more than 10,000 years, and it hasn't been destroyed. The land here is a 6th grade soil, and the aura is also 6th grade. Master can rest assured that as long as you have the same level of spirit grass planted, you can exchange for any spirit grass of the same or lower level, Obsidian responded. After listening to this, Ling Xiao was completely speechless. He could only guard the mountain but couldn't eat it. This kind of pain was really unbearable for ordinary people. Ling Xiao's face was downcast as he walked in another direction. Sure enough, this space was full of rank 5 to 6 spirit grass, among which there were many superb spirit grass that Ling Xiao coveted. Unfortunately, he could only sigh with hope. I don't want to look anymore. I'm going to have a heart attack from anger. Ling Xiao shook his head and walked out of the 2nd floor. Master, you came out so soon? Obsidian asked. What else can I do if I don't come out? Is there anything to eat in there? Ling Xiao was extremely displeased. The more he looked at Obsidian, the more he disliked him. This guy was really asking for a beating. Master, if you want to use rank 5 spirit grass, it's easy. As long as you plant those low-level spirit grass inside, they can also grow into high-level spirit grass within a few years. By then, Master can use them, Obsidian suggested. That works too. Ling Xiao responded and asked after a pause, Don't tell me I have to replace it with the spirit grass of the same rank? That's not necessary. Because Master planted it, you can use 1 stalk if you plant 2 stalks, 2 stalks if you plant 4 stalks, and so on. Master can also use half of the spirit grass you planted, Obsidian responded. Damn, I lost half of it directly. This is too unfair, but it's barely acceptable, Ling Xiao scolded in a low voice. According to Obsidian, this method was still feasible. After all, the 2nd floor provided high-grade soil and rich aura, which could indeed effectively promote the growth of spirit grass. Some spirit grass with room for growth could evolve inside. When I have time, I will plant a lot of low-level spirit grass here. Won't I not have to worry about finding spirit grass in the future? Thinking of this, Ling Zhao's mood was much better. There were many high-level spirit grass on the second floor. Although he couldn't use them, if he encountered an urgent need in the future, he just needed to find the spirit grass of the same rank to exchange. Ling Zhao had to admire the wonderful design of this function. As long as the obsidian cauldron existed for a day, these spirit grass would not disappear. If future generations needed spirit grass, they would also have it here as long as they provided the corresponding spirit grass in exchange. By repeating this, no matter how many years had passed, the spirit grass in this cauldron would not dry up. In addition, he could plant spirit grass here, so it would only increase and not decrease. Ling Zhao also had to admire the vision of the first master. It was really not something that ordinary people could see so thoroughly and deeply. Fortunately, Ling Zhao had a lot of collection now. There were not many rank 5 spirit grass, but there were not a few either. He decided to exchange all the spirit grass that he didn't need and had little value. He basically didn't have many rank 6 spirit grass in his hands, so of course, there was no way to exchange. He could only look and sigh for the time being. After Ling Zhao left the cauldron, Obsidian said again, "Master, don't put me in those low-level utensils in the future. It makes me very uncomfortable." Low-level utensils? Ling Zhao was stunned. "It's the gadget you wear on your finger," Obsidian said. Ling Zhao looked at his finger and knew that Obsidian was talking about the space ring. "If I don't put you here, am I supposed to carry you all over the mountain?" Ling Zhao said angrily. "Actually, it's fine if you want me to become like it. Besides, my storage space is many times larger than it. I should be the one to store it," Obsidian said with some resentment. Ling Zhao's face twitched. "Since you can become like it, why didn't you do it earlier?" He really had nowhere to vent his anger at this damned cauldron's soul tonight. "That's because you didn't ask, Master." Obsidian felt wronged. "Stop talking nonsense, quickly become like it for me," Ling Zhao shouted. "I can't do it myself," Obsidian said. "Then what did you just say?" Ling Zhao shouted at Obsidian. If Obsidian was really a human, he would have been shocked to death by Ling Zhao's roar. "This requires Master's cooperation. I can only change if you imagine me to look like it," Obsidian said with grievance. Ling Zhao was too lazy to say anything more. He imagined the obsidian cauldron to look like a space ring. Sure enough, the obsidian cauldron could really change. Ling Zhao was overjoyed. Then he imagined the obsidian cauldron to look like a giant sword. Unfortunately, the obsidian cauldron did not move for a long time. "Hey, why aren't you changing?" Ling Zhao shouted unhappily. "Of course I can't change. I can only change into 2 shapes. One is the original cauldron shape, and the other is this ring shape." Obsidian spread his hands. "My God! I thought you were a 100 transformations artifact, but it turns out you're just like that." Ling Zhao was very angry and pointed his middle finger at Obsidian. After going around in circles, he realized he really had no use for this cauldron's soul. Fortunately, he didn't need to wear a space ring in the future. He could just carry the obsidian cauldron with him. He could refine pills, store things, and use it as a mysterious weapon when necessary. Ling Zhao transformed the obsidian cauldron into the shape of a cauldron. He planned to refine pills again. Just now, he was refining the king pill for Xian Yao. Now, he was refining the soul-nourishing pill and the vitality pill for himself and the demon emperor. The soul-mending pill was a pill refined with the 5th-order spirit grass soul grass from Zhao Shuren's space ring as the main ingredient. The vitality pill was refined with the soul-nourishing grass he had obtained from the Dong family's auction. Both of these pills could greatly repair and strengthen one's knowledge, si, and soul. They were 5th-grade pills. Even though it was just an ordinary 5th-grade medicinal pill, Ling Zhao had never refined such a high-grade medicinal pill before, so he was still quite cautious. Fortunately, he had obtained many light attribute spirit herbs and 5th-grade beast cores from Xian Yao. Many of these spirit herbs and beast cores could be used to help refine these 2 pills. Light and water attribute spirit herbs had extremely strong healing effects, even when it came to repairing one's soul. With everything ready, Ling Xiao once again threw himself into the arduous process of refining pills. Chapter 393. The night was filled with sparse stars, and the beautiful moon shrunk. At the peak of a towering mountain range, two figures stood tall and straight like ghosts in the night. Big brother Nangong, why are you traveling with a few juniors? Could it be that this is your mission? The two tall and majestic figures were Tai Jinyong and Nangong Lai, and the one who spoke was Tai Jinyong. Nangong Lai replied, I won't accept such a boring escort mission, I'm just a little interested in one of the juniors. Oh, which young man riding on a flood dragon? Tai Jinyong was slightly surprised. Nangong Lai nodded and said, That's right, to use a high-rank six-spirit beast as a mount, this is not an ordinary person. I don't believe that he subdued it under the Dragon Wave River, he doesn't have that ability. So what? In the end he's just a young man. Do you want to take him into the raging flame and nurture him? Tai Jinyong was puzzled. I want to, but he can even reject that old man Gu Ba. I don't think I have the qualifications to take him under my banner, Nangong Lai replied, then continued, I'm just curious why he wants to go to Gu City. After all, the Gu clan has disappeared for 10,000 years, and Gu City has also become a forbidden area. I don't think he's going to Gu City just to die out of curiosity. That young man actually wants to go to Gu City? He's really going to die, Tai Jinyong said with an exaggerated expression. Although Gu City had been in decline for many years and had become a ruined city, it was unknown how many people wanted to occupy it and establish a king. After all, it was once the #1 city in the southern wasteland, and it had a glory that could not be compared to later generations. However, it was now difficult for anyone to take even half a step into Gu City, or else they would only be able to enter and not leave. There was once a powerful rogue Earth Emperor who did not believe in this evil and charged into Gu City alone. In less than 3 days, his companions saw that his jade tube of life had already become dim, and they knew that the rogue Earth Emperor had already died in Gu City. At this point, no one dared to take even half a step closer to Gu City. The mystery of Gu City's forbidden area had existed for tens of thousands of years. No one could figure out what was going on. All kinds of rumors were flying around. That's exactly what I don't understand. It's a dead end, so why would he go to die? Nangong Lai sighed softly and then guessed. Originally, I suspected that he was a descendant of the venomous insect clan, but from his words and actions, it's impossible. The venomous insect clan has always raised venomous insects as beasts, so how could they have other mounts? So I guess he might have already known some way to survive in Gu City, so he came to investigate. I think this is more likely. Even so what? Could it be that Big Brother Nangong wants to enter the city with them? That's right. No one has been able to solve this mystery for 10,000 years. Nangong Lai, want to go in and give it a try. Nangong Lai's eyes were filled with determination. Big Brother Nangong, this is just one of your guesses. What if that young man doesn't know any way to survive? Then wouldn't you die with them? It's too risky, I don't agree. Tai Jinyong objected. Brother Yong, you can rest assured that I know when to advance and when to retreat. However, the mission I accepted 15 years ago is one that I haven't been able to complete in my life. I don't feel good about it. In the future, it will become an obstacle for me to advance to the venerable realm. Nangong Lai sighed. You mean you accepted the mission that alarmed the southern wasteland 15 years ago and offered a sky-high reward for finding the venomous insect clan's heavenly insect magic? Tai Jinyong's eyes revealed a look of horror. Nangong Lai nodded and said, Yes, I accepted it. In the past 15 years, I have traveled all over the southern wasteland but found nothing. I think it must still be in Gu City, or it has long been lost. 15 years ago, there was an amazing anonymous mission in the Southern Wasteland Mercenary Organization. Whoever could find the venomous insect magic would receive 5 million high-grade mysterious crystals. There was no time limit. As long as they could find it, they could get the mysterious crystals at any time. This mission shocked the Southern Wasteland at that time. Such a large bounty was simply rarely seen in 1,000 years. These 5 million upper-grade mysterious crystals were worth more than several small low-grade crystal mines. In the southern wasteland, there was no force that could take out such a large amount. Perhaps only a few great forces combined their resources would have such a possibility. At that time, Nangong Lai, who was the #1 mercenary emperor, accepted this mission without hesitation. Unfortunately, 15 years had passed, but there were no traces of it. The only place that he felt that it might exist was the Goose City that he had yet to find, but he did not dare to casually step into it. Now that he had coincidentally met Ling Xiao, who actually wanted to enter the Goose City, Nangong Lai had the idea of going in together. Of course, he would not joke around with his own life. He had to understand if Ling Xiao had enough confidence to enter and exit, otherwise he would not take the risk. Just as the two of them were talking, an earth-shattering explosion shook the sky. The expressions of the two of them changed. Tai Jinyong said, "Could it be that a spirit beast has attacked?" Having said that, he took the lead and flew towards his tribe, with Nangong Lai quickly following behind him. At this time, the house that Ling Xiao and the others were resting in was blown to smithereens. Many giant trees in the surrounding area were also destroyed by the explosion. The people in the nearby houses were so frightened that they fled from their beds. The experts of the Tiela tribe immediately surrounded the area. They all stared at the destroyed area with indescribable expressions, and their expressions were extremely solemn. They all knew that this was the resting place of the Tiela tribe's distinguished guests. If something were to happen to them in their territory, they would be too ashamed to show their faces. Xian Yao popped out of nowhere and looked at the house that Ling Xiao was staying in. He was tongue-tied. What the hell is this guy doing? Could it be that refining pills can kill people? Whoosh whoosh. Two silhouettes quickly descended. The Tiela tribe's subordinates immediately saluted Tai Jinyong. They were speaking in the barbarian language, but no one knew what they were saying. Tai Jinyong said to Xian Yao, "They said that the explosion happened for no reason." Xian Yao laughed awkwardly. "Maybe my brother was concocting pills inside and exploded while he was concocting. Seniors, you two should know that concocting pills is very dangerous. I've already advised him not to play this dangerous game as much as possible, so I apologize on behalf of that dead brother." Tai Jinyong and Nangong Lai were both astonished. Nangong Lai asked, "Is little brother Ling also an alchemist?" He should be an unranked alchemist. Master Guba wanted to take him as a disciple, but my brother refused and insisted on exploring on his own. "Now it's all good," Xian Yao replied. Nangong Lai laughed lightly. I wonder what grade of pill little brother Ling refined for it to cause such a huge commotion." Next, waves of fragrant pill fragrance wafted out from the destroyed house. The surrounding people were all attracted by the fragrance and salivated. Xian Yao wiped his mouth and said, "How fragrant, I really want to eat it." What kind of pill is this? It actually made me want to devour it." Tai Jinyong sniffed and said in surprise. Nangong Lai also revealed a strange expression. He guessed, a 3rd or 4th grade pill would not have such a strong medicinal effect. This is the smell of a pill fragrance. Could it be a 5th grade pill? Elixirs were divided into 10 grades. 1st and 2nd level elixirs could only be considered as unranked elixirs. 3rd level elixirs could be considered as grade elixirs. Their medicinal properties were already worthy of the title of miracle elixir. 4th level elixirs were a level higher. Their medicinal properties would definitely be richer and their medicinal effects would be more prominent. The higher the grade of elixir, the more extraordinary it would be. Only 5th grade pills and above would begin to emit pill fragrance. This pill fragrance did not only refer to the pill's medicinal smell, but also a smell that would strongly attract humans and spirit beasts. Looking at everyone's expression, Nangong Lai guessed that this could be the pill fragrance of a 5th grade pill. While everyone was still confused, the pill fragrance stopped. 2 silhouettes walked out from the ruins. It was Ling Xiao, who had been concocting pills the entire time. The demon emperor was also following behind him by half a step. At this moment, Ling Xiao was in an extremely sorry state. His black hair was in a mess, and the clothes on his upper body were torn in many places, revealing a lot of muscles that were as white as a young girl's. The Demon Emperor's clothes were also somewhat damaged, but they were still in good condition. As soon as Ling Xiao appeared, he immediately scratched the back of his head and laughed dryly. "I'm really sorry for disturbing everyone's beautiful dreams. Ling Xiao is truly ashamed." When Tai Jinyong saw Ling Xiao appear, he waved his hand at his subordinates, telling them to leave. "I say, brother, don't play such a dangerous game if you have nothing to do. I don't want to see a black-haired person die." Xian Yao looked at the current Ling Xiao and joked. Ling Xiao pretended to kick Xian Yao and said, "Scram to the side." Nangong Lai laughed and said, "I didn't expect little brother Ling to be a master alchemist. I'm really disrespectful." Tai Jinyong said enthusiastically from the side, "Not bad, little brother is a real person. To have such a high level of alchemy at such a young age, it's truly worthy of celebration." Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed and said, "Seniors, you're too kind. Can you let me freshen up before you question me? I can't see anyone like this." Ling Xiao was regretful in his heart. He had thought that he could rely on the restrictions he had set up to restrain the effects of the furnace explosion. However, he had never thought that the energy produced by the condensing of the 5th-grade pill would be so great. Not only did it destroy the restrictions he had set up, it almost took his life. If it wasn't for the fact that he cultivated the ancient emperor's divine arts and had a body of iron skin and copper muscles, he would have already gone to see the king of hell. Tai Jinyong ordered his servants to change Ling Xiao's residence and also ordered his servants to help Ling Xiao bathe and change his clothes. By the time Ling Xiao reappeared in Tai Jinyong's tent, it was already early in the morning. At this time, there were no longer the few of them in the tent. There were also a few middle-aged barbarians and 2 beautiful women. When Ling Xiao walked in, he became the focus of everyone's attention. Ling Xiao knew that his identity as an alchemist could no longer be concealed. He was afraid that it would attract a lot of hard labor and delay his time. However, since things had already come to this, he could only hurry up and get out of here. "Master Ling, come, please have a seat," Tai Jinyong said. At this time, the way he addressed Ling Xiao had already changed, and the enthusiasm on his face was even stronger than yesterday. Nangong Lai looked at Ling Xiao with even more satisfaction. "King Tai Lei, there's no need to be so polite. Just call me Ling Xiao." "I'm not some master," Ling Xiao said modestly. Chapter 394. The Tai Lei tribe was one of the 9 great tribes of the barbarian race, and there was no lack of experts under their command. In the tent of the Tai Lei king, there were 7 or 8 middle-aged and elderly people, all of whom were at least at the high level of the king level. 2 of them were even at the emperor level. Sitting on the left and right of the Tai Lei king were 2 beautiful women. They were both dressed in gold and silver, with many ornaments on their hands. Their clothing was quite strange, and they had the flavor of a foreign tribe. These 2 women were the relatives of the Tai Lei king. The elegant middle-aged woman was his concubine, and the young woman in her early 20s was his daughter, Tai Leining. Ling Xiao really didn't understand why the Tai Lei king had gathered so many people here. Was it because of his identity as an alchemist that it was so grand? "Grandmaster Ling, there is no need to be modest. Right? May I ask what grade of pill Grandmaster Ling was refining last night to cause such a commotion?" Tai Jinyong asked. "I was just lucky enough to refine a 5th-grade pill. I didn't expect it to cause such a commotion. Ling Xiao is very ashamed, but the Tai Lei king can rest assured that I will compensate for your losses." Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before replying. He had originally thought of hiding his true alchemist rank, but he knew that the most important thing when treating barbarian friends was sincerity. Otherwise, if they found out that he had deceived them, they would definitely turn against him. "It really is a 5th-grade pill." Tai Jinyong and Nangong Lai immediately stood up in excitement after hearing Ling Xiao's confirmation. The other barbarians also revealed looks of shock, and their eyes were filled with doubt. They were all thinking, When did it become so easy for an alchemist to advance a grade? Wasn't it said that advancing a grade for an alchemist was more difficult than advancing a grade in cultivation? No matter how one looked at this young man in front of them, he was only 20 years old. How could he be a 5th-grade alchemist? Xian Yao, who was sitting to the side, glanced at Ling Xiao with pleasant surprise before regaining his calm. Behind Ling Xiao, the old demon emperor's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment that was difficult for others to detect. Nangong Lai asked, "What pill did Grandmaster Ling refine?" He only asked this to confirm Ling Xiao's identity. A small bottle appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. Inside the bottle was a sparkling and translucent pill. He replied, "It's just an ordinary soul-replenishing pill. It's really difficult to enter the Grand Hall. I've made a fool of myself." Ling Xiao opened the bottle cap, and a fragrant medicinal scent filled the entire tent. Everyone revealed a covetous expression. Even the 2 beauties sitting next to King Tiela couldn't help but lose their composure. Behind Ling Xiao, the demon emperor almost couldn't help but snatch the pill. This was a soul-mending pill that was extremely beneficial to him. As long as he consumed this pill, his soul would recover a step further. It was extremely crucial for his future recovery. After Ling Xiao put away the pills, everyone reluctantly withdrew their gazes. King Tiela walked down from his throne and arrived in front of Ling Xiao. He cupped his hands towards Ling Xiao and sincerely said, "I implore Grandmaster Ling to help my Tiela tribe. I, Tai Jinyong, will be extremely grateful." "King Tiela, what do you mean?" Ling Xiao said in a panic. He exclaimed in his heart, "Trouble is still coming. What a headache. My tribe lives by hunting spirit beasts all year round. Although our warriors are brave, they are still lacking when compared to the spirit beasts. Losing our lives and getting injured is a common occurrence. Giving our warriors pills is a necessary preparation. However, our tribe is famous for cultivating strength, and very few of us know how to refine pills. Thus, every year, our tribe has to purchase pills from the outer city. It's a pity that the pills we purchase each time are pitifully small, and the cost is extremely high. It's simply not enough to satisfy our tribe's needs. Especially this year, our remaining healing pills are nearly exhausted. Thus, I implore Grandmaster Ling to refine a batch of healing pills for our tribe. I, Tai Jinyong, represent the Tiela tribe to become Grandmaster Ling's most loyal friend." Tai Jinyong held his chest as he spoke with extreme sincerity. Several middle-aged and elderly people in the tent stood up and bowed towards Ling Xiao. "I implore Grandmaster Ling to help my Tiela tribe. King Tiela, there's no need for this. I, Ling Xiao, do not deserve such a bow from you. I am merely a nobody." Ling Xiao quickly helped Tai Jinyong up. Tai Jinyong's head was still lowered. "I implore Grandmaster Ling to help my people. As long as Grandmaster Ling is willing to help, I, Tai Jinyong, can agree to any of your conditions, even if you want my daughter to be your wife or concubine." The barbarians basically didn't know how to refine pills. When they were injured, they would use the most primitive methods of bandaging and using spirit herbs to heal. However, these 2 methods of healing were far inferior to the medicinal efficacy of medicinal pills. Therefore, what the barbarians needed the most were pills, a large number of pills. As long as they had the guarantee of healing their wounds, they would have a higher chance of survival when they fought against the spiritual beasts. This was also the reason why King Tiela was willing to lower his status to Ling Xiao. "King Tiela, there's no need for this. I still have important matters to attend to in Gu City, so I really can't split myself." Ling Xiao tactfully declined. Before King Tiela could speak, Tai Lanying walked down. The gold and silver accessories on her body gave off a tinkling sound. Her delicate face was like a flower, her almond eyes were like water, her waist was like a willow, her breasts were plump, and her butt was perky. Her appearance and figure were flawless. She said to Ling Xiao in the common language, "Master, Grandmaster Ling, do you think I'm pretty?" Ling Xiao didn't even think about it. "Princess, you look like a fairy, of course you're pretty." In fact, Ling Xiao didn't even need to look at it to memorize these respectful words by heart. As long as you agree to my father's request, I'll be yours, Tai Laniying said with a resolute expression. At this moment, Xian Yao hurriedly said, Princess, there's no need to beg him, just tell me. The corner of Ling Zhao's eye twitched. He glared at Xian Yao, only to find that he didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he was looking at Tai Laniying with infatuation. Ling Zhao sighed inwardly, this is bad, I'm going to be sold by this guy. Tai Laniying looked at Xian Yao and asked, do you know how to refine pills? I don't, Xian Yao answered honestly. Then what's the point of me telling you? Tai Laniying said indifferently. If you tell me, I can have him refine pills for you. In this way, you don't have to wrong yourself to be with this promiscuous playboy, Xian Yao said quite righteously. Hey, what are you trying to do? I'm in a hurry, Ling Zhao said to Xian Yao through his secret ear. Xian Yao replied, help me out, my happiness depends on you. If I miss out on her, I'll be a bachelor for the rest of my life. When Ling Zhao heard this, he slapped his forehead. He had been defeated by Xian Yao. Tai Laniying looked at Xian Yao for a moment before looking back at Ling Zhao. Is he speaking the truth? Ling Zhao didn't respond to Tai Laniying and instead asked Tai Jinyong, how many pills do you need, King Tiela? What grade do you need? Tiela King was overjoyed and immediately replied, of course, the more the better. Grade doesn't matter, we'll be satisfied with grade 1, 2, or even 3, as long as they can heal. Alright, seeing how sincere you are, I, Ling Zhao, am not a friend if I continue to refuse. I'll refine pills for you for 3 days, after which I must leave. What do you think, King Tiela? Ling Zhao said decisively. The reason he had spoken to Tiela King first was because he was afraid that Xian Yao would be too greedy and waste his time. Isn't 3 days a bit too short? Tiela King revealed an awkward expression. Although they didn't understand alchemy, they had a rough understanding of it. Refining pills was an extremely complicated process, and each furnace required a lot of time. He was worried about how many pills Ling Zhao would be able to refine in 3 days. King Tiela, you don't need to worry. In 3 days, I can give you no less than 5,000 healing pills below the 3rd grade. However, you must prepare your own materials, promised Ling Zhao. 5,000. Everyone cried out in shock. Refining 5,000 low-tier medicinal pills in 3 days, this was simply too unbelievable. Even if he refined non-stop, refining a few hundred pills would already be pretty good. For a moment, everyone cast doubtful gazes at Ling Zhao. If King Tiela doesn't believe me, then I'll leave right now, said Ling Zhao. The only reason he dared to make such a promise was because he was prepared to work for 3 days and 3 nights straight. Of course, this wasn't the only reason he could refine so many pills. Last night, he was able to refine 2 4th-grade pills in 1 furnace. Obsidian had told him that it was because his realm had increased and his control over energy had become better. This reduced the loss of medicinal essence, allowing him to refine even more pills. Normally, refining 1st and 2nd-grade pills would only produce 10 pills per furnace. With his current ability, he should be able to refine even more. Perhaps it wouldn't be strange for him to refine 10 or even 20 pills per furnace. Therefore, he felt that refining 5,000 low-grade pills in 3 days and 3 nights shouldn't be impossible. Grandmaster Ling is too serious. I'll immediately gather my subordinates to provide the materials, replied Tiela King. He then added, what other requests does Grandmaster Ling have? Please state them all. If my Tiela tribe can do it, we will definitely complete it in the shortest time possible. Just prepare the materials for me. Also, help me find a secluded place where I won't be disturbed for 3 days, replied Ling Zhao. That won't be a problem. I'll have the 4 royal guards protect you, replied Tiela King. Next, Tiela King arranged for a newly excavated cave for Ling Zhao to use as an alchemy room. He also placed a dozen millennium luminous pearls in the room for illumination. He then sent people to deliver a large amount of spirit herbs and beast pills, including some high-grade spirit herbs. These spirit grasses dazzled Ling Zhao's eyes. He didn't expect Tiela King to be so forthright and trust him so much. These materials weren't just enough to refine 5,000 pills. Even if he wanted to refine 50,000 pills, it would be enough. In truth, Ling Xiao didn't know that there were many majestic mountains in the southern wasteland. The barbarians also lived in these mountains. Hunting spirit beasts and harvesting spirit herbs was a common activity for them. Therefore, it wasn't strange for the Tiela tribe to provide such a large amount of spirit herbs and beast pills. Moreover, Tiela King also knew that it was difficult to make mistakes during alchemy, so he prepared a few more just in case. This time, it could be said that Ling Xiao was on his level. These low-grade spirit herbs weren't very valuable in his eyes, but with the help of the second layer of the obsidian cauldron, he could plant the extra ones and enjoy a large amount of high-grade spirit herbs in the future. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.